And I know what he was doing. He was reading ChatGPT, halfway reading it while we was talking, and then he was so eager to get in there. He just didn't have an understanding of what he's actually reading, so he didn't even know what he's talking about is already explained. And then once it came down to him being questioned about what he's talking about, because he came out, you know, read that fast, I guess he just came up with this shit off the fly. I guess he's thinking like these people are dumb. They're gonna believe it anyway.
Was he still hyper defensive even though he was reading shit off of ChatGPT? As he was last night.
He had a hissy fit at Reg show at one point.
Really?
Yeah, he was yelling and screaming for a bit there.
Wow. Well done, Reg.
Oh, hey, speaking of that, somebody just volunteered to do a dubstep drop remix of Donald C. freaking out.
Oh, thank you.
You got it, bro. You just volunteered. Thanks.
Remind me when I get home. Anybody, I don't care. Remind me when I get home. We've got to grab some clips. Yeah.
Donald C. He came back in here.
This was a while ago. He was being called out for, like, he said, back a long time ago, he said, like, I have the evidence, but it got stolen. And then he changed the story to, I have the evidence, but my house burned. And then Indio called him out for being a liar or something like that. And he's just completely spazzed out. Like Tourette syndrome or something. Instant nuke or something.
Was that the one where he flipped out that bad that he distorted his microphone and we couldn't hear what it was?
Yeah, that's where the bass drop drops.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, you gotta clip that one.
I think it is. I think if you just search Donald C. Freakout, it'll come right up on our main server. Dude, searching search terms in our main server, it's golden if you need to find things, especially old combos or the way people used to argue things, or even sometimes videos that you lost track of.
Oh yeah, you didn't listen to that. So he was claiming that him and his buddy did some measurements of sunrise.
So what?
I said, was the dude claiming Donald C? Was he claiming him and his buddy?
No,
They
just him.
went? Oh, okay. It sounded like in a clip he was saying him and his buddy.
Oh, well, you know what? I only remember it just being him, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't do it anyway. He could have changed it up.
Yeah, like the first time it was him and his buddy, then the next time it was him and his wife, Then the next time it was he was never married.
Fuck the flat earth. No one agrees?
Yep, we totally agree. You can move on, bro.
What up, my G?
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Any yo don't even get him room to be on. he, he like you flat out like he didn't even give him room to make the live. He just said me and my buddy. You and your buddy ain't do nothing. Like one of those like no nonsense cops. They bring you in the interrogation room, like, yeah, you try to make them. No, you ain't doing it because of this. Lay it off in front of you. Here's a video with you stealing the candy bar. I totally wasn't in that store. Here you is in the store. I don't got time for that.
Man, anybody ever that's a lot more complicated than it looks at first glance.
My dude. So check this out. So he said he took these measurements 20 years ago, and his house got robbed. Oh, that's hilarious, man.
Hello, niggers.
Okay, you can get out of this channel, dude.
Why?
If any of you want to know, is the guy Satanist who said that shit.
Why are you snitching, brother?
Snitching. Dude, this is being live streamed to YouTube. We don't need that garbage on here.
Yo, what up, YouTube? Meet my psycho family. They all believe the earth is flat with no evidence.
Bro, what is your problem?
What do you mean, what's my problem? What's your problem?
Bro, just say you're done for, buddy.
Alrighty, bye. Hey guys, I'm back.
Been that long, I can't remember how to ban him here, but I've got his number, his user ID if someone wants to do it. Plain and truth.
I'm reporting that guy right now.
I'll try, see if I get it right.
Hello, Flat Earth, Flat Earth Alaskan Malamute. Are you there?
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Matthew Learns. What's going on, Matthew?
Not much. What do you plan to do this year?
I'm going to school right now.
That's pretty good.
For the next 3 months, I'm going to school. Just doing, basically training for a job I already know how to do.
That sounds kind of inefficient. But, oh well, sometimes jobs are like that.
It's because it's unionized, so they require me to follow their program, which is it's whatever.
Yeah, makes sense. So tell
What
me
about
what you
you?
like about the flat Earth. Oh, just
I
working on.
like I like the logical consistency it has with the way they look at the world, the way they what else? It before I started coming in here, I used to have a lot of fallacious thinking,
Mm-hmm.
but
Learning critical thinking. You're saying?
yeah, I think the people here taught me quite a bit about critical thinking.
Yeah, I'm a fan of critical thinking. It's not often displayed much.
Yeah, and especially like I'm a millennial, okay? Especially my generation and the ones
Yeah.
after, they lack a certain type of thinking that the older generations have.
Yeah, but I think it can be learned, so I think there's hope.
I'm pretty sure you were here, but there is a guy named Talon who is just using ChatGPT as his
Yeah,
argument for the
he didn't
globe. Like
think
he
at
was
all.
just
He just like
parroting.
yeah, I don't know what he was doing. If he just maybe he just uses Chat GTP for anything he doesn't know. He just doesn't think at all with his own mind.
That's one thing I don't like about technology.
Yeah, it can make you lazy.
It's very good, but a certain aspect of it, if used wrong, takes away your thinking capabilities.
I like math and science, so I think these discussions are interesting.
Yeah, like I went to school for 3.5 years for math and physics. I never learned how to do long addition and long division. I've needed calculate even in subtraction too. I've needed calculators for it all my entire life.
You didn't learn that in like elementary school?
Well, obviously it was taught, yeah, but I I don't know. I just used the calculator. I never felt like learning it.
Yeah, tools
I
can
was
be handy, but we can rely on them too much sometimes.
What about you? Why do you come here? Because I know you're a Glober, but you come in here a lot. You're a lot nicer than the others too.
Oh, thanks. I don't know. I think it's an interesting topic. I'm a teacher, part time, and so I like talking about things and making things easier to understand. I think it's interesting to hear how people think and why people think certain things. So, yeah. I mean, usually I'm doing something else or working on something different. It's just interesting to listen to. Like I'm eating a bagel with cheese right now. Sorry. Or were you asking why I'm still a Glober?
Can you say it again?
Or were you asking why I'm still a Glober?
Yeah, why are you still a Glober, sir?
Because I think, for all the observations that we see, that the globe Earth still has the best explanation. Like for sunsets, moon phases, seasons, that kind of stuff.
I've seen you in here a bit. Don't you agree that the Earth measures relatively flat compared to what you would expect from the model?
Um, I don't think it's possible to directly measure any curvature, so I agree with you there. But I don't think that it's possible. It's big enough that it's hard to see the difference between perfectly flat and the globe Earth.
Do you not think using lasers to measure the water is sufficient enough, or long
It's
distance
a data point.
observations?
Yeah, but the problem is that you can tell just by turbulence that sometimes the position of those things change. So it's hard to guarantee that the laser is not is perfectly straight instead of bending a little bit. Because remember, you'd only have to bend 0.07 degrees per mile in order to match the globe Earth. In order to match flat Earth, it's 0.000 instead of 0.0007.
Yeah.
But so like looking at the horizon, I don't think it helps the case for either side. That's why I say, simple questions like, it's dark now. Where is the sun? The globe Earth has a pretty good answer for that, but the flat Earth, I think, has an insufficient answer.
Yeah, but just because the globe Earth has a how do I say it?
Just so
Just
sorry.
because just I don't know how to say it. Just because the globe Earth, the model, it predicts where certain things will be. That doesn't necessarily make the
What model?
ground a ball. The
Right.
globe
So we
the
look at.
globe model.
Have you seen
No,
this
you're
globe
right. You're
model?
right. Yeah, you're right about that. So when we look at the observations, the globe model describes why they are where they are and has a good explanation, is what I'm saying.
Nah, no information. Just a story. There is no globe model. I haven't seen a globe model. Have you seen the globe model, Matthew Learns?
By model, I mean a system of explanations and ideas.
Also, not a scientific model that has been tested. Okay. So no model.
You're the one that said no model. I said that I assigned a list of ideas and explanations. So maybe
Yeah,
I'd say
so
it this way: has
not
the best
a science.
explanation.
Yeah, so not a scientific model.
Where do you think the sun is? Right?
In the sky.
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course.
mean
But I'm
sky
saying
up. It's up.
above where?
Above
Uh,
the earth.
just up. Like
Above
if
the
you
earth.
look up, there it is.
Well, I live in California, and I look up and it's not there. It's dark outside,
Yep. Sometimes it's not close to you. Sometimes it's close to you.
but it's always above the earth.
Oh, all the time. When is it not above the earth?
Well, if you go outside and look from a relatively high hill, you can see stars all the way around, and so it's not there. So how come I can see stars instead of the sun?
Have you? No, have you read? I know you read Genesis. It's been divided, right? Daylight being divided, and the sun just rules the day.
Yeah, the sun is was created as, or its purpose was to rule the day, and the purpose of the moon is to rule the night. But the moon is in the night almost as much time as it is in the day, right?
Yep. But did you see the sun at night?
By definition, I do not know.
Okay, so but it's in the sky. Is always above the earth, is it not?
Yeah, it's above Perth right now, Perth, Australia. I think somewhere around there.
Yeah, above the earth. Somehow you think it goes under earth as well.
Right, because I see it when I watch the sunset over an ocean. You can see it go lower and lower, and then it's chopped in half by the ocean, blocked by the ocean. Then eventually it's 100% blocked by
Is
the
it,
ocean.
is
You
it
can't see
touching
it.
the? Is it touching the ocean? Does it look like it touched the ocean, or does it look
It
like
looks
it's
like
a
it
little?
touches, but it doesn't.
It's just it doesn't, right? It looks like it
Right.
just hovers above, but it never goes under.
Yeah, but the ocean blocks it after the sun sets over. Can't see the sun anymore.
But when it goes away, does it just like vanishes, or does it seems like it goes all the way down?
It depends on how clear it is. If it's hazy, kind of disappears in the clouds. But if it's clear, you can see it sort of being chopped off bottom up as it sets.
I got videos of actual clear skies, and it just kind of it looks like it almost hits the ground, but it doesn't. It has a space in between, and then all of a sudden it just vanishes, and then you get that green glow.
Yeah, I'm talking about what I've seen with my own eyes. When have you seen the sun rise or set over the ocean? I can show a picture.
You're saying when people record it is not valid?
Oh, I've seen the pictures of the glare getting smaller and smaller, but I would want to see a clearer picture so you can actually see the outline of the sun and see where it is.
So it's also when you have you driving in a long straight road and you seen the lights, seems like they go down towards the horizon. But do they really go lower, or is it still the same height?
They're still the same height. Due to perspective, they get lower and lower and smaller and smaller.
Why? Because it's further away.
Yeah, because those lights are getting further and further away.
Hmm. But they're not setting.
No, I mean you can see the lights going farther and farther. Eventually, get far enough that you can't see them.
Kind of take the same thing. It kind of does the same thing that the sun does, doesn't it?
No, the sun stays the same size as it sets, like the same angular size.
And it's
So
more
it's the same
medium.
distance the whole time.
There's more medium, but I mean, actually, sometimes it even gets bigger, doesn't it not?
Not really, no.
Yeah,
I've
have
noticed
you?
that sometimes visually in the sky the sun will look bigger. Same thing with the moon. Sometimes it will look bigger or smaller.
Yeah,
Especially
it's
when it's
easier to
setting.
see that effect of the moon. Like when it's first rising or setting, when it's against those distant hills over there, it looks huge.
The same thing happened with the sun.
Right, but I'm saying, I'm not
But that
talking
you
about
say,
how big it looks or how small it looks. I'm talking about if you measure it, it's about half a degree of angular size.
yeah, but if that's because again, I mean, you could definitely tell that that's just like some kind of lensing effect. But you could definitely see that it does change the size, or it doesn't look the same when it's kind of hazy, doesn't it not?
Oh, when it's hazy, you can't see the edge. I'm talking about when it's clear enough, you can actually see where it really is. You can see the edge of the moon or the edge of the sun.
Like if you look at the sun, right? Kind of, it looks huge. But if you get um, a uh, a sun filter and look at the sky, does the sun look the same as when it looks without it? The sun filter.
Yeah, with the sun filter, you can see the actual edge of the sun. Depending on the atmospheric conditions or what kind of camera you're using, you'll get more or less glare. If you don't have a sun filter, it can be huge.
Right. Well, I'm just talking about a telescope. But yeah, you get a sun filter, you can see the difference between the actual sun and what we perceive that it's the sun.
Yeah, I'm talking about the angular size of the actual sun. The actual moon is about 0.5, half a degree, basically.
Right. So
And
so
it
you
doesn't
can
change much.
yeah, so you can't really say that when you're looking at the sun, you're actually seeing the actual size, whether it changed size or not. You can't tell the difference because the light itself is so bright that it gives you a false perspective of the sun, does it not?
It can if you're trying to take a picture of it. I'm talking about if you have it properly filtered, then you can see the actual size, and the actual size doesn't change, and that's due to perspective because the distance isn't changing. It's easier with the moon.
I mean,
Like if you go out
there's
tonight. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
there has been measurements of the sun, according to that I've seen, that it does changes in size.
Oh, really? By how much?
Don't know. If it changes size, it changes size. I don't remember the size, the
No, no.
amount,
You
but
said no. I'm sorry. I thought you said measurements. So what were the measurements? Like from
yeah,
what size to what
like I
size?
said, it was just pixels in the screen. But again, it was definitely a change in pixels.
Well, it's a couple days past the full moon, but if you go out tonight and watch the moon is going to stay the same angular size all night long. Trinity, I'm not trying to jumble anybody's minds. I'm just trying to explain why I think the Earth is a globe still. Not, I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. Trying to answer clearly and concisely. We're not using hopscotch message. We're talking about specific things. We're not all over the place. We're talking about angular size of the celestial bodies. Then we were talking about what happens when they set, that type of thing.
Yeah, still couldn't produce a scientific model for the globe, though, right? That was our first topic.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by scientific model. By model, I just mean a set of explanations.
It's explanations. If due to science, that means those are tested and with experiments.
Oh,
It's different than a just so story or a colloquial explanation. Are you talking about a colloquial explanation?
yeah, I'm talking about colloquial explanation, the basic idea of why we see what we see in the sky, how satellites work, how satellite TV works, and GPS, like all these things, long distance flight patterns, all that kind of stuff. Explains those well.
Oh, okay. So just all right. I mean, if you're just saying about the way people are just telling you the story of how it works, it's, I guess if you want to believe it, that's fine. But
I
with
do. I mean,
with actual explanations, experiment, it wouldn't have to be a believer or tested and actually shown to be true. It's a big difference.
yeah. So, for example, tonight's moon is going to be the same size all night long, and I think that's because the moon stays the same distance all night long due to the laws of perspective. I'm unwilling to accept the flat Earth explanation. The moon is coming closer and closer, then going farther and farther as it sets, because it doesn't look like that. It stays the same size. It's not changing distance at all. I mean, not at all. How about within 2%? I'll say.
I mean, could it be something in the air that makes it do that? Would you think?
That's a good guess. That's a good explanation. The counter argument to that is that the constellations don't bend and warp throughout the night, so we don't think that the air is changing the sizes of things up there. Because Orion's belt is always the same size, or Cassiopeia, and all the constellations don't bend and warp.
No, you're saying the lensing effect.
Yeah, the lensing effect doesn't affect the constellation, so there's no lensing effect. I mean, maybe within 10 or 20 degrees of the horizon, things get weird, but I'm talking about where we can see really clearly up in the sky.
Yeah, but you can't really tell me the how far is the moon to tell me exactly that it stays the same angular size.
Right. What I'm saying is that it stays the same distance. I'm not saying what distance it is. I'm saying the fact that it stays the same size within 2% means that it's the same distance within 2%.
Okay. I mean, if you want to believe the Jessel story because you want to believe in the globe, that's fine, man. I mean, that's
No,
that's
no,
that's your
I'm basing it on observations like the constant size of the moon tonight, that kind of stuff.
something that you can't measure or figure out whether how far it is or anything like that, or something that's between us is actually causing things. Whether you like it or not, whether because you say there's the stars ain't doing this or that. I mean, we don't know exactly what's is actually doing. We just what we perceive and see.
In order for that to be true, you'd have to say something like there's some medium changing the size of the moon, but it has no effect on the stars for some reason. Like the air changes the size of the moon, so it's the same size, matches exactly, but somehow has no effect on the stars. I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Yeah, what were you talking about? They actually do have like some kind of changing in perspective of the way they don't they when they go to the horizon kind of warp away instead of actually staying the same parallel as it was supposedly moving.
I suppose things might change a little bit as you get close to the horizon, just because it gets fuzzy down there and there's a lot of
More
air. That's
medium.
what I'm saying.
So there is
Above
a
10.
so then
Like
there
I said,
is
above 10 or 20 degrees above the horizon. So that's what I'm talking about.
so then there isn't or isn't a change. I'm about that. Well, it was one or the other. It can't be both.
Right. So above 20 degrees, neither the moon nor the constellations change in angular size all night long while they're above 20 degrees, let's say, by more than 2%.
Well, tell me when have you actually looked at a star from day in to day out, or the other way around?
Oh, I'm just saying that all of the stars have their right ascension and declination, and they don't change location, so the constellations remain the same. That's how you can find them in the sky. Like star map, we only have
No, 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 no.
one star map. We don't have
Or
to
you're
have like
saying their
Bendy Warpy
appearance.
star map.
I'm saying their appearance. What you were saying.
Yeah, you know Orion's belt, those three stars, they're the same angular distance apart from each other, no matter where you are on Earth.
But those are just points in the skies. They're
Right.
not as big, so you can tell the difference.
Right. The angular distance between those three stars is what I'm talking about. That size. It's bigger than the moon, by the way. I mean,
Yeah, but they're
thing.
not all together, like the moon, like it's one whole thing.
Right. It's the shape in the sky. Those are constellations, but I'm saying those constellations don't get bent or warped by any so-called atmospheric lensing or something. Trinity says Polaris never moves. Well, there's something. Polaris has a proper motion though, so it does move. Wait, Trinity, you said the Polaris has not moved significantly, but we don't see any references to it as the North Star in ancient Greece because it wasn't there. So it has moved a bit. I mean, it doesn't move quickly.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just got a couple questions and concerns.
Go for it. One at a time.
Um, so with like the flat Earth rabbit hole, how can you tell that there's not a lot of government involvement with the movement?
You're asking how would we know if there's a government kind of like encouraging people to be flat earthers?
Yeah, kind of close. Or more so the fact that do you believe that there's like controlled opposition when it comes to stuff like this?
Well, not unless they're responsible for the surface of water being flat.
Well, I saw someone say the gov is actually censoring it. Well, the only gripe I have with flat Earth is that there's too much information about it. Like you could
It doesn't
easily
matter.
look up.
It doesn't matter who tries to censor anything. The Earth is right outside your front door. You just go out, and observe
Like
it,
if I look
measure
up flat Earth, hold on, like I could find so much information about it. But if I look up like 9/11 plane physics being broken, it's like heavily censored. So it's like more
Yeah,
like the correlation of like how do you know that you believe in something that's
it
true?
doesn't matter. It doesn't
It
matter
matters a
who's
lot.
trying, who or who isn't trying to censor it.
What's wrong with there being lots of information? Anyways, it's
I mean,
for
because
you
they claim
to
that
read and
it's like
decide
the true.
what you want to think.
Yeah, the flat Earth stuff does come from Freemasonry. I'm glad that someone pointed that out.
Well, does it? So the Freemasons are responsible for the surface of water being flat, are they?
Well, I mean, if the surface of water is flat, why do waves
Yeah.
curl?
Yeah, all right. When it's acted upon by wind, yeah, it's not so flat. The point is, it's not curving.
So water, you're saying that water is always at a flat level.
Overall, it's not curving around to become a sphere, right? It's not wrapped around a dirt rock, right?
I thought the
Flat.
Earth's gravity pulls it towards the center of it or something like that, especially like in
That's a cool
Antarctica. Where
story. So that's what makes it flat then. So it was the government that makes it flat. Then it was the Freemasons. Now it's gravity that makes it flat.
I'm not a flat earther, I'm more of a hollow earther, if that makes sense. Like I'm about to show you. Like I've done a lot of research about Antarctica and a lot of they did the final experiment in Antarctica.
I just think you might be a bit confused about as to why people here in particular might say
I'm
that
very
the Earth
confused.
is flat. Like it's some sort of idea based on distrust of the government or something like that. Like flat earthers don't have any empirical evidence, no observations, no measurements, nothing like that. They just have this idea, right? They're not basing anything they say on physical reality itself, right? The way it's experienced, the way it's utilized. Nothing practical, right?
You do realize that sorry, this is a response to Platter. But you do realize that Operation High Jump is a real documented operation. Like that's not like yeah, I posted like a drawing, but like you could show me like there's no model for the flat earth. Like I never understood that.
That's because flat Earth is not a model.
It's reality.
Yeah, it's what you observe and experience. Yeah.
'Cause, like if the earth is flat, is it more so that the earth isn't a planet, but we live in like a realm, like Minecraft kind of?
Right. Good. Yes. Yes. Exactly. This
This is
idea
a new
that
one.
like there's worlds within a never expanding vacuum void. Right. That's false.
So let me see. Oh, what's this? What do you
So
observe
planet
in this photo?
we see lights in the sky that we identify as being planets simply because they have different motion to the other lights, like the stars. So that's what distinguishes them from other lights in the sky.
I've also like researched about how like the Catholic Church used to push flat Earth disinformation to make the Bible look less reliable. Flatter. This is just an observation. I just wanted. It's not like prove. I'm not here to prove or
Wait,
disprove
what?
anybody.
Historians agreed that the ancient cultures, which are responsible for texts like what we identify as the Bible, had a cosmological worldview where they live on a motionless plane covered by a firmament. That was their cosmological view. It's well understood by theologians, academia. That was their worldview. That's what they passed down traditionally through text and oral.
Reptilians are very real though.
You mean snakes exist?
Snakes. Well, the snake used to have legs in the Bible, so I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, that gif is funny as hell.
But no humans are reptilian.
Well, why is there a lot of like what's up with Saturn and like they worship Saturn and stuff? And there's a lot of symbolism behind Saturn.
A lot of different
Like
people
if
do
you
lots of
Yeah,
go
weird
the
stuff.
ancients worship the planets, but we don't anymore. Or I don't.
David like nah, he talks nonsense. David Icke is a fucking reptile himself. Have you ever seen what he looks like? We're not here
I
to
don't think
prove
he's a
anything.
reptile. I think he's a mammal.
David Icke was a British broadcaster, like and stuff.
Wasn't he like a soccer player or something?
No, he was an announcer.
Was he?
Yeah.
Sports announcer.
But yeah, so like what if you found out that flat earth was like a psyop?
No, 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 no. Flat Earth is what you experience when you go outside into the world, into reality. You ever been to a
Reptilian
lake?
stuff is really there's a lot of reptile symbolism even with the medical like if you look at an ambulance, not to cut you off, but like when you look at an ambulance, it's a snake wrapping around a rod. But flat earth is what you experience. That's your claim. Well, you know how
It's
like
not
a
a
bed
claim,
curves?
it's an observation.
You know how like a bed curves, like the mattress?
No.
I actually have a government I have
Beds
a lot of
and
government
mattresses are
documents.
usually designed to be horizontal.
So here's the most real UFO photo you'll ever see in your life. Very clear. What else? Let me see. I also got documentation about uh interdimensional beings. And then I'm about to post the government file about Nazi UFOs and Antarctica flat earth stuff.
So you're saying the clearest photo of a UFO ever was in 1969, even though nobody had cell phones, hardly anybody carried cameras around. But now there's billions of people that have a very high definition camera in their pockets, but we still don't have any better pictures. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, I could provide a lot of modern pictures and video archives of UFOs. I'm glad that you challenged me on this. Here's the CIA. Here's a Hitler file saying he's still alive. Hold on. But yeah, I'm about to post a archive of the best UFO footage you could ever see.
Wait, he's still alive? He was born in 1889. He's still living? Wow.
No, that file is from the '60s. He's obviously dead. But as you can see, this is a picture of him in 1963 with a CIA operative, and in the file you can see on the top it says CIA.gov, and it says Adolf Hitler is still alive. Now, this is not the UFO channel. Well, UFOs is connected to flat Earth and Agartha. So here's the Turkey UFO incident. It's like crazy. Hitler made the UFOs. What do you think inspired the Nazis to make UFOs? Oh, here's some like funny, speaking of Osama, these are like very fake actors and plants of Osama that I got from the government and the FBI. Now
Is
they
there
claim that
another channel that would accommodate you for this
I'm not sure. I thought
sort
this
of
was a
content?
conspiracy chat too.
No, it's not.
Is flat Earth not a conspiracy theory?
No. How is it?
Because it
The
requires saying that there's a conspiracy of NASA and governments that keeping the flat Earth a secret.
It's pretty hard to hide a lake.
Yeah, this is like
Are they stopping
there's a
people
lot of
from witnessing large bodies of water? Is that what they're doing?
yeah.
Why do you think most people are Globers? Because
'Cause of-
because they were told and educated, indoctrinated that way, right?
yeah, you were told about flat Earth too. I mean, we're all this information is spoon fed to us on all sides of the spectrum. Like the
No,
information you
someone
see
just
on the
told me
internet.
to consider an alternative. Like they inspected the alternative view and the evidence provided, and was willing to change my mind.
That's okay. Well, I have to get going. I have to go to bed. But thank you everyone for the time and the respect mutually.
Yeah, nice chatting with you. Come by some other time.
Yeah, I know that I brought up some silly stuff, but I had to get out my system.
No, that's okay. Fun to talk about stuff.
Jesus is king.
If you'd have caught me like 10 years ago, I probably would have entertained it
Did
all.
Discord exist 10 years ago? That's a good question. What is the firmament? Well, I would if space is water, like if that separates like the water barrier from Earth, it's kind of funny to me that NASA uses underwater to like practice space travel. I'm not sure if it connects, but I found that interesting.
Well, the term comes from the Hebrew word for expanse, large area, right? That can be a surface or it could be space.
I believe in space.
Yeah, looks like we've dwindled down to but a few. Where'd everyone go? Yeah, regardless of worldviews, I mean, it's to do with its shape or its geometric structure. I think a lot of people are looking for something more than what life offers in this modern day and age, right? Like, so instead of it just being a dead, empty, void that we're living within, with a few objects scattered here and there, just this one rock ball that we know of with people living on it. It's got to be more, right? There's got to be more to it than just that. It's a sterile, dangerous environment where we're born, we live, we die. Not being able to take any memories with us, just die. So we entertain ourselves with the notions of like the supernatural, science fiction stuff, aliens.
Well, we ourselves are supernatural. We have a mind that is not our brains. Our brains are causally connected to our minds, but we ourselves are spiritual beings.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that really doesn't do much for some people when they don't feel special.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, like, there's nothing about their their life, right, and then their responsibilities. Unless you have a family really like having children really like changes you in that respect, right? Like, and having family that loves you, parents that love you like dearly, and or other family members, But then there's the responsibility, right, of this pressure upon you to achieve and survive by maintaining what for millions of people, billions even, just like a dead end, dreary, mundane, repetitive, monotonous job, right? That they don't really have any interest in it. It's a means to an end. How many people are really seeking the career that they want and are really engaged in what interests them, and it makes them an income. There's probably quite a few, but for a lot of people, it's not like that. So yeah, to hide the to alleviate, and take the pressure off people, seek things like spirituality, like ideas that there's something more to this world, right? Than that, and the things that are depressing. Some sort of hope, even if it's not like a god, it could be like to do with aliens.
Hey, Matthew, are you involved? I mean, it's okay if you don't want to disclose. Are you involved with modern day debate at all?
I've seen a couple of the videos. I'm not involved though.
Okay. Do you know the whole lore that they had a moderator there that got in some legal trouble?
Recently, I mean, the guy who was like doing his PhD or something, like the main moderator.
Yeah, that guy.
Was I don't think I've seen a video in like a year. What
Okay.
happened?
Well, so apparently some flat earthers at the time had said this guy's very weird. He's saying some cringe things. It's inappropriate the way he's talking about children. Okay, they've maintained all the bans of the flat earthers who said that, even after it's been adjudicated in a court of law. Do you think it's appropriate to maintain those bans? Just curious.
Wait,
I'm just trying to pick your brain.
Maintain the bans of what? Of which?
I'll say some flat earther said, "Hey, you've got a moderator who's saying some very weird and cringe things. You might want to check this out." Then they just straight up banned the flat earther for saying that. Like, hey, there's some smoke here. There's a
Really?
lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke here. There might be a fire. Rather than look at it, they just banned any flat earther who said anything about it. Now that it's been fully adjudicated, the guy's sitting in prison now. Do you think they should undo some of those bans?
Absolutely.
Well, probably so.
They're
You're
not.
saying the moderator of modern day debate is in prison now?
Yeah.
It's news to me.
So yeah, so basically, this is what happened. So some of the guys came here to this server. They kind of did like a raid. This a couple days ago, but maybe like half a week ago, like 5-6 days ago, and they kept trying to get people from here to go onto modern day debate. I'm like, no, we're not going to go over to modern day debate. We're not going to go there. Okay, there's reasons why. A lot of flat earthers are already banned on that server. We tried that years ago. It didn't go out well. So if you want to talk to us, you know where to find us. We're not going to go on modern day debate anymore. Even more after all these weird things that happened. And then they said that we are banned for cause. Banned for cause. That it's our fault. Now that basically I said, what was our fault? What was it? Not to get in so many terms, but I just want to get you to pick your brain on that because I didn't know how involved you were with modern day debate. So yeah, so apparently they're going to uphold the bans despite the moderator that we said is acting weird and saying weirdly weird things, like Richard Dawkins level weird. They're still going to uphold those bans and still continue to come here and try to poach members to go over to modern day debate.
What?
Yeah, they're not going to stop. Yeah, here, T-Dub, I'll message you the relevant content so you're in the
Yeah,
know.
so you're
In
talking
fact, yeah,
about
I'll
a
post it in mod chat so everyone else can see it too. Heretic knows about it too because him, and Quad were there when the whole thing went down.
okay, so you're talking about a Discord server. I was talking about
Yeah, the Discord server,
the
Modern Day
YouTube
Debate.
channel called
Well,
Modern Day
it's
Debate.
related. It's related to the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel
Okay.
has a Discord server associated with it.
They conduct
Got it.
their streams in Discord.
Sometimes, yeah.
Stream it to YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not all the time. Okay, right.
I didn't know that. I only have seen a few of them on YouTube.
Yeah, it makes me want to like boycott them. Yeah, like, maybe I'll
Yeah, we
leave
should.
that server.
We really should. Yeah. So here, I'll send. I'm getting the content to send it to you. I think I should polish it up a little bit before I post it in the admin chat. This is the one right here. I don't even want to say what he's been accused of because of how loaded it is. It's a second blog, a second post by the police report review there.
Well, so they're live streaming right now on YouTube, Modern Day Debate, and there's the main moderator dude is there. Doesn't look like he's in jail.
Oh, this is the one from before. One of the moderators that they had before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Plather, not the James guy, Ozian or Uzian, whatever his name was. Yeah, we probably don't want to know. Yeah, I didn't read your whole message to the end. I had hoped that we would just never hear from these people again after this happened. Like we just parted ways, and they would leave Flat Earth alone after this, but they won't. They just won't stop. It doesn't matter how many times Witted owned them in live streams. None of this matters. They're just not going to leave Flat Earthers alone. So now it's just time to say, hey, your moderators are criminals. The worst type of criminal. Adjudicated in a court of law. Because the problem I had was they kept messaging saying, you guys are scared. You're scared to come on this server. No, we're banned. We're banned. They banned us. We're not scared. We were banned.
Yeah, what a piece of shit, and they're pieces of shit too. If they don't lift those bans after these were like justified in that you're just calling out for caution. Like, hey, like what the heck?
Yeah, it was just caution. I said some of this stuff this guy's saying is dangerous. It's weird. It's cringe. It doesn't belong in this topic. And they just would ban you. They'd be like, well, that,
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's
So
kind of
yeah, and I had hoped at that point we just would part ways, right? We like, okay, no, thank you. You don't like us. We don't like you. And this is why I say a lot of times too that a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they invent flat earthers as so somebody can punch down at. someone who's more disgusting than they are. And this shows you what they'll do, the extent they'll go to invent a flat earther to make their group of people not as bad as they are.
Well, if they've disassociated themselves with him now, it's obviously due to like what's occurred,
now,
right?
yeah,
Right, but
now they'll
that's
say it,
that's
but they won't. But they won't undo the bans, though.
right. I know, but to me, that's a sign that it wasn't because they ignored your caution and banned you, and now won't unban you. Right, it indicates to me that it's just a matter of reputation and not morality, or right and
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, they'd rather cover. They'd rather cover themselves and pretend like nothing happened. They try to bury the story, which is fine. It was fine with me. Bury it, but don't come around a year later and start telling me I'm scared to go to your server. Like, did you forget what you did?
Yeah, that's weak. No.
It's pathetic. It really shows you that they are just that incensed. They're so into their anti-flat earthism that they don't even care about right and wrong anymore. To them, whatever they do to stop flat earth is completely justified.
What is your rebuttal if someone asks you, is the equator a circle?
It's not a rebuttal. You just tell them no, the equator is not a circle. The equator is a line in the sky that matches the sun's movement at a specific time and date.
Good evening.
Right.
That's a
Are you
fact.
talking?
That's a
You
straight
talking
fact.
to Bevtards? Because that's a
I
Bevtard
know.
question.
That was like what was the guy's name who did that all the time? Elder Bear. Was it? Is that the
Elder
guy?
Bear, yeah.
Yeah, Elder
Fallen
Bear.
Friends,
Okay.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the correct answer is not. It's not that we don't know what shape
No,
the equator is.
equator is a line in the sky pathed out by the sun at a specific time and date. And that statement is true even if globe. So someone
But
who's
not
arguing
a
against
circle.
that is at some point in heresy with their own model.
So I can say it's not a circle.
Yeah, it's definitely not a circle. 100%. It would not be a circle. Right, Matthew? Do you agree with that?
On both the globe Earth and the flat Earth, the equator is a circle.
Holy shit.
See?
Okay, how about in the sky or on the
Look
ground?
at an AE map.
Okay, on the sky
On
or
the
the
ground.
ground?
The equator is on the ground.
Okay, I give up, dude. Like here, I
The
thought you were
equator
being
is a
sensible.
position on Earth.
It's not on the ground, dude. There's no
Yeah, it
ground
is.
position for the sun. The sun is in the
It's the
sky.
GP of
The
the
sun's
sun.
not on the ground.
So, Crit, you're right about it being based on the path of the sun on like the equinoxes. But it's basically the GP of the sun. It's a line in the sand on the ground.
Yeah, but it's not always the same spot. It varies throughout, like even year to year. It's not exactly a pinpointed location that you can just draw on the ground and here watch the sun path through this area.
I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, this is where I'm getting it from. Why they say Stonehenge doesn't work anymore. Because the sun had changed variations throughout the centuries. Or like the Aztec temples that used to be built in a certain way so the sun would rise at the top of the temple. That doesn't exist anymore because the sun's path across the ground is not on the ground, it's in the sky.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to say that I think that the equator is all the points are equidistant between the actual North Pole and the actual South Pole. So I would say that it doesn't change. The magnetic poles move, but the geographic poles don't, as far as I know.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing all right. How are you?
I gotta wake up at 5:30.
It's pretty early.
Is Matthew Learns here?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just laying in bed right now. What about you?
I'm about ready to go to bed too.
Have you started teaching your second semester?
Not till Monday. Well, Tuesday, because Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Nice, dude.
Okay, now I'm going to bed. Good night.
Yo, get out of here if you're gonna do that.
Fuck you, you fucking loser. Oh, what you can do about it? You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You're a fucking loser. You ain't gonna do shit. Ah, 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 ah.
He does realize everybody can just mute him, right?
Well, the thing is this is being live streamed to YouTube. I'm just gonna send the live stream to the mod mill and they'll ban him.
Ooh, I'm so scared. Ooh. Fucking weirdo. Ooh. No, your YouTube can go fuck itself, by the way. Ooh. This guy's fucking live streaming a dead voice chat. Like, either you're bullshitting or you're fucking pathetic. Either way, go fuck yourself.
You sound pathetic. You talk pathetic.
Nah. You're pathetic. You're the pathetic one. Fucking this guy. Oh, you're live streaming. I don't give a fuck. You're jealous I'm beautiful. And I have great vocal range. You're jealous, I know. Just admit it. Admit it, you're jealous of me. Go ahead, admit it. Yeah, exactly what I thought. Shut up. What the fuck?
What a loser. Hello, Mr. Bojangles, are you there?
I do exist, yeah.
What's going on, bro?
Just chilling.
You're a flat earther, right?
I mean, I don't try to argue theoretical science with people.
What?
It's all theoretical science, man.
You're talking about the glib science, right?
All science.
Even that comes from the scientific method.
I mean, just because something is repeatable does not make it fact.
Why?
It just means it's repeatable. Like a loop in music. Does a loop in music make the loop now fact?
That metaphor is not really that great.
I'm just saying.
I understand what you
Neither is
mean, but the metaphor
theoretical
doesn't.
science.
Yeah.
None of it's that great.
So what are you doing, man?
I'm just pondering the universe.
I gotta be up at 5:30 in the morning.
I only have weekend responsibilities.
I'm lucky I don't. Unless sometimes I gotta drop my dad to his girlfriend's on the weekend.
Oh, dads nowadays are so fun. Why can't any of you drive anymore? Mine's the same way. He's just old. Like, all right.
What are you, a bad driver?
No, I'm a great driver. He just, I don't know, medical shit. He can't get his license anymore.
Has to be driven around like a dependent.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
And you don't like the theoretical physics they teach you in university, like quantum mechanics or any of that shit.
It's all theoretical. It's not like it's not something to like. It's just something that is an endless discussion. It's really not going to get anywhere because everything is theoretical. I mean, I entered saying, yes, I exist, which is philosophically theoretical. We can argue about existing for all of eternity. Exactly. You can stop yell snoring anytime you'd like. That was very violent, and it's hurting the live stream's ears.
Yo, is he knocked out? I guess I'm beautiful. Damn, he is knocked the fuck out.
The Earth is not flat. Shut up.
Yes, it is.
He's either knocked out or taking the fattest rails of coke in the 24/7 flat earth.
The Earth is
Yeah, let me
not
go
flat.
message him real quick. How do you know? The best to go away. Oh, he left out. Okay. Wait, what the heck? Where did he go? The guy said the Earth's not flat and dipped. All right, GG. I guess I didn't have to provide anything. He just left. Yo, Mr. Bojangles, were you the one that was talking earlier before that guy came in?
Maybe.
Are you a Glober?
I mean, what it's a globe, a peach, a hot dog, a snow globe. There's a lot of theories.
Bro, what? Let me hear the theory for hot doggers.
I'm everybody. I mean, it's just shaped like a hot dog. Who cares?
Yeah, but how do you know?
It's not about how I know, it's about why I argue. Who cares?
Why do you argue?
I don't.
Said you.
Simply,
Wait, why
I'm
don't you
simply,
care?
I simply keep asking you, who cares?
Well, I mean, you're in here. You don't care about the.
Proving I can manipulate somebody who's trying to manipulate people into being manipulated. See, you even asked me the question I asked you to ask me instead of coming up with your own question. I was just trying to mind my own business over here. What do you want?
No, I was just curious because you chimed in earlier. So
I did. I said theoretical science is theoretical, and flat earthers can't prove to me that there's two laser pointers in the sky heating up a part of a CD or a flat blob or a hot dog or a
what?
snow globe or whatever the fuck they come up with this
Wait, what
year.
laser pointer are you talking about?
Right. Hey, what's the atmosphere? I like to ask this question while I'm here.
That's just gas, right?
I don't know. I asked you what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
a big
gas.
retard. I don't know anything. So it's gas.
It's a combination of gas. Yeah.
So what is then what is space?
I don't know. I don't claim space.
Oh, you don't claim space. Like you don't claim like your drug addict mom or like your president or some stupid shit like that. You're just gonna ignore whatever the fuck it is outside of the atmosphere. You just pretend like that
Well,
doesn't exist.
I just know that it's not an area of lower pressure like the globe side claims, because that would be gas pressure or a gas pressure
Mm.
gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, which cannot exist.
So you think a vacuum is just lower pressure?
Is that not the definition of a vacuum?
No.
What is the definition of a vacuum?
Being void of particles.
Yeah, which would be low pressure. It's like saying, what is something that's cold? It's something that is void of heat. Yeah, which is just cold.
So
Which is everything.
are
You
you
can
one of the
only
ones?
not be
Yeah.
void of it.
Are you one of the ones that believes there's like a case around the earth?
Well, that's the only thing that's been proven that can have gas
Oh, it's been
pressure or a
proven.
gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That's the only independent variable that has been
Oh, like a
verified through the
Coke
scientific
can.
method capable. Yeah, just like
So
a
wait,
Coke can.
are you Lats, are you
Oh,
saying
like
that
an
the
airplane.
yeah. Are you saying that the container has been proven?
That's the only independent variable that has been proven capable of
What
having
year was
gas
it proven
pressure.
again? What year and by who was it proven?
I guess the year whatever gas laws came out. But it's always been
What year was that again?
present, I guess, since the dawn of time.
So it was
It's
proven
just,
at the dawn of time that there was a case covering the earth?
oh yeah, has there been a year where entropy has not been occurring? Can you point to me
I
a
don't know
year
what that
where
has to
entropy
do
does
with
not occur?
I don't know what that has to do with the earth looking like a snow globe, my dude.
Well, I never said it was a snow globe. I don't know the container shape. I don't know its material. I just know that it's something physical, right? Because the only thing that is capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure would be something physical, right?
Mm.
I just don't know what that physical thing is.
Yeah.
That's
So
the only independent
Lats,
variable.
let me get this right. You're something of a scientist, correct?
No, but sure, go on.
Oh, you're not a scientist. Then why should I care what you think about, the atmosphere or whatever? Just some random guy.
I mean, if a scientist tells you that you're a girl, are you going to believe him?
If I have
No.
ovaries and a womb and
Well,
a
yeah,
vaginal
okay
opening,
then.
oh
So
yeah, there you
somebody's,
go. Like if I can
yeah,
verify
so
that.
somebody's credentials don't matter, right?
So it doesn't matter that you're just some random person on Discord, whereas other
Yeah,
people studies.
just like if some random person that's a scientist was to tell you, or somebody with a PhD told you that you were a girl, it's the same thing.
Why would they do that?
It's the same, like if a homeless kindergarten dropout told you that the earth was a globe, can he be right?
Only if he's
Yeah, of
holding a
course.
globe from the
Oh,
kindergarten
okay,
class, but he's still
so it's not the credentials that makes the person correct. It's the content,
No,
right?
but
So
you're not like a
it's the same.
reputable source or anything like
If
that.
a scientist was to tell you that the Earth was flat, they could also be wrong, right?
Yeah, but logically, I just don't see why I should care.
Okay.
Just because you think that the
Yeah.
Earth
So
has a container around it.
we know that credentials don't matter. But the thing is, if there was something physical containing the gas that we breathe, which is the only thing that's been proven through the scientific method, that means that there is no moon missions. You cannot leave Earth. You cannot send probes out to deep outer space, right?
How do you know?
Because if there is something physical containing the Earth, which is the only thing that's been capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, then there is no leaving the Earth.
Do you really think
Because we know,
so?
like, it's not that I think, it's the only independent variable that has been proven through the scientific method capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Yeah, but you're just saying that over and over
So it doesn't,
again.
yeah, so it doesn't matter what I think, right? I could think that unicorns are pressurizing the gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. It doesn't matter what I think. The only thing
Kind of
that's been
losing
proven through
me,
the
to be
scientific
honest.
method is something that's physical. Unless there's another scientific experiment that can prove, right, like another cause for the effect of gas pressure gradient. It's just like
Mhm.
with water boiling, right? We know that there's a cause. Heat can cause water to boil. But back then, they didn't have vacuum chambers. We also know that another cause for the effect of water boiling is lower pressure. Lower pressure can cause water to boil, but we didn't know that until later on. So unless
Okay.
there's another cause determined through the scientific method that can pressurize a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, all we have is the independent variable of physical containment or barrier.
So there's a case around the Earth. Has
That's the
anyone
only thing
touched
that's been
it?
proven so far. I don't know if
Like
anyone
Yeah,
else
you just
touched it.
let's say you just proved
We
it.
don't
I'm just
have,
asking,
well, we don't have to go there to prove it, right?
go where exactly?
The, the container,
What's it made of?
I already told you that I have no idea what it's made of. I just know it's something physical. That's the only thing that's been proven through the scientific method so far. Unless there's another claim that has yet to be tested.
Mhm.
Yeah, through
So
the
when people
scientific method.
shoot,
Unless you have,
when you
shoot
see
what?
like videos of people shoot rockets into space, you just you don't believe in that. All of that's out the window.
Well, it's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of knowing. I know that there is something physical so far because there's nothing capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure that's been
You
proven
keep repeating
so
that.
far. Yeah, because that's what outer space is. That's what they tell us it is. It's an area of lower pressure adjacent to a gas pressure
No,
gradient.
no, it's a void of particles. It's literally just no particles.
Yeah, just like
It's not
something
just
cold is
lower
something that's void
pressure.
of heat, right? It is lower pressure.
No, it's not.
Like if I was to say that something is
Okay,
cold is void
prove
of
it.
heat, that's your claim. That's the globe claim is
No,
that
you're
outer
the one
space
that's
is an
claiming
area of
it's
lower
lower
pressure.
pressure. I'm claiming that it's not. I
That's
don't
the
have to prove
globe
a
claim.
negative.
I've never been there. That's what the globe claims.
You
That
don't
outer
you've
space
never
is an
been
area of
to
lower
space.
pressure.
You've never been in space.
That's true. I'm just going with the
You,
claim that they gave me. Just
do you
like with the
think
radius value of 3959, right? I'm just going with what they gave me.
okay. So do you think
The Earth is measured
space
flat.
is an
That's
object?
how I know that the globe is not a radius of 3959 because it would be dropping at 8 inches per mile squared approximately, right? So the Earth doesn't do that. That's how I know it's not that. Just like how I know that we're not adjacent to an area of lower pressure because if we were, then the gas would vacate and we would all be dead.
How consistent is your epistemology?
Consistent enough
How so?
because the Earth is measured flat.
No, it's not.
Do you have Earth curve measurements?
Well, I'm making a negative claim. You're the one that claims that it's flat. I'm looking for proof.
Well, yeah, we have Eratosthenes. We have the surface of water. We have lasers, all proving that the surface is flat. We
So
have
we have a Greek
Alberini.
guy. Okay, we have, just to be clear, we have a Greek guy, lasers. Anything else you want to throw in here?
Well, yeah, none of those things measured a drop over distance that would be proving a curving surface.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever observed a lunar eclipse?
Yes. What about it?
When did you observe that?
Oh, like 8, 9,
When you were
10
8.
years
What
ago. Like a
What year
long
was
time
that?
ago. Bro, I have no idea. It was a long time ago.
You don't know. Okay. What did you see?
No. I saw the moon go dark and then
hmm
lit back up again. Yeah.
Did you see the Earth's shadow?
Well, I don't know that it was the Earth's shadow.
You don't know that it's the Earth's shadow
Wait,
when
how do
a
you
lunar
know that it's the Earth's shadow?
um because it's projected onto the moon, onto the surface. It's visible with the naked eye
Yeah, but how do you know it's the Earth's shadow that's occluding the moon?
because like I said it's visible with the naked eye. It's just empirically it's right there in front of you.
Well, yeah,
When
if I see the sun move across the sky, I could say that it's a giant firefly. And if you ask me how I know it's a giant firefly, I could say because I see a giant firefly. That doesn't prove that it's a giant firefly. So how do you know that it's
yeah.
Earth's
But then I could just say
shadow
that's an
being cast
absurd
on the moon?
claim because we're talking about the
Yeah, I can
sun.
also say that the Earth's shadow on the moon is an absurd claim.
Why?
How do you know?
Because it's an empirical fact.
How is it fact? That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that it's the Earth's shadow being cast on the
Because
moon?
it's an observable phenomenon.
You're just seeing the moon being occluded. Even if it's not being occluded, you're just seeing parts of it missing. How do you know it's
That's
because of the
what
Earth?
a lunar eclipse is by definition.
Yes, I know what it is, but you're saying that it's because of the Earth's shadow. How do you know it's the
That's
Earth's
what it
shadow?
is by
Because if I say
definition.
that the sun is a giant firefly, I
That
just
doesn't
say
make
that it's a
sense.
giant firefly because I say it's a giant firefly.
That's
If you ask me
nonsensical.
for proof and then I just say because it is, it's the definition of the sun. It's a giant firefly.
But the
That's
sun
literally
isn't a
what you're
giant
doing.
firefly, it's a star.
You don't know that. Well, I know it's not gas. Same reason it's not a gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure
Okay,
because of
what is
entropy.
it?
I don't know. It's a light in the sky. I will gladly tell you that I don't know something, right? I just
Okay.
know that it's not
Then it sounds
gas
like you don't
adjacent to an
really
area of lower
know very
pressure.
many things.
Correct. I don't know a lot of things, and I will gladly admit that. Like, I don't know how to
Then
sew
why
very
should I
well
care about your opinions?
because we can test the things that I say, right? Like, if the Earth is curving away at 8 inches per mile squared, according to the radius value that they've given us, 3959, you can test that yourself.
Okay.
And also with gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, you can actually test that yourself.
Okay. Why should I trust you at all? You think that the sun is a firefly.
I'm
That's what you
asking you
just
not
said.
to trust me. I'm asking you not to trust me. I want you to do these things for yourself. I'm telling you
Okay.
right now, for the record, there's 2 YouTube bots in here. Do not trust me. Please. I'm like begging you not to trust me. I want you to do these things for yourself to see for yourself that the earth is not curving and outer space is fake.
Yeah. That sounds
They're
retarded.
recording me at 10:12
If
p.m.
outer space is fake,
Pacific
we have no
time.
reason to have an atmosphere. Thus, everything you've just argued for the last, like
You
I said,
can
last
have
45
gas.
minutes is pointless. Thus, your
The
theoretical
only thing
science
that's
is
capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient or gas pressure adjacent to an area of lower pressure would be something physical. That's proven through the scientific method. The mainstream claim of gravity pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure has never been proven. If you want to be the
What
first,
could I
like, be my
what could I
guest,
show
please.
you? What could I show you that could change your mind?
Well, for Earth curve measurements, it would be drop over distance at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, proving a curving surface, right? Like, for example, if we were to take 2 rulers on top of a basketball, it'd be something similar to that, right? At every centimeter, after you place the ruler top of the basketball, you will see that it drops a certain amount. You need something similar to that to prove that the Earth is curving at the rate that it's supposed to, with a radius of 3959 miles. For gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, you need an experiment proving that gravity is capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That's it. Just use the scientific method and measurements.
And you don't think people have already done that?
That's what I'm asking for. Where is it? Because so far,
Did you
through
try
all
to
of
go
recorded
search for
history,
it
when we measure
yourself?
the Earth is measured flat. Curve is calculated after the fact and corrected for. Second, gravity has never been proven to be capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. If there is an experiment proving that, can you please show me? And
If
I'm not
that's what
asking
you
for
want to
you to do it
believe,
yourself,
then
right? I'm
that's
asking for you
fine.
to just cite somebody that's ever done it. Just one person. I'm just asking for one measurement or one experiment. Because so far, every single time we get a globe in here, they say that they have thousands of experiments proving that outer space is real and thousands of measurements. I'm just asking for one.
Okay. If I could give you empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere, would you accept that?
Yes, if it's a measurement of drop over distance proving a curving surface.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna upload it in the chat. I want you to read it, okay? But I know you won't because all you want to do is sit here and play
No, I've been
games.
waiting for I've been a flat earther for 2 years now. I'm still waiting for
Can you
one.
read what's in the chat? Can you read the title of what I just put in the chat?
Yes.
What does it say?
Okay, the roughly spherical shape of Earth can be empirically
No,
evidenced
just
by
read
many
the
different types of
title.
observation.
What
Empirical
does it
evidence for the
say?
spherical shape of Earth.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
Well, that's why I need to continue reading, right?
What? No, I'm just asking, what do
To see
those
what they did.
words mean to you? What does empirical evidence mean?
Well, I would hope that it's something true, right? That comports with reality.
No, empirical evidence is not just true or something that comports with reality. It's something that's observable, okay? Observable from
Yeah,
experience.
perfect. Perfect. Awesome.
Now,
So let me
what's the next
continue
part?
reading.
What is this spherical shape
Okay.
of the Earth? What does that mean?
That the Earth would be a sphere with these supposed evidences, right? So that's what
Okay.
I need to
I just
continue
want to be
reading
sure
for.
that you comprehend what we're reading here. Now, can you go
Yes,
ahead and read that for me?
of course. I would be glad to. The roughly
Okay.
spherical shape of the Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation, ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. The spherical shape causes a number of effects and phenomena that, when combined, disproves flat Earth beliefs. These include visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface, lunar eclipses, appearance of the moon, observations of the sky from a certain altitude, observation of certain fixed stars from different locations, observing the sun, surface navigation, grid distortion on a spherical surface, weather systems, gravity, and modern technology. Which one do you
What
want to
does
go over
that
first?
mean? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
All of
Well,
that, what does that mean to you? How do you
well,
interpret those words?
Mark, maybe
Well,
what you should do
that's
is
what I
open
want to
up the
go over.
document. Yeah, maybe you should open the document, Mark, and go through the individual evidences that have been proposed here one at a time.
Okay. Let's go
Oh
to
yeah, so the
modern
first one that was listed.
technology. Let's go to modern technology. Can
Yeah,
you
sure. Let's
read
do modern
modern
technology.
Can you read just from the modern technology paragraph?
Of course, observations of Foucault's pendulum, popular in science museums around the world, demonstrate both that the world is spherical and that it rotates. So now I'm going to ask you, how does it demonstrate?
Keep reading. Just keep reading. A pendulum is very primitive kind of technology, but keep reading.
Okay, the mathematics of navigation using global positioning system GPS satellites assumes that they are moving in known orbits around approximately a spherical surface. The accuracy of GPS navigation in determining latitude and longitude, and the way these numbers map onto locations on the ground, show that these assumptions are correct. The same is true for the operational, GLONASS system run by Russia in the development, European Galileo, and Chinese Beidou, and the Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System.
Hey
Let me keep
lads,
going.
just a quick
What's
one.
up,
Do
dude?
Yeah,
pendulums
just keep
Okay,
operate?
going.
reading.
Just
Hey
read the
Mark, hold up a
paragraph.
sec. Hey lads, do pendulums operate correctly on a moving surface?
No.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
I think he wanted to skip over the pendulums. He wanted to go into GPS. Is that
What
what you
about
want to do?
satellites? Let's talk about the satellites. Keep reading.
Okay, so what about the satellites? Are you gonna have any input here? Or you just want me to just keep reading?
Why don't you just keep reading and let's talk about it.
Mark seems to think that you reading this out is proof of curvature. There's no measured curvature in that article because, Mark, believe it or not, you're not the first person to drop it on us.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the measured
So,
drop over
Mark,
distance, which is
as
yet to be provided.
what he just said about the drop over distance,
Okay, then forget about
that's what
using
we
your
want.
GPS. Then don't ever use GPS again because it's not reliable.
I don't use it now.
Because it assumes that there's a
Mark,
spherical Earth.
you're assuming we all run around with our faces
I'm
buried in
using
a
Matrix. I
GPS
can't
just to
use
walk
it.
around the
I
block.
can't.
We don't do
I can't
that.
with Matrix. So anyways, lads.
So yeah, anyways, Mark, we don't walk around with a
come on,
GPS
man.
in our
Use your
hand.
head.
Mark, listen.
You
What
know
did I
all
just
this
say
stuff
about
is
the GPS?
bullshit. You're just trying to play this game
Mark, what did I just say about the GPS?
where you can essentially logic.
Mark,
It doesn't matter.
start
You told
listening.
Mark it doesn't matter. But I have an iPhone and an Android, and they both know exactly which way I'm facing and exactly where I'm at in my yard right now. So yeah, let's not.
That's great.
Let's pretend like that's some magic voodoo shit that just fucking happens. But go ahead.
What was that?
Well,
you have
that's my
these.
point. That
You
it's
have
not
arbitrary
magic
points.
or voodoo.
You have arbitrary points, right? Plotted with GPS, and then they are applied to a spherical transform.
Correct.
That's literally all it does. It's easy.
It's easy. Oh, so you could have created it.
Just like you could have too, Mark. But just
You could
remember,
have created
what Lat
GPS.
says doesn't really count because you're not interested in what he says.
Can I ask you a question, Lat? Do you hear messages like in TV shows or like broadcasts? Do you
What's that
ever
got to
hear
do with your
messages
evidence to
directed at
prove the
you?
shape of the ground?
Wait, what about the messages? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just asking, like, just generally, do you ever see like secret messages that are given to you?
Why would he see that, you clown shoes?
Like maybe
Bro, what?
someone on the
See,
television is
how would I see a secret message?
like, or hear something that you interpret as being a
Mark,
secret
what's this
message
got to do
you?
with the shape of the ground?
If the message is not meant for
I'm a
me,
visual
right? It's
person,
kind of
so
like
I just
a.
wish you guys would pick a shape of the ground that's supposed to be flat.
Well, we don't claim a shape. We're just describing the surface.
Right. You did claim a magic barrier, though, between us
No,
and nothing.
it's an
I
antecedent
didn't.
relationship, Mr. Bojangles. You
Okay.
globers
The atmosphere?
need
I
containment.
started off asking
Hey,
about the
Bojangles,
atmosphere.
your
What is the atmosphere?
globers,
What is it?
you globers are the ones that need containment in order to validate your space, not us. We're not the ones running around going, hey, space this, space
Okay,
that,
so
and all this other
anyways,
sky
Lats,
bullshit.
do you ever
Okay, you've got me
potentially-
muted. I'm just going to sort that little problem right out. Mark, you can turn me back up right now. So yeah, Mr. Bojangles, you guys are the ones that need containment, or we've all got problems.
What I seen was Latz stating what he required, and Mr. Mark here provided, I wouldn't call it a citation, it's he's just hurled the whole thing at us, yeah. None of it actually shows anything that Latz asked for. There is no actual measured drop over distance anywhere in this document.
There are literally
Nope.
images of a ship going over the
There's
horizon.
literally no measurements, Mark.
There's
like
literally
AJ
no
just said.
measurements, yeah. And then we've got all these other observations in here that
How would you
require a
measure?
flat Earth, something such as an angle measurement to the sun, or the angle measurements by supposed Eratosthenes. Surface navigation again.
So you know that objects disappearing bottom up is not exclusive on a curving surface, yeah? I'm sure you've been in here long enough to know that. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
I'm bringing it up because it's intuitively reasonable to assume that it goes over a curve.
Okay, that's
Not
that's
only
fine,
that,
but we can
I brought
actually
up an
check,
even
right?
more
So
intuitive example that you didn't really address, which is that we see the curve actually during a lunar eclipse. We see
No,
it
we
for
don't.
for ourselves
No,
with
we
our
No,
eyes.
don't.
we
you're
don't. We
looking
do not
at
see the curve of the Earth during a lunar eclipse.
You can literally see
You see a
the
dark
shadow
pattern
of the
on the
Earth on
moon,
the
and the
moon, and it
assumption
is
from you,
curved.
Mark, you see a dark shadow on the moon, and the assumption from your behalf is you believe it's caused from the Earth. That's what you believe.
Yeah, so maybe Mark can then explain the Salnelian eclipse, which is again a lunar eclipse that
Mark.
doesn't appear to have anything to do with the Earth.
Which direction are you looking during a lunar eclipse?
Which direction are you looking?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll just answer it for you. Then you're looking up, right? Which is not the Earth, because the Earth would be down, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so how is it that you're observing Earth curve when you're looking away from the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an ingenious response. I never thought about that actually. You're looking up, you're not looking down.
Yeah,
So
correct. You're
what
looking
is it
away from
then?
the Earth. You're the one that just said that you were observing Earth curve when you're not looking at the Earth. To observe the Earth curving, you'd have to be looking which direction?
At the Earth, Mark, you can do it.
You think you could see the curve of the Earth with the naked eye?
Well, yeah. Well, you can
That's
measure it, right?
retarded. That's where the mental retardation factor comes into
Oh,
play.
wait. So what is the boat disappearing over again?
Let's take this notion that we could possibly see.
Wait, hold on,
And
real quick. What
listen
is
to
the
the
boat
back pedal,
disappearing over
lads.
again?
Wait for the back pedal, lads.
Yeah, so anyways, let's take
There
the
it is.
Wait,
notion that
what
we
is
could
the boat?
possibly see.
What is
Hold
the
on, I
boat
have to turn you
disappearing
down.
over?
The notion that we could possibly see
What
the
is the
Earth's
boat
curvature is
disappearing over?
mental retardation. I'm sorry to tell you.
Mark, what is the boat disappearing over?
Like, that is retarded.
What is the boat disappearing over in your paradigm?
I'm gonna go ahead and turn you back on.
What is the boat disappearing over in your paradigm?
My paradigm. I don't have a
Yes.
paradigm.
What is the boat disappearing over? Are you afraid to answer? Like, what's going on here?
No, no. I'm
Is it not
just kind of done
curve?
with the conversation.
Okay, so in your paradigm, the answer would be curve. Yet you're saying that you cannot see curve, yet it's disappearing over a curve that you can supposedly see. Can you not see how that's contradictory?
I said with the
Does
naked
that not
eye.
bother you? Yes, that is with your naked eye. Can you not see boats disappearing bottom up in your paradigm with the curve?
Yeah, that's a good one. No one's ever said that before.
Okay, are you going to answer anything or are you just going to. Hello? Earth's too big to see curve, yet boats are disappearing bottom up with the naked eye. Like, that's very contradictory. I'm sure you could see that yourself,
There's no
yes.
point in debating someone who belongs in a mental institution.
Says the one that just made a contradictory statement.
He's done, lads. You
Okay,
cooked him.
then I contradict myself.
Well, you did.
He,
Did you
he's
not?
going into sook mode because he's realised he's stuffed up.
I mean,
Go
I
and get an
wouldn't
ice
want to.
cream, Mark. You'll be
Anyways,
right.
I wouldn't
it
want to
sounds
debate
like
me either, but I'm just curious
you
why you
wouldn't want to
contradicted
debate
yourself.
yourself. Oh, you're like a really strong debater?
I wouldn't put myself at the top, but I'm like, I'm decent.
Who's at the
I can
top?
point out somebody's contradictions. Oh,
Okay.
Matrix. Matrix is pretty good.
Matrix is not
AJ is
good at
pretty
debate.
good. Effie Batman's pretty good. AG's in here pretty good.
I have to tell you,
DJ, Cyclone, Jedi,
the entire
Indio, they're
concept
all
of
good.
debate is a facet of mental retardation.
So that's why
Okay,
you're in
This
here
so
trying
cursed
to
you
debate
practice
us.
itself should be undermined.
so
Seriously
can you
engaging with you
explain
people
to
is
me
stupid.
so can
You've
you
cooked
explain to me
yourself,
then
Mark.
why you
He's
just
talking.
contradicted
Hey,
yourself?
lads, he's talking about debating, but yet he's in here
Because I
trying
can
to
do what I
debate
want,
us.
even
Yeah,
if
no,
that means contradicting myself.
he wants to talk about meta after he contradicted himself, yeah.
You probably have to take the L,
Um,
Mark, and come back tomorrow.
yeah, I wouldn't mind you coming back tomorrow or a different day. Because as of right now, I'm just gonna keep asking you why you're saying that it's too big to see a curve, yet you can see boats disappearing over a dot dot dot.
What is it? Why do we
Well, I'm
see a
waiting for you to
horizon?
answer.
And wait,
I'm
why
waiting
do
for you
we
to answer.
even
What is the
see a
boat disappearing
horizon?
over? What is the boat disappearing over?
The horizon.
What is the horizon?
The limit at which you can see.
Caused by?
I don't know. I don't know what the cause is.
Would that not be Earth curve? Where it
Not
drops away
necessarily, no.
from your
You think the
observer height?
horizon is the same as the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so what is the boat disappearing over?
The horizon, I just told you. You're literally going in circles.
Yes, I have to go in circles because you're not giving me a straight answer. Like, you want to keep just tiptoeing away from the answer because you don't want to be proven to be contradicting yourself. Like, you yourself, you know that these are recorded. You know this. I can
I
just go
don't
back and
care.
pull it up.
No one
Yes, I
views
know you
these.
don't
They
care.
get like
Otherwise,
Oh,
you wouldn't
yes, he
100
be
views
does.
speaking in
on
here.
YouTube.
That's why he's
Like
sucking.
literally no one watches
He's
the
sucking.
recordings. No one cares because
Yeah,
everyone agrees that the earth is round.
who cares? If everybody said you were a girl, does that make it true?
Yes.
Oh my good. Okay. Yeah, just come back tomorrow, bro.
Okay,
Come on, dude.
contradict what I said.
Yes, if everybody told me that I was a girl, that does not make it true. Just like if somebody pointed at a tree and everybody said that that tree was a dog, that does not make it true. Because we have a definition of a dog and we have a definition of a tree. Just like we have a definition of a boy, we have a definition of a girl. So if everybody said that a tree was a dog, that can be incorrect. Yes?
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, that
sure.
would contradict the law of identity, right? Because we have
Oh, the
definitions for
law of
these words.
identity.
Yes,
And
we
what's
have definitions of
identity
words.
again? Yeah.
It's what something is. Definitions of a word.
And does something change over time or does its identity persist?
Yes. So if we have a tree will be a
Yes? It
tree,
can't be
and a dog
both.
is a tree, right? A dog is a tree to you?
That's
Can a dog be a tree?
ridiculous. Yes.
How so?
Because anything in this kind of logic can be anything at all. In your worldview, anything can mean anything.
What?
Because it's a
Okay, so the
schizophrenic
Earth.
worldview.
Okay, so Earth can be flat then, right?
In your worldview, yes, because it appears to you as flat. But
No,
in
it's
this kind
measured
of
as flat.
logic,
It's measured as flat.
anything, yeah, that's what
Something
you
can
say.
appear to me
That's
to
what you
be
say to cope
squiggly, right?
with
Like
the
the
fact that you
horizon
don't
could be
understand.
squiggly. The horizon could be zigzaggy. It could be a double helix for all I care, right?
It
We could
could
see
be
it as
anything
curved.
for you.
But how do we know what it actually is for both of us?
You don't know
Because if I
because
see
you
the
don't know
horizon as
things in
double
themselves.
helix
Let
and you
me
see it as
ask you a
curving, how do we know
question.
which one's correct?
Do you think you can know the noumenon?
No, a noumenon?
Do you think you can know the noumenon?
I don't even know what you're saying, dude. I'll be
Bro,
so
what are you
real with
talking
you right
about,
now.
man?
Are you a phenomenologist?
You're not either, Mark, so stop asking big worded questions before you confuse yourself again.
Have
Go back to your boats over the
Lats,
horizon.
are you still
Tell us
there,
about
buddy?
that. See, look at Mark. He just realised he
still
got his
there?
ass handed to him 9 ways from Sunday, so now he wants to discuss everything but the shape of the ground.
Is that true, Mark?
Is what true?
That you don't want to talk about the Earth anymore?
Let's
Are
talk
you
about
done?
how we know things are
After
true.
you
That's where
contradicted
we ended
yourself?
up. That's where we ended up in
Well,
this
okay, are
discussion.
measurements a
Because
good way to tell
we
if
are
something's
not going
true or
to
not?
convince each other. We're not going to convince each other either way,
Well,
it
I'm not
sounds
trying to
like.
convince you. You have to convince yourself. That's why I've been telling you not to believe me. That's why I want you to do it on your own.
You didn't really
I've
answer
been
my
telling
question,
you since
though.
the beginning of the conversation to not believe me.
Why didn't you answer my question?
Which question?
Do you believe you can know the noumena
I already
or the
told you I don't know what
noumenon?
that is. I told you I don't know what that is.
Okay.
This is my
Have
third
you
time
read
telling you I don't know what that is.
Have you read Immanuel Kant?
If it's related to your noumenon, then I'm going to say no. Because I don't know what that is. The fourth time telling you.
Okay. Have you read Leibniz?
If it's related to the previous thing that you just said, then no.
Have you read Isaac Newton, the Principia Mathematica?
No. What does it say?
You've never read those. Okay.
Well, yeah, educate me. What does it say?
Let's go back a little further. Have you read Plato?
Wait, can you tell me what it says?
Have
Can
you
you give
read
me like
You
a?
guys think
Aristotle?
we could recreate Pangea using tectonic
I'm asking
manipulation?
you to tell me what it says. Can you educate me, please?
You want me to recite the books for you?
Yeah, can you give me like a summary of it? Like, what does it say? Since you read the entirety.
Of what?
He's had enough
You're
time
not
to
being very
Google it.
specific.
Come on, Mark, stop making claims. They're just hollow. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's making us sick.
Yeah, we can't recreate Pangea using tectonic manipulation. It doesn't work.
You're Mary, not Mark. Slightly different.
Yeah, anyways. Yo, what's
Yeah,
up, Mary
anyways,
Lou
Mark.
Maloney?
Yeah, Mark.
What's up?
How about, Mary, just
Do you
hold on for a
believe the Earth
second.
is flat?
Mark, how about, Mark, you were just called out on something and then you've just backpedaled again. Stop being a slimy little weasel. I know you're coping over the ships going over the horizon because you said that there wasn't one. But you dragging yourself around, you know when dogs have got worms and they drag their ass on the ground? That's you at the moment. And you're just clutching at everything to make the worms feel better. So seriously, Mark, he's just called you out and asked you about your Mathematica Principia, and you've just jumped to something else. Because all of a sudden you've realised you probably haven't read it yourself. So stop making just these dumb claims, dude.
All right then. Well, that was fun.
Hey, so anyways, Lats, have you read Plato?
No, go ahead and tell me about it.
No. Have you read Aristotle?
So that's another
No,
no
go ahead
from
and tell
Mark.
me about it.
You should try to educate yourself. It's
Sounds
not
like
my
Can you
Mark
tell
job
me
to
should
about it?
too.
educate you. Like
Can
I
you
said,
educate me on it? Can you tell me about it?
no. Like I just said, it's not my job to
Okay.
educate you.
Okay, so why are you asking me about it then?
Because I'm trying to understand how stupid you are.
Says the person that
Well,
just contradicted themselves about 7 minutes ago, yeah.
so maybe we should talk about the Principia and Newton's idea of gravity that was
Principia.
superseded.
Principia. Not Principia.
Principia,
You
whatever.
dumb fuck.
Maybe we can talk about that. Yeah, and Newton's idea of gravity.
Okay,
Yeah,
have
go
you
ahead,
read
Mark.
the Principia?
Well, I'm still waiting. You're the one that's claiming it. You brought it up. So can you tell
I'm
us
not
about it?
talking to you.
Well, can you tell us about it? I'm still here. You're the one that brought it up to me. Asked me about it. So can you tell me about it?
It's not my job to educate you.
Okay, so why did you even bring it up? If you didn't want to talk about something and you brought it up, what relevance does it have then in this topic?
Hey, Lats, one thing I do want to talk about. Do you ever hear voices that aren't there?
No.
You don't? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark does. He has trouble sleeping because he hears my voice all the time.
You seem like you would.
He's probably going to start hearing mine pretty soon too.
Well, I often hear the voices of people who aren't all there, such as yourself.
Right. Right.
Right.
AJ, aren't you probably like a father? Don't you like probably have kids that you should be taking care of instead of worrying about this?
Well, he can do whatever he wants. He has free will, just
Okay.
like you do.
Okay,
You sit
Unc.
in here as a Glober every day, right?
Mark's mom, it's getting late. Mark needs to go to bed.
I'm not a Glober. I'm just a healthy skeptic.
Okay.
So
Sure,
attacking
dude.
people instead of talking about the subject. That speaks volumes about your character, Mark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean it's typical for Mark because he can't argue for the Globe, so I don't blame him. I would be doing the same thing if I was in his shoes.
Hmm. Yeah. No, you got me. I think you're actually right. The Earth is flat.
Well,
Do
I
you know
don't
how
want to be. I'm
stupid
telling
that
you not
sounds
to
to an
believe me.
ordinary person when
Oh,
you're
well, I
not
don't
on
care how
your
it
like
sounds. It's just like
Discord
if you were to tell
server?
somebody, right? Like if you were actually a girl, but you look like a dude, like it'd be kind of stupid to tell somebody that you're a girl, right? But you can actually prove if you were one, right? So it doesn't matter how stupid something sounds. If you can actually have proof for it, there you go.
You just
Pretty
sound so
easy.
stupid right now.
That's
But
okay.
what
It
if
doesn't
you were
matter
actually a
how
girl when you're
perceived.
actually a guy? And what if you only looked like a girl and you're
Yeah,
actually
I'm pointing
a
out
dude and
how
there's a way to
stupid your
prove it?
arguments are because you're appealing to authority, consensus, right? Using all these fallacious arguments, and I'm just reversing them,
You're
giving something that's
using
analogous
fallacious
to you.
arguments to try to prove that the earth is a globe when everyone knows that it's flat.
Well, everybody doesn't know that it's flat.
I know.
I'm telling you not to
I
believe
know.
me
And
for the
you
sixth
guys,
time.
what you should do, you should start campaigning in the streets. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. See how far you go.
For what? We're just gonna get
The
people
earth
like
is
you.
flat. You guys should be college professors, obviously, because you've discovered the scientific fact about the world that no one else knows.
It's
They
not
don't want you to
scientific,
know.
numbnuts.
You guys are really
Category
the
error.
scientists here.
Do you still believe this is a scientific endeavor, Mark?
Damn, you're. Forget about Isaac Newton.
Yes or no,
Lance,
Mark?
you're a
Mark?
genius.
Do you still believe this is a scientific endeavor? Yes or no?
He
Marky
probably
Mark?
has you muted.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. You might want to inform him to fix that.
Hey, Mark, you gotta unmute Matrix if you haven't muted, brother.
I've been listening to Matrix the entire time.
Can you
He's
respond
a
to him,
delight.
please? He's asking you a direct question.
No.
You keep asking us questions all the time. We've been polite
Matrix is
enough
too
and
high
cordial
IQ
enough
for me. He's too high
to
IQ. I
answer your
simply can't
questions.
deal with Yeah, I
Can you at
can't
least
deal
be
with his
cordial and
facts
polite
and
enough
logic.
to answer our questions back to you, please?
Dude, Matrix, when Matrix talks to me, he's like a Jedi that slices through my arguments with his
No, I'm not
lightsaber
Jedi.
of
That's another
truth.
dude.
He's like a samurai, well practiced and
Yeah, I mean,
patient,
I agree with you.
always
Matrix is very
striking.
good. Can you
I
at least be
know.
polite
He's
enough
a
to
master
answer his
debater.
questions since I've been polite enough to answer your questions?
No, I can't deal with his facts and logic. They're too
Well, yeah, I know,
powerful
but
for
can you at
me.
least attempt to?
Nope. No, I'm sorry.
So, no,
You
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 don't think
literally
this is a
asked.
scientific endeavor. I'll take that. So, what did you just say it a couple of minutes ago?
Dude, when he speaks, it's just like it's like transcending. It's like I don't even know what to say. You got me, dude. Yo, what's up, Cube?
What's up, dude? There's like gay kissing in chat.
And your little boyfriend Mark just got himself banned.
What?
Was that Mark's boyfriend?
What?
Your boyfriend that's posting up two dudes kissing in the side chat. That's your boyfriend? He seemed to
No.
know you pretty well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, okay. Just like how you claim that you can't see curves, yet boats disappear over a
Yeah, I don't know,
something
man.
that you can't see, I guess. Okay. Okay, well, that's fine. Anyway, you have something else for globe measurements?
I just don't think there's anything I could show you or do or
Oh
say
my
that would
goodness.
convince you otherwise.
Drop over distance measurements, proving a curving
Do you want
surface.
like a mathematical proof or something?
No, that would be calculations. I want measurements, incremental measurements over distance, dropping, right? Just like I told you, like if you were to have two rulers on top of a basketball, every centimeter or every inch, whatever measurement that you want to use, away from where the ruler is touching the basketball, you can measure a physical drop with distance, proving a curving surface. Because if I see a squiggly horizon, you see a curving one, T-Dub could see a zigzaggedy one, Lao Tzu could see a double helix horizon, how do we know who's correct?
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to measure the floor.
You're gonna measure the floor?
Yes.
Dude, what?
And the next question I'm going to ask you is, how is the floor measured?
Yeah. So anyways, let's go
Yeah,
back to
it's
this
measured
idea that
flat,
we
isn't
can't
it? I know
that
you
the
want to
ship's
sidestep
argument
away
is
from
wrong.
this. Yes, like I had stated earlier, about 15 minutes ago, that bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface.
So your basic argument is that we can't see the curvature, and that when I claim that we can see ships go over the horizon, go over the curve, that's a contradiction.
Yes, because you're saying that you can see the boats disappearing over a curve, yet the Earth is too big to do what? See
See the
curve.
curve, right? But in the first statement, the word
Okay,
curvature
so do you
refers
not
to.
see how that
Are you
is
gonna let me respond?
contradictory?
Yeah, but you're
Yeah, I'm asking you a
equivocating
question
about.
about the thing you just said to me.
Yes, but you're equivocating. In the first statement, the word curvature refers to the curvature of the horizon due to Earth's spherical shape.
What
In the
is
second
the
case,
horizon is on the
when we
Earth.
talk about the ships, we refer to the effect of the Earth's curved surface. Earth is too
Okay,
big for
so
us to see the curvature on the
you are
horizon,
seeing
but we
you're
can see
seeing a
ships go
physical
over the
curve.
horizon due to the curvature of the Earth's surface.
So you're seeing a physical curve, yet the Earth is too
Cannot
big
be
to
seen
see.
on the horizon.
Okay, so that would be a physical curve that the
Yeah, it
boats are
can't be
disappearing
seen.
over in your
It's too
paradigm.
big to see.
But you're
No,
seeing
what
boats disappear over what?
they go over due
That
to
is
the
something
horizon, due to the
contradictory, which
curve.
would be Earth curve.
No,
So
it's
it's too
you're
big to see
equivocating.
curve, yet you're seeing boats disappear over a curve.
Okay, so
That is
explain to me why you see a
contradictory.
ship go mast. Why the last thing that you see is the ship's mast.
Yes, you can see bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface as well. Would you like to see proof in the side chat?
Sure. Sure,
Okay,
man.
so you can see at 24 minutes after the hour, Matrix had posted something up for you. I will also post up a video of my own in the side chat for you. Even though you're probably not going to watch it.
Is it a YouTube video?
Yes.
Oh my god. Are you
Oh, where do you find
okay?
NASA lives at?
Post
Where do
your
you find live
YouTube
streams of the
videos,
Earth?
man.
Hello?
You have a
Where do you
YouTube
find NASA live
brain.
streams at?
Dude, you have YouTube brain.
Yeah, where do you find NASA live streams from outer space?
You can find them on anywhere on the internet.
Okay, so where do you find NASA live streams?
I
Does
don't
NASA
I
post
don't
on
go
YouTube?
around finding NASA live streams or
Okay,
something.
does NASA post on YouTube? Do
Sure. So
professors
what?
post on YouTube?
So what?
Okay,
It's
so
still
just because
fucking
something's from
YouTube.
YouTube doesn't make it wrong, right? Because if somebody on YouTube, if a kindergarten dropout homeless guy was to post on YouTube that the Earth is a globe, can he be right?
Oh my god. You're not really getting it. It's like the point
Yes,
is
yes,
flying
yes
over
or
your
no?
head.
You're
The point is
appealing
that you have
to
a
credentials
YouTube
again.
brain. The point is that you have brain poison from YouTube.
Does that make sense to you? I'm going to ask you again. If a kindergarten homeless guy, right, dropout, was to
No,
post a
that would
video on
not be
YouTube
a
saying
very
that the
reputable
Earth is
source.
a globe,
That would not be a very reputable source at
can he
all.
be right? Can he be right?
He could be right, but he's not a reputable
Okay,
source.
then, so we're looking at the content that is provided,
No,
not
no, no.
the
But what we
person
should be looking at
providing
is
the content, right?
the form of the argument, not the content of the argument. We could make
Okay,
arguments
so
for all
if
kinds of things that are valid and sound, but the content is untrue.
okay, so hear me out. If there's a 3-second video of a kindergarten dropout homeless guy posting up a video saying that the Earth is a globe, is he right or wrong?
A sound argument
Jesus
is a true
Christ.
argument. An invalid argument is an unsound argument.
Can you tell me, is that a reputable source?
I'm just asking if he's right or wrong. It doesn't matter where the information came
I
from. If the
don't know
information
if
is
he's
correct,
right
it's
or wrong.
correct.
Let me ask you,
Well,
is
is
he
the
a
Earth a
reputable
globe to
source? You
you?
just said he's a kindergarten dropout posting on YouTube. Is he a
Yes.
reputable
So if
source?
he says that the Earth is a globe, is he right or wrong?
I don't know.
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't know.
You don't know. Yet you're pushing that the boats are disappearing over a what?
Over the horizon, which is clearly
Which
visible.
is which is what? You said it was a physical.
When did I say anything about
You said it
physical or
was curve.
non-physical?
You said it was curve. Earth curve. So you're saying that you don't know that it's curve anymore.
No, I told you I'm a
Are you
healthy
just
skeptic. Okay, I'm just trying
So you're
to
just
look. I'm
you're
just
just
calling
claiming
balls
things
and
that you don't
strikes
know the
here.
answer to anymore.
It's getting quite late. Can you just answer my question? Is a kindergarten dropout who posts on YouTube, is that a reputable source?
Like I said before, it does not matter where the information come from. We're looking at the
It
information
does not matter where the
itself.
information come from.
Reputable
That is correct.
is subjective.
Because a crackhead down the street could
Right.
tell me,
But
right,
is a crackhead
that
reputable?
this milk that he's about to give me is
Yeah, but
expired, right? Can he be
whether or
right?
not an argument is reputable, why would you ever listen to a crackhead?
A crackhead could be
Because he could
reputable.
also be right.
Yeah, but you would never listen
Because
to a crackhead because
Reputable
he's
is
if
a
I'm about to
subjective,
crackhead.
bro.
drink, if I'm drinking some, like a gallon of milk outside of a 7-Eleven and a crackhead tells me, hey, that milk's about to expire,
Okay.
can he be
Would
right?
you rather listen to a crackhead or a
It doesn't
scientist?
matter where the information comes from. I just
Okay, then
told you
you're
that. He
retarded.
can be
Scientists
You're
can
right.
just
be a
retarded.
crackhead. Hey, scientists can be a crackhead.
You're retarded. You don't know whether or not you should listen
No,
to a
you're
scientist or a
retarded.
crackhead.
You're talking about subjective things, and Lats here is trying to
Oh
talk
no
about
no no!
objective
You don't know whether or not to listen
things.
to a crackhead or a fucking scientist, dude. Like your
Are you
your
saying a
logic is
scientist can't be a
totally
crackhead?
wrong.
Are you saying a scientist can't be a crackhead?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure your mom's not a scientist,
That's
but
what
if
I
she told
thought.
you to look both ways before crossing the street, you're still gonna listen to her, right?
Dude, you lost me when you said that you wouldn't listen to the scientist over the crackhead. When you said,
I
"Oh,
never
and
said
it's
that.
about the
I'm gonna look
content."
at the
Dude, you have
information
no
provided
idea
by both.
what you're talking about.
I'm gonna look at the information provided by both. Because we have documents of doctors saying that cigarettes were good for you. So it doesn't matter if they have a PhD, right? They can give you wrong information. Oh, he dipped, of course. And he didn't even look at the video I posted up. Lao Tzu posted up one too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Sky Free. That's my boy. Oh, man. I was supposed to go to sleep for work, but man, I couldn't. Oh, well. Guess I'm pulling an all-nighter. What you got, Talon? You got anything for us?
I'm playing Diablo 4 right now.
Oh, no, don't worry
What was
about
that
it
one
then.
guy
It's
talking
alright. You
about
can play
again?
Diablo 4.
That was just a Splurgen Glober. He's just Splurgen. Just couldn't handle it.
No, you're good, dude. He just
Pretty
contradicted
burnt out on
himself.
that.
Just believe
It's
in
alright.
the Earth is flat.
No, it's measured flat.
So I like that whole ruler across the Earth direct measurement thing. Like, how does that find like the shape of the planet though? Like the surface?
We can do it over water, for example, right? Like with a laser. You
Like
just
if let's say
shine
we
it
float.
horizontally.
Okay, so like where would the laser hit? Like let's say we shoot the laser across the lake. Like what are we expecting
Well, it
to
doesn't even
happen?
have to hit anything. Let's just say you just shine it over water. The water should be dropping away from that laser at inches per mile squared, approximately, in accordance with the radius of 3959. And if it's not, you can come up with your own conclusions after that. It's pretty simple.
So, well, what if it is curving?
Well, then, can you measure it?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's that measurement at? Because when we shoot lasers over water, the water's not dropping away from the laser at 8 inches per mile squared.
How many? 18 miles per
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches. Well, do you know how like so like
Yes, it's a parabolic
how do you know that
approximation.
the laser isn't Like, how do you know that the Earth isn't dropping 8 inches over a mile?
Because the laser's firing.
Are you measuring the laser every inch for the entire mile? Like, do you have rulers going from and do you have like 5,280 rulers laid
Here,
out?
check this out. You could do that, or you can shoot a laser like this. Let me see if I can post you up
But what
this
does that
picture. Give
do?
me a
Like, what
second.
is like 8 inches over a mile
That
isn't a
would be
lot.
a direct measurement of drop over
It's not even a
distance.
whole
So,
foot.
for example, at every mile, you can measure from the laser to the surface of the water, right? And then measure,
How?
oh, it dropped 8 inches here. At the next mile, you're going to say, oh, it dropped even more here. At the next mile, you're going to say, oh, it dropped even more here, even more here, even more here at the next mile, so on and so
Yeah.
forth. That would prove a curving surface. And if it dropped 8 inches per mile, then you'd be like, oh, why is it sloping? Right?
Yeah, well, that's what they figured out, like the inch per mile slope.
Yeah, so that's the direct measurement that
So
we're
inches
looking
per
for.
mile. When you say inches per mile, you understand how like subtle that is, right? 8 inches per mile, like
Yeah,
any amount
inches
of
per mile,
inches.
that would be like your driveway.
I mean, you could say like 50
That's a
inches per
slope.
mile, and it would
We're
still be
looking
like
for
nothing.
per mile squared.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah, it
how
would
much?
be
How
like
slope?
nothing, but it's
See, like, yeah, I
still
was gonna say like
measurable.
So how fast do you think the drop over distance? Like, let's say you're on a scooter, right?
8 inches per mile squared,
And you're
because we're
on a
measuring the
ramp.
Earth.
And you're on a ramp that's sloped 8 inches over the course of an entire mile. How fast do you think like you'd be going? Like, how long do you think that ramp would be? I mean, it's a
Well, if
mile
it's
long
8
ramp.
inches per mile squared, right, you're going to notice a drop at a mile. You can measure it. You start off at
Yeah, but
0,
like
and then at a
that's what I'm
mile,
saying
you can
though.
notice that
If you were
the
on a
ramp would be
ramp,
dropping away for you
mile,
at 8 inches. And you go to the next mile from that same laser, right? You can set that laser up on a tripod,
yeah, 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 and it would
right?
drop 8 inches, and the laser
Yeah.
would be 8 inches lower than the original position.
The problem too with
Yeah, so
this
check this
type of hypothesis or whatever you want to call it is that you're shooting a laser across the ocean, but the water doesn't really make up the earth part of it. Like the ocean is deep,
Well,
so it
if
can't be
the
flat.
ocean is
Level.
over 70% of the Earth's surface, if we measure the water to be flat, then that's a big problem, because when NASA
Measure
shows you
to
a
be flat.
picture
I
of
don't.
the Earth, that blue part is supposed to be curving.
The measure to be flat part is what I can't have a hard time with when you say measure to be flat.
Well, you already told me like 2 days ago that we measure the Earth with polygons.
Correct.
So,
But we found angles
yeah.
for a slope and a drop over distance, not flat.
Well, yeah, there is no drop over distance with those polygons. The Earth curve is calculated after you've measured the Earth flat.
Angular.
But
It's an
anyway,
angular.
we can
But
talk
if the
about this
ocean
picture that I just
is,
posted up in the side chat. In the side chat, I
if the
posted up
ocean,
another laser test that you could do,
There you go.
right?
Do
So,
like
for
if the
example,
ocean, if the
if you
ocean
were to
lowers its
shine a
level,
laser,
doesn't
if
that
you were to
mean
shine a
doesn't that
laser
prove
at the horizon, right, on a curving surface,
it would form a tangent.
for a 6-foot observer, the laser should be at roughly 3 miles away. You can angle the laser up just a little bit so it barely skims off the top of the Earth at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. So what's going to happen is you're going to set that laser up on a tripod, okay? And you're just going to paddle out to where the laser would just barely graze across where the laser would be closest to the horizon from that tripod at a 6-foot observer height. So what you're going to do, you're going to notice that if the Earth is curving, the laser is going to be slowly dropping until you reach
Yeah,
that
but
point where the laser would be closest to the Earth. And then once you pass that point, you're going to notice that the laser is going to be raising in elevation again.
yeah, but lasers only go up
It's
to
more
10
accurate.
miles.
It's actually
Okay, that's
this
fine.
is
That's
what
why I
happens when
said
you
3 miles, right? For 3 miles, because that's a 6-foot observer height. So you're going to set the tripod at 6 feet, angle the laser down at 3 miles to where the laser would be touching the curve of the Earth. So you can actually physically paddle out, right, over water. You can paddle out and watch the laser approach the water. And then once you pass that point where the laser would be closest to the Earth, you're going to notice the laser is going to bend back upwards again because the water would be curving. So you're going to notice this crazy effect happening because the Earth would be curving, right? The laser would be dropping down and then bending back upwards again because the Earth is curving. My picture's a little exaggerated, right? But you can still observe that same effect with a 6-foot observer height laser pointed at
Yeah,
the
but the Earth,
horizon, just
that's way too
above
small.
3
Way off.
miles.
That's way out of scale. That's the incorrect scale.
I understand that. That's why I said it's a little blown up, but it's just to understand
A
the
little.
point.
It's like
But you can perform
completely
this
like
yourself.
deformed.
All you need is a 6-foot observer height, and you can even drop the observer height even more. The curve would be even closer to you if you don't even want to paddle out that far yourself.
But that's too short of a distance, and it's on water.
Why would it be too short? The Earth is curving
You want to do
omnidirectionally at all
you want to do
points,
30
right?
to
The
50
Earth's curve
miles. Because if
with
you wanted like
water.
a really like accurate measurement from like across the surface to get a good angular measurement of like the of 2 positions and then triangulate a third position,
Is the
you want
Earth
to be like
is the
30 to
Earth
50
curving
miles
at
apart.
1 mile?
You want to be like 30 miles apart, not 1 mile, not like
Okay,
5
so
miles.
does
30
the Earth
miles.
not curve within a mile?
Only 8 inches.
Okay, so
2
does the Earth not curve within 2 miles?
Yes, it does. Only
Okay,
16
so does the
inches.
Earth curve within 3 miles?
Only
Wait a sec. Hold up. Pause.
what's 8 times 30?
16 inches.
24. So you're only at 2 feet, and you're already 3 miles apart. And you're at 2 feet of curvature. Feet of curvature.
Okay, so that's where you're going to angle the laser down. That's why I said you're going to notice this
So, like,
crazy effect based on the picture that I posted up in the side chat.
no, but think about the
You're gonna
drop
see
over
the
distance is only
laser
2 feet, and
bending down.
you're trying to measure a 2 foot. Can you hit like a 2 foot target from 3 miles?
That's why you can have somebody out, right, in the water. Because
not-
either one of two things is gonna happen. Either that
No,
laser
but
is gonna appear to bend back upwards because of the curvature of the Earth,
Yeah.
or that laser is just gonna
yeah,
dip
and because the
straight into
curve
the
isn't even
water.
like because like the curve isn't even visible on water for like 10 miles. You got to get to like 11, 12 miles to even get like over the curve. So you're still like
Well,
basically
we're not
like
trying to go over the curve. We're trying to get that laser
like
to
when you're on
skim over the
infinity.
top of the curve.
Because
So
that's the
like
thing
I
about the
said,
drop
either
over
one of two
distance
things is
that you're
gonna
both
happen. Either
there's
that
no
laser
there's
is
no such
going to
thing
go
as up,
straight into the water,
dude.
or that laser is going to bend back
Dude,
upwards
you know
again
that
because of the curvature of the Earth.
up is a concept, Lats. It's not real. We made it up. We made up. Up is literally made up.
What? Curvature of the Earth is made up?
No, up. The concept of up is a concept. It's not real.
I
There's no
understand.
such
That's why I said it's going to appear to bend upwards because of the curvature of the Earth. I'm not saying it's physically bending upwards. I'm just saying it's going to appear like it's bending upwards.
Yeah, but you're always on top of a curve.
That's why the person from the other side, right? Like if you have somebody based on the picture at 3 miles away from the laser that's at 6 miles, you can have them be like pointing that water directly or pointing the laser directly into the water and say, hey, raise that laser up just a smidge, like 0.5 degrees. And then if that laser doesn't start bending upwards for that person at the horizon for that tripod, that's an issue for the globe. If that laser continues to hit the water, that's an issue.
Why is it an issue?
Because it's showing that it's not curving.
Why would it show that it's curving?
Because if you keep continuing to point that laser downwards, and it's gonna keep hitting the water. Because if you notice for that person standing on the curved surface that I had put on that little paint right there.
Well, it's also going to refract and it's going to curve in the refracted atmosphere.
Can we just make sure that you understand 8 inches per mile squared?
You understand like the depth of 8 inches over a mile?
I'll put some pictures in the side chat that show the curvature.
No, it's just that you said over 2 miles, that would be 16 inches.
Is that even right? I don't even know. That's like, because that gets to math, so.
Just real quick, me and
It'll
Lao-Tzu
be 8
posted up at
inches over the
51
second
minutes.
mile.
At 51 minutes after the hour, we posted up some videos where bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface, so you can watch those if you'd like. Anyway, go ahead, continue telling.
Yeah, only being 300 feet away from something and then being against the ground is just deliberately getting well, it's fine. At least you guys did like update your remote control boat video. I do like that. I appreciate that very much.
I mean, I'm looking at all these pictures online of
Well,
like
the thing about this,
ships
okay, so even with this,
disappearing
like,
over the horizon. So I'm not sure
so the problem
what's
with like,
you prove.
Oh, that's also
Wait a minute.
explained by the globe
Wait a
side
minute.
without the curvature. So the
So-
globe side themselves have
Hold on.
another explanation for bottom-up obstruction, which doesn't involve
Yeah,
curvature
but
at all.
dude, the boat, you can see the boat the whole time. You can, dude, the whole video, you can see the boat. The boat's not obstructed, my friend. That's the problem with these RC boat videos. You say like, oh, you can see bottom of obstruction, but then the boat never gets obstructed because it's not. It's only like 20 feet away.
Okay, you
You're
can
not
watch
like
my
gonna
video.
see you're not gonna see like
If you have such an
0.00.
issue with that video, you can watch the one that
I
I
mean,
had
the
posted.
scale is so small, though.
It's like millimeters of curvature on that lake. That's why it's like just teensy. That's why you see just the teensy little bit of the RC. Like that's why it's like all water because you're only like 3 inches off the ground. You can't see anything. You're like a fucking ant. You're that
Okay,
short.
so you can watch the one that I posted. It's showing that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat
So-
surface.
I mean, it's just like an optical phenomenon, and like it just gives us like the idea of like
Okay.
there's a hill ahead of
Perfect.
us of some kind. 10, 12
Okay, so that's
miles
what
up.
I'm saying. Bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface.
No, it is like a huge feature of a curving surface.
Yes, I can
It's like
agree with that, but it's
one of
not
the best.
exclusive.
It's one of
That-
the best. But it is like definitely a feature of a curve.
Yeah, yes, I agree with you.
Okay,
But
great.
it's
So
not
then, like, when you take
exclusive.
one that's like 8 inches per mile, you need to be like 12 fucking miles away.
Squared.
Right. Well, it's a curve because it's a globe, so it's like a curve in
Yeah.
every direction. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
So that's why
That's
I'm telling
it's
you
like a pain in
to
the ass
refer
talk
to that
about.
picture that I had posted. You can perform this test yourself. Take a laser, you angle it down towards the horizon where it would touch, and you just tilt it just ever so slightly upwards.
Here we go. Found it. I
And
got
you
my
could
science
paddle
stuff.
out.
Finally. See, because like when you
And you
actually
could do
like
this
get
test
like a
yourself.
more. So check out this video. This video is actually how like because they know where the bridge is, and so they can know where the boat is, and he's far away from the boat to just be able to see. Because it's like, dude, it's like ankle deep, right? Like when you take like a big boat and you like run it away from, and you put it like, you have like a nice Nikon, and then you see how far away the boat is. Like it doesn't disappear very quickly. Like it does eventually have to like get
Yeah, it's
over
not
like.
supposed to just okay, bro. We know the size of the earth that they tell us. We know this.
So it's like curving water. Because if it was
Okay,
flat,
so
you'd be
that's
able
what
to
I'm
watch
trying to get you to prove. Because we
we'd
know
be
that
able to
this
see.
can be an
I just
optical
put video of the
phenomena.
water curving away from us. that's like a main feature of curved surfaces is that when they curve away from you, you can't see over the hill.
Yes, I agree. I
Because like we kept having
totally
to take
agree with
portions
you.
of the Earth, and
Yes,
so we weren't sure
but
until
it's not
we weren't sure if like
exclusive.
the whole Earth was explored or not. So yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
Yes, I agree with you, but it's not exclusive. So
Yeah,
it
but
can
the
just
argument
happen
that you're
either on
giving
flat.
It's irrelevant
is
whether or not
based
it's exclusive,
on
and also the
light.
video that you provided did not show bottom-up obstruction.
It sure did.
No, it
I mean,
didn't.
what video were you
'Cause
watching?
you could see the boat the whole time. You could see the RC boat the entire time the video was
Oh,
on.
that's
Like it
not the one
never
I posted. That's the
disappeared.
one that Lao2
It
posted.
never
I
left.
posted a video above his.
None of the RC boats on a lake have ever shown
I posted up a video
bottom-up
above
obstruction.
his, like literally 2 seconds
I'm only
before his
like
video. If
a
you want to
mile
watch
away,
it.
or like 20 feet.
What he means when he says it's not explosive. I posted up a video right above Lao2's video. Like maybe 2 seconds right before his.
Which light
Mhm.
curves.
Are you an imposter, Peter? You're not the real
That's
Peter.
you would observe the same effect, right? On a flat Earth where light bends 8 inches per mile squared, don't forget the squared part, you would observe the same effect. True or false?
The same effect of what?
That your global brain believes is due to curvature of the surface could be due to the curvature of the light. True or false?
There is refraction, yeah. The light does curve.
Forget refraction. I'm trying to illustrate the point of what he means by it's not exclusive. In a universe where the Earth is flat, contrary to your belief, and the light bends 8 inches per mile squared, you would observe the same effect. True or false?
True or false? What do you mean true or false? Like, are you making a claim of whether or not something is true?
This is a thought experiment for your global brain, okay? You've been coping the whole day. I've been listening to you cope so hard. So just show that you're intellectually honest. In a world where the surface on which you stand is flat, but the light bends 8 inches per mile squared, would you also observe boats disappear bottom up the way they do?
Okay. Yeah, because all like things disappear from the bottom up on curves 100% of the time.
That's what he means. It's not exclusive, all right?
So what? I don't care. I don't have to like. It's not like I don't. It doesn't matter if it's exclusive or not. If you can do it on flat surfaces.
I don't have enough
Like
alcohol for this
every
conversation.
time that you're on a curved surface and something goes away from you, and then there's going to be bottom up obstruction. 100 and 10,000% all the time. Like a curve guarantees that there's going to be bottom up obstruction. So every time something goes away from you and you see bottom up obstruction, like the boats always fucking do, 100% of the time, every time a boat goes out, it has bottom up obstruction. It guarantees that might be a curve.
Of a certain size, there would be
That's
8
what curves.
inches per
That's what
mile.
curves do, because they make things disappear from the bottom up.
Here to demonstrate
Like you
that
can press your head.
either
You can press your head against a flat surface, and it'll like present, and it'll like something like that's far away will appear to have like bottom up obstruction, but it's more due to your head being against the floor, and so you can't see. So it's really the reason why there's bottom up obstruction on flat surfaces is limited to your distance. So like if something was perfectly flat for like tens of thousands of miles, then you would be able to shoot a laser across it for tens of thousands of miles, and it would be exactly the fucking same all the way across. But like that definitely doesn't happen on the globe because it's a globe, and so like the laser will eventually shoot off the edge, and you got to like bounce it off a satellite to get it to go around the curve.
if the light were bending 8 inches per mile squared, then what you just said would not be true.
That's why you have to account for refraction. So like if you in order to hit the satellite, I mean, well with satellites the airs like we put it up high enough. We put satellites up high enough in
What
low
the
on
heck
orbit.
are you talking
That
about?
way, lasers don't have to bend. We don't have to account for refraction as much. But like for radio towers and stuff, sometimes I can't remember which ones go around curves.
Did you show the? Did you happen to show the direct measurements of Earth to invoke this refraction?
Direct measurements of Earth. Define
Yes.
direct measurements.
Oh no, not again.
Well, if you're invoking refraction, terrestrial refraction, then you're going to require a radius value.
Because like when we were talking about me and who was talking about the rulers on the surface? Like you got 5,000 rulers.
Flats.
Lats, yeah, me and Lats, AJ, we're talking about how would you direct measure the surface of the Earth?
Well, first of all, you could use geodetic surveying.
Okay, like what kind of instruments would you use? Like what specs would you have for geodetics?
Well, you would use your theodolites, yeah. You could also use lasers to take measurements across a surface.
Like a great theodolite? Have you ever heard of the great theodolites?
The great theodolites, is that a brand, is it?
These are the first theodolites that they built. They were like 1,000 pounds. That's how we got super accurate measurements, surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the only problem about the accurate measurements is that they were only angles. It was only angular measurements. So all we had were like a bunch of verticals that kind of tilted away from each other. Does that make sense? Like they weren't like parallel. Yeah, we had a bunch of angles.
And how are you acquiring those angles?
Plumb lines. We took all the plums of like a bunch of mountains and shit on, especially India.
So those verticals were calculated in after, by the way.
I think we're working on that, right? Isn't that what we're like trying to
So
figure
what
out?
you're
Like,
saying
how do
is
we know?
there's-
Oh, yeah, because
there are no
right now
measurements, yeah?
so we're doing more research, and so when we're studying I'm specializing in the Great Trig Survey because it's like it's the history of geodetics, and like they were the first people to like create have the concept of a direct measurement on the surface of the Earth, and they walked all of India. Let me bring up the survey, just so that you can have like a reference, a citation, as Clipcore likes to call it.
Have you guys heard that Palantir is trying to recreate Pangea using tectonic manipulation?
Well, how are they going to manipulate tectonic plates?
I don't know. I'm not Palantir.
I know they're not going to be able to. Like tectonic plates are like thousands of miles below the surface of the Earth. Like we're only like 8 miles down, and so like we're not going to be able to like shoot sound waves or anything into tectonics or anytime soon like that. No, it's like creating mountains and shit. Okay, so
how would you know they're down there if they're thousands of miles down there?
AJ and Lats, seismology, like the earthquakes and volcanoes, show us. But that's like a different topic.
You don't think they have? You don't think they have the equipment to be able to do tectonic manipulation?
No fucking way, dude. It's like the Marianas Trench and shit. Because it's like it would be like trying to like throw like it's like trying to throw like a snowball, or it would be like trying to like it would like be a gnat trying to like push an elephant over or something ridiculous, like something absurd.
Why do they want to recreate Pangea?
Well, just to have like all the land really close together. You don't have to fly over oceans. I mean that's not a bad idea.
Or the Archons.
Yeah.
For the aliens.
And it's just silly talk. Yeah, like we can. Well, hold on, because they have they have the models for like what's going to happen over the next probably like a few million years, as far as like where the plates are going. Like the mountains will eventually erode.
I just can't.
But anyway, we were talking to
think
AJ and Lats about the direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. Yeah, because so right now we're stuck on how we compare the trigonometric lines, which is planar Euclidean triangles, and then network those into the shape of the Earth. But then there's something about like like I said, with like the concept of up, like we had to do like the plumb lines, and then the correction and especially with like the GTS, and then the concept of correcting the measurements. So with like curves and stuff, you can't like directly measure curvature, and we're still working on that because I mean you were just asking about direct measurements, but I'm not really sure why
All right. So if
you
the
need to
Earth
have
curve
it
has
to be
never been
directly like
directly measured, how would you
yeah,
know that the Earth's surface is curving?
right. That's where we're at, right? So got all these trigonometric triangulations that give us our position on the surface. And
Yes.
so from there, you can get the angle over the distance. And that's that
Yes.
deviation from vertical
You're
gives us
going
the
to calculate.
angular measurements,
You're
and
gonna
then you calculate the
calculate.
curvature, yeah, from
Yeah. So
the
you're gonna
angles.
calculate curvature after the Earth has
From
been measured flat.
from the angles. Yeah. So you take a bunch of angles so it's kind of
Yeah.
like putting a bunch of pencils on a basketball. So you know how like the pencils, like if you like, yeah. So like let's say you like stab
So
a
I'm
bunch of
gonna
pencils
ask my
into a
question
basketball.
again. Right? How do you know that the Earth is curving if it's never been directly measured?
So do you understand what I mean
Everybody
by
says
like
right in Discord.
triangulating your position and like directly figuring out directly where your position is with the theodolite?
What about it?
Do you understand? Like, do you believe? Like, will you agree with me at least that like when like in terms of the GTS and in terms of surveying, when you triangulate your position and you take those 3 points, we know.
Okay, which require a horizontal baseline. Okay.
Okay, yep, and that's what they have. They have these
Okay.
huge chains that would make sure it was perfectly level baseline for like 1,000 feet, and so and they made sure to calibrate them, and they made them bigger and more, and that yeah, like they had
Yes.
the perfect
All
baseline.
flat. Yes. Okay.
Okay, and then so from there they could then take their 1,000 pound theodolites, and then they could measure, they could triangulate their position all the way across the surface, and then that gave them the angular drop over distance with the angles.
Yes, they're gonna be measuring flat the entire way.
What do you mean measuring flat? Like that's I don't understand where you're getting that. When I say measuring angles, like that's and it's like not and it's a curve. So like the angles would then like because like when in
Well,
like
how did you get
animation they
curve
make
in the
the
first
polygons
place? That's what I've been
appear curved.
asking you.
Like when you see
That's what
curves
I've been asking
in
you.
a computer generated cartoon, do you think those curves are real, or are they made of polygons and straight lines?
Well, no, they'd be polygons, right? But
Yeah,
that's what
they're
I'm
all straight.
asking you. How would you know
Usually,
that the surface is curving
right.
if it's never been measured to do so?
But that's what the measurements show. They show the
No, the
angles.
measurements show that they've been measuring in straight lines,
They show all the angles
connecting
tilting.
chains, like you said, of triangles.
Yeah, and then they triangulated their
Yeah,
position over and over again,
yeah,
and they
with
spread across
triangles
India.
and more flat measurements,
No, they're not
more
flat
angles.
measurements. They were angular measurements.
Yeah, over the surface, it doesn't matter. If you're even at a higher elevation, you would require parallel eye level to measure a
So
dip
like, let's say
angle,
like,
right?
so do you see like on the map it has like it has A through Z, or like it's got the green grid. If you just all you gotta do is click on the map, and like you can see the like the 24th
Yes,
parallel. Okay, you got
you
the
can take
24th parallel, and then we
all
go to
these
like
points.
G.
Yes,
Yeah. So do you
bro, listen, you could take all these points that were plotted, right? You take all the raw data and
yeah,
you put them on a spherical transform.
yeah. What do you think happens?
Yeah. And
Do
so,
you think
like
it
I said,
fits?
it's calculated in.
Do you think it? No. Well, how? Well, what do you mean? How do you think the measure? How do you think they get the calculation? Like, where do you think they get the numbers to calculate? Not calculate. They
I
don't
don't know where they get
calculate.
those from.
They don't calculate numbers. Like they don't calculate with the calculations. They calculate with the measurements.
Yes, there's an R value that they input in there.
Yeah, they use all the the
That's
triangulation
what we're asking for.
data.
Where do you get the R value from?
What do you mean the R value? The R value is for measuring the curve.
Yes, but that's what we're asking. Where has the Earth curve been directly measured? You, in one breath, say that you can't
Yeah.
measure the curve because it can't be directly measured, but you're
Yeah, you
saying that
can.
it's been measured. So you're
No, it's
contradicting yourself.
because you find the radius
Yeah,
The
but
R value will
how?
come from the
of the curve
calculations, not the measurements.
that you like because you can get the like when you just want the radius of a curve, you just need to like
You,
get
you can't
the
input. Go on.
you just need to get the radius. You know that doesn't
You
tell
can't
you like
input.
globe
You
shape.
can't input the radius value until you've done the calculation. You don't have one until you've done your calculation anyway. So to get the curve, you're doing your calculations, right? And then you can derive a radius value from that. But that's not to say that that means that there is a radius, that the Earth is a sphere. It's just that you've interpreted the data, right, as meaning something antithetical to the actual measurements, right?
Yeah, they can measure many long baselines plus angles, and then and then use global positioning, and then they fit the best model because the Earth isn't a perfect
Well,
sphere;
yeah,
it's an
that's what
oblate
we've been
spheroid.
telling you this whole time, that they just plug
Well,
it in to a projected
no,
model.
because then you can take the
Because, like, imagine this, right? You had like a checkerboard cloth, right? Like a bed sheet.
yeah.
You take that sheet with all these plotted points and you can just wrap it around any shape.
Yeah, so those checkered squares when they're laying on a curve. Are they a curved square or are they a flat square?
Well, we've only been measuring flat this
Like if
entire
you wrapped a
time. With
checkerboard, if
all
you
of
wrapped a
recorded
checkerboard blanket,
history, it's been measured flat. That's what we're telling you. It's been measured
no,
flat,
no matter how
and you
many
just
times you say measured
transform those
flat,
points. Because it is.
you're misinterpreting like the not only like the way that they do the measurements, but like what the words measured flat even means. There's not like the
You
Earth measured
already
flat.
told me that the
You put
Earth
those
is
three
measured
words
flat,
together, but it's
and they
not what the words.
perform the
It's not none of the words will
calculations with
refute.
the raw data.
Because like you know that like so like again right, like let's look at the India map again, like those blue triangles and the
Yes, that's
triangulation data.
already on the transform
Do you
already.
think all those triangles are measured flat? Like the angles between them, between the triangles, are measured flat?
Yes.
Wait a
Yes.
minute, so you think the one so
You
you
can
think the
calculate
angles
a difference in
between
elevation,
each
right?
triangle.
With
So wait, you're saying that like the meridian that like the north like the ones that are closer to the ones that are higher elevation are the same flat, like
yes,
the ones that like are above
you can measure
the
a
other
dip
points?
angle with another baseline at elevation parallel with surface or
No, but
sea
there's one
level.
single elevation, or there's one single baseline that they base the whole
That's what I'm
survey
telling
on.
you. If you're measuring
So
from
that's what I'm
elevation,
saying.
you're going to require eye level, which would be parallel with surface or sea level to make a dip angle.
Yeah, that's what they did, and that's what you do
Yeah,
with the
that's
triangulating.
what
You
I'm
get
telling
above
you. It's all parallel.
when
It's
you want
all
to measure
flat.
like when you want to directly measure a curve, you actually want to get the angles off of from the vertical uh versus from each position. So when you're going across the curve, and then you want to be able to see above the curve, and then you want to get the planar measurements, and that's how you triangulate your position, and then you can
If you're
triangulate the angles
pointing,
between the different positions because you've done because you have a theodolite, and so you're able to know the deviation from
if you're
vertical.
measuring more angles at elevation, you're going to be using parallel eye level with surface or sea level, which would be more triangles, flat.
The thing about like it's easy to do the radius because you can just do the two angles like Eratosthenes did, but that doesn't give us the exact shape
But
of
he
the
also
ellipsoid.
measured flat,
You can't get the
more
ellipsoid.
elevation
You cannot get
angles.
the ellipsoid from just the radius. You need the actual triangulations of the entire surface of the Earth, so that way you can see if it's perfectly if it matches the radius perfectly, or if it's a geoid that is an oblate spheroid, which is what they figured out with the GTS.
Eratosthenes also measured flat in two different locations and calculated curvature.
Well,
He
hang
was
on,
like
lads.
the
Did you hear what he
base,
just said? Like they'd already
he was the
decided
guy
that
who
Earth
figured out the
was.
radius.
He just said that they'd already decided that the Earth was some kind of oblate spheroid, right? They were just trying
Oh
to
yeah.
gauge
Well, we had the radius, but
its surface
the
topology,
question,
right?
yeah, the
Oh
question
yeah.
was, does the Earth have the same radius everywhere, or does it get slightly or more
Give you something
curved?
else in a minute, right? So let's go back. Let's go to before this because we want to establish that the Earth is a sphere and has curvature to begin with, because that's how they
It's a
would have
perfect
determined that
sphere
the Earth
or
is
a
a sphere.
spheroid.
That's how. This is the only gold standard that we hold, right? Is that the surface measures to have curvature, not through inference or calculation, just through direct measurement. So their understanding that the Earth is a sphere is coming from the direct measurement, right? Before that, if it doesn't involve that, then they don't understand that the Earth is a sphere. We chuck it out. You don't. You walk on the top of Eratosthenes. You stand on his shoulders, right? We're pushing you off him. He's nothing. He's a nobody. He had nothing. Did not determine that the Earth was a sphere. He'd already decided that the Earth was a sphere. He was just trying to gauge its circumference value. So when
Yes.
in history did someone determine that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid or a geode or whatever shape, right? Through direct measurement of its surface.
Surface, and then because and so again, this is like a huge problem with what you guys keep saying, because you keep saying we want a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, and then I start talking about the Great Trigonometric Survey, and you're
That
suddenly
wasn't the
deciding
first
that
time
it's
Oh my.
someone's
measured flat.
proposed.
You keep saying the
Bro,
Earth is measured flat. Whenever I keep
they'd
talking about
already
mine,
decided Earth was a lumpy potato in space.
you had no.
That
Oh, I already
means
told you those
somebody
are all
measured it.
No,
those are
that's
all
also
flat
incorrect.
measurements
You're straw
anyway.
manning. That's a straw man. That's not what the
Everest
globe is
wasn't
flat.
at a point where he's going, I'm not sure what the Earth is. It could be
Yeah, that's literally
flat.
what they
I
did.
don't
They were like,
know.
is it
He
flat?
wasn't
No.
saying that. He was
Yeah, they
already
literally were
working
like,
off
is it a perfect
Bessel.
sphere? Is it an oblate spheroid?
Yes, who measured that to be so?
They had a pool going. They were like, is it flat? Is it going to be a velociraptor? They had a bet. They were guessing every way. They had a model.
Bullshit! You're
They had all the
lying.
models.
Don't lie.
They had a better model.
Everest already decided that it was a type of
You think they
spheroid.
didn't
He was
test
working with Bessel's ellipsoid.
P-Dub? What part of they tested the flat Earth model with the celestial sphere and with the measurements, and it didn't work?
No, no, that is, they already decided it wasn't flat.
Your round is his flat. It's okay.
He was trying to improve on already existing ellipsoids.
No, that's right. Yeah, because once they
He was
used
competing.
once they used the spheroid model and then they tested it to the radius, like the Eratosthenes model, which was 3959, they realized.
So let's go
that
back to when someone decided that the Earth was a sphere.
Right, when they found a radius, so they found the curve.
When did they do that?
When Eratosthenes tested the angle.
Okay, no, we've told you that's not
dude.
valid, bro.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
Why is it
what
not
was the type
valid?
of measurement that he took? What measurement did he take? What type of angle measurement did he take?
The angles of the sun.
Okay, dude, look at this. Okay, I want to say this again to you because I remember telling you about this. Okay, look at what I'm going to post in the side chat. Okay, he took an elevation angle. Okay, that vertical line is going to be his stick. Tip of the stick to the tip of the shadow would be his hypotenuse. That baseline horizontal would be the shadow. He took an elevation angle. He measured flat in 2 different locations.
Okay. This is a really good question.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm not.
Let me
I'm
just
asking the
let's just
question.
like
I'm
work on
stating
something.
what he measured.
So he didn't
You
measure
said
Earth
he
curvature.
measured flat.
He didn't
So do you think?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
measure
Did he
Earth
measure
curvature.
Did he measure the Earth, or did he measure the imaginary green line that he referenced?
He measured the
where
length
was
of a shadow.
where was the
Okay.
shadow? Where was the shadow?
Where was it? You tell me.
Was the shadow on the Earth?
Relative to the object casting it.
Yeah, so the shadow was on the Earth. That horizontal baseline was where?
Okay. So was he measuring the shadow? How do you measure a shadow?
You can measure the length of a shadow. It's physical. You can physically measure the length of a shadow. That
Yeah, but a
the length
ruler
of the
and you
shadow
ran
is
it
his
the whole mountain.
horizontal baseline. That vertical would be his stick. Like I said, the hypotenuse is already from tip of the stick to tip of the shadow. He measured an elevation angle, right angle triangle, on the surface of the Earth in 2 different locations. He calculated sphericity after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. Once again, since all of recorded history, the very first measurement, supposedly, of the Earth is a flat one. He
Well, no, that's just
calculated
basic
sphericity
trigonometry for measuring
again.
mountains. That's just basic trig.
I understand that this is a mountain. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you a visual for what he did. Just imagine that vertical line is his stick.
The visual aid is flat.
No, I'm not imagining anything. I'm just imagining that I'm just seeing that the mountain is there's a very tall mountain in front of us.
What? I got you, dude. I got you, dude.
So we all so okay. We've established that
Eratosthenes,
that you can
he'd
triangulate a
already,
position from 2 spots and get the
his
height of a.
conclusion wasn't that Earth is a sphere. That he started with that conclusion. He was trying to determine the circumference value of it.
Here, does that make it easier for you that I label these things for you?
What does that prove? That's for measuring the height of a
Stick,
mountain.
It only proves that if you
shadow,
know math.
elevation, angle with a stick and a shadow.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so that's the type of measurement that he took.
So really, he's just measuring an imaginary line. The horizontal line isn't real. It's not the Earth. It's
Okay,
just an
so
imaginary
once
line.
again, the shadow is a
And you're
baseline.
imagining a stick
That
too.
horizontal baseline for that 90-degree angle, that right angle triangle.
Yeah, but
Where
he's not
is that
measuring the Earth flat.
horizontal
He's measuring the
baseline?
imaginary right angle.
Where is that horizontal baseline?
Doesn't exist. It's not real. It's
You're
just
saying
a
that shadows
concept.
aren't real? What are you
Well,
saying?
the shadow's real, but you don't have a ruler.
Okay, so where
You
is
don't
the
have a tape
shadow?
measure for a mountain shadow.
Where's the
You have to
shadow?
directly measure it.
Where's the shadow?
That's not a direct measurement, dude.
Can you not answer the question where the shadow was?
That's a calculation. See, it says find A, find H. Convert to feet.
Yes, but you can
That's
physically
calculation.
measure, right? You can
All
actually
math.
physically measure the stick and you can physically measure a shadow. Where was the
You're
shadow?
measuring the distance between the 2 people by 10 miles.
Why is this so hard for you to answer where the shadow was?
Well, what do you mean? They're not measuring the
Where was the
shadow with a
shadow?
ruler, right?
Well, that's all I'm asking you. Where is the shadow?
I don't know. There's no shadow in the picture. I don't see one. I just see a red line and the
Oh my.
word
Okay, the
shadow.
shadow is on the earth.
Uh-huh.
The horizontal baseline for
not
this
real, right?
elevation angle is what? The shadow.
Okay, so what?
So he measured the earth flat in 2 different locations.
They calculated it with the degrees to the top.
Measured.
I mean, A over sin sine A equals B over sine A. A equals
Okay,
B
but you don't have to calculate it
sine
if
A
you can
divided by sine B.
physically
That looks like calculations,
measure.
Measured
dude.
the
Those
length.
are not measurements. A
No, he
You
measured
equals
the
don't have
length.
to listen, you don't have to calculate if you can physically measure.
you can't physically measure
Right?
a
Like,
mountain.
for example, you
It's
can do this. I'm
impossible.
not talking about a mountain. You could do this
That's
with a
literally what the
pencil
picture's
on
for.
your. I understand what the picture says, but you can use a pencil on your kitchen table and hold it up, or tape it
Measured the
down
length
if
of.
you want to.
Yep.
You
He
can measure
measured
the
the length
length
of
of
the
the
shadow.
shadow. Yes, you can
It
even
would have
use a
changed the
chopstick.
angle,
Okay.
depending on
Yeah, with
if it had been
imaginary line.
shorter or longer.
Like the shadow.
Angle would have changed.
But the shadow's
Yes,
Would have
imaginary.
been different.
The shadow is like
you can
again, the shadow's
tape.
not real. just
the
the illusion.
chopstick to the top of your kitchen table and measure physically the length of your shadow from the chopstick, and you can measure the length of the chopstick, and then you can measure the distance. You can measure the angle from the tip of the shadow of that chopstick on your flat kitchen table to the tip of the chopstick.
Okay, cool.
But regardless, right? We're looking for the point in time when somebody performed a direct measurement of the surface, and from that had to conclude that the Earth is a sphere. That wasn't
That's what the Great Trig Survey did.
That wasn't
That's what
Eratosthenes.
Yes, we know that was not Eratosthenes.
And it wasn't
Indeed.
it wasn't Everest, bro. He was
Yeah, Everest
working
did
with
that.
existing ellipsoid models.
No, he
They'd
wasn't.
already decided what Earth was.
No, he
They were just
directly measured the
unsure of
Earth
its
and then
exact
compared it to
surface
multiple models.
form.
No.
Yeah.
Helen, you already told us that they corrected for the errors in the measurements to an ellipsoid already. So somebody must have determined it was an ellipsoid before the great trigonometric
all the errors
survey, right?
disappeared when they used the ellipsoid model. That's actually
Yeah,
correct.
so why would they do that? Who determined it was an ellipsoid? Why would they correct for an ellipsoid?
Because they wanted the measurements to not have errors.
Correct. They wanted it to be correct. So who determined that?
Yeah, well,
Hey,
the
bro.
people that were doing the
No,
mathematical
Talon.
calculations.
No, they weren't unsure of the Earth's size and shape. They'd already decided a rough value of a radius, right? Right? They were just unsure of the surface form and the geometry exactly locally in places. That's what they wanted to do with India, was get that form of surface geometry.
I mean, you understand that they
Somebody at some point decided that the Earth is some kind of sphere.
Right, like there was
A
bottom up
round
obstruction.
object, right?
Like it's almost like they saw bottom up
When
obstruction
did that
and creating
happen?
evidence.
And why did they say that?
They could only see until then they had to get
So
up real high.
take us back to before Everest,
There was
before
always
the
bottom
Great
up
Tree,
obstruction
before
every
India.
time.
So before India, when was it? Who did it?
There was well, they did Great Britain and then the North America.
No. Before that,
stations, the total stations.
Well, how did they determine it was a globe?
Well, they determined that it was an ellipsoid.
how, when, and who?
They determined it was an oblate spheroid once they figured out that it didn't match.
So they weren't sure. So they weren't resting upon Eratosthenes.
It didn't match a perfect sphere. So they were like, well, it's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, how did they know?
So they weren't resting on. They were in doubt. So they thought it could be flat.
Yeah, I mean, you can just fucking draw it. Be like, well, there it is.
Talon.
Obviously not.
Were they unsure?
Because it changed towards the equator, so they knew it was like.
Were they unsure?
Squished on the poles.
Talon, were they unsure about the Earth's form? Did they think it's a possibility that it could be flat?
After they directly measured the triangulations of their positions across.
Before that, were they unsure? Were they unsure? Were they uncertain about the Earth's form? Did they think that it could possibly be flat?
What? No. They knew it was curved.
So take us back to the point when somebody decided that it's not flat.
Yeah, when we saw all the evidence of curvature.
What evidence?
So bottom up obstruction, the rotation of the
Why
sun.
did they really know that's not exclusive? Rotation of the sun? That's the sun moving.
Eclipses, like all the video evidence of
Okay, so that's the sky moving. Alright, what else you got?
Alright, so that's not surface measurement. So that's not surface measurement then.
Anomalies,
The what?
Great Blue Marble, movies.
That's not the first. Okay. Tita was asking for something before.
24-hour cycle.
How did they determine?
Like all the other planets in the solar system are like showing us that there's planets.
Okay, even if they're all balls,
Those
that
are
doesn't
all
make the Earth a
fallacious
ball.
arguments.
Got like
All
65
fallacious arguments. And throw them out.
revolves around us, tilts away from us, and gets cold.
All right. So all your great trig surveys, they were done based on fallacious arguments.
Incorrect. They were all incredibly accurate and precise measurements at the time, and they had really good
So where
trigonometric.
are they?
They're on the internet. Everything is.
Yeah, where are? That's what I'm asking you. I already told you. The one you brought up, Eratosthenes, is not a curved measurement. It's not measuring
1:17.
drop over distance.
1:20 a.m. I put pictures of the tools that we used, and I used in the Wikipedia page that shows the survey.
Okay, so is that also measuring flat?
Is it all? No, it's not measuring flat.
Okay, so where's the drop over distance at?
In the calculations and the measurements.
Okay,
No.
the calculations.
They're not in the
Okay, so we're looking
measurements.
for-
Where is the curve at? Like, what do you mean? It's on the Earth. It's the surface of the Earth.
Yes, we're asking for direct
are
drop
you
over
brain dead,
distance
dude?
measurements, like I said, with the two
Does it hurt your brain to
rulers on a
understand?
basketball.
What we're measuring
No,
the surface of
I'm
the Earth,
giving you
dude.
something so easy to be able to measure the surface of the Earth
No,
to
dude,
be
you're like
curving. That would prove it once and for
you
all.
don't even know like you're not even applying the measurements to like and like understanding
Yes, the
that
flat
you take a
measurements
measurement,
to a spherical calculation.
angled measurements,
I
angled.
understand what it is that you're doing.
You
Yes,
keep throwing the word
angle.
flat in and
Two
magically thinking it works.
straight lines meeting at a vertex. An angle.
Right.
That's
An angle.
not
Thank you. Yes.
curving.
That's not flat. No, angles don't curve. Angles are angled. We don't want them to curve because
Angles
you
are
can't measure
angle.
a fucking curve. We want them to angle it. We want clean
An
angles
angle to
across,
angle it.
Are there lakes in India?
right? Yeah,
Would there have been lakes within the area that they surveyed in India?
I'm sure there are. Hey,
Okay.
Google,
Did they measure
how
the
many lakes are
surface?
in India?
Did they measure the surface of the lakes?
PW. Live, they say. Lakes of India. India is home to a vast number of lakes, both natural and man-made. While the exact number is hard to pinpoint, experts estimate there are over 100,000 lakes across the country. Some lakes are very famous,
All right.
such as
Did they measure the surface of those lakes during their survey?
Shalika.
Lake in Kerala.
Hey, Google. Thank you. Okay, there you go. 100,000 lakes in
So
India.
did they measure the surface of those lakes during the survey?
No, they probably just went around them.
Why wouldn't they have measured the surface of the lakes?
I mean, if they could get like high enough to where they could shoot over it, then they did. But they didn't really like shooting over water because it was harder to get because there was more. It was yet another
So they
deviation
didn't
that they
measure
had
any
to calculate
curvature
to
then.
account for.
So they
They
didn't
don't have to
measure
account
any
for it.
curvature.
What's wrong with the shower?
Yes, Talon, because you keep
No, that's not what that. That's not. That's incorrect. They
you
did
keep
not do
telling
that.
us that they have direct measurements of drop over distance.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
But for the
It was
thousandth
angular.
time, they're just measuring angles and flat.
No, that's
Angles
you.
tangent to a
You
ball would
you're
make the Earth a
0.9.
disco ball.
You're hot micing,
you
bro.
keep saying
You can
flat,
hear
but
your
at no
background
point
noise.
have I ever said flat in my angular measurement explanation. Do I ever say flat, except for the Euclidean triangles?
Okay, is that baseline curving?
I call they're straight lines. Is the baseline
Okay,
curving? No,
so
it's straight
straight
and level.
is flat.
And it's perfectly level in 0-degree elevation. There's no
Okay,
flatness.
so
What else
that
is
would be straight and flat.
straight and smooth and level?
0-degree baseline horizontal is flat.
And again, that's just the chain. That's not the actual angles from the baseline to all the different triangulated positions.
Okay,
Those are the
so that
angles
would
that you're
be
caring about.
flat.
It's like you're missing. You're literally not like you're supposed to like look at the angles and you're like, oh, but there's flat lines right there, and you're not looking at the angles, and that's like, and then you're like stuck because you won't look at the fucking angles. You keep obsessing over the
I'm
flat
looking at
line.
the angles. You have spherical excess and
No, you're not looking at the angles.
transforms for those
Right. Well,
points to be
that's the
going
correction.
over a sphere. That's what we're asking you for. Where did you get that sphere from? Because you're adding it to a sphere before you've even measured the
Well, you can
sphere.
put. You
Because
can
you're
always do
measuring
like you can just use a
flat.
compass to go from like to measure angle. Like that's how you calculate curves from
Measure
angles.
angles with a compass?
Well, why don't you
All angles
describe
have
to
like a
us?
degree of curvature.
Why don't you
in them.
describe to us the parts of their actual measurements, right? That would tell them that these angles don't work if the Earth is a plane.
Yeah, because there were the errors. It would fall apart. There would just be increasing errors over and over and over again. So like whenever you
No,
put
it's not what I'm asking, bro.
flat Earth
Tell
model,
us
it would collapse.
specifically. Tell us
It
specifically.
would
They looked at the
be way off.
measurements. They took their measurements. They looked at the measurements, and they determined with these very precise measurements that weren't in error. They weren't wrong. They were correct, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. They looked at these measurements and they went, "Well, that doesn't work on a plane Earth." So, what was it about the measurements that told them that it doesn't work on a plane Earth? That it couldn't possibly be a plane?
Uh-oh.
Multiple independent measurements all pointed to the same curvature, not just like random curvature.
Okay,
Same.
where are those measurements?
So like a flat Earth can't make those measurements agree at the same time. It just doesn't work.
Where are those measurements?
They give a specific radius. So like if the Earth was only 1,000 mile radius, then we would say
Dude.
we say 3,963 miles because that's the fucking radius.
They to give us
Just
a
make that
value
shit up.
for the radius.
You get a measure. You use math and science to get there.
And we're not using science, but
A
we
flat
will be
surface. Does a
using.
flat surface have a radius?
Why would a
You think
flat surface have a radius?
what?
Why would a flat surface have a radius? Unless it's a circle.
So yeah, so there's no such thing as a radius with a flat surface, right?
Well, you can have a circle. A coin can have a radius.
Think the surface has a radius of like what?
Of a coin? Yes.
Top of a coin is got a
An
radius on it.
area. An area.
Yes.
It can have a circular area has a radius. You know, like when they're searching for someone that's lost in the woods, and they say, "Right, we're going to search an area with a radius of X."
Right, because that's like the surface of the Earth. Because that's from like the
Yeah,
position.
that's all we claim to
That's
have
the plasma
measured.
position
That's all we have
from.
access to is the surface.
But if a
We
surface was
can't
flat,
measure something we don't
there
have
wouldn't be a
access to.
radius.
Oh my god, bro.
Like, do you understand how flat
I'm
Earth
asking
geometry
you.
works? Like, there's no measurable radius. It's
Yeah, you're
flat.
using
It goes
trig,
on forever.
like what you've used to survey India. Trig.
No, it's not. No, flat Earth is a model.
Where?
It's just
Who
the
claimed a
concept of
model?
no. The flat Earth is like because when you say flat Earth, you're implying that there is no curvature, and so something with no curvature is perfectly 180 degrees all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
You would
unless you
never
can
get a
tell us
you would never
who
deviate from
measured it.
vertical.
Yeah, you guys correct.
Every
What are
time
the
we take
verticals that
measurements,
you've
we get the
measured?
same R value. No matter how many curves time we measure
No, if
the
you
surface
don't
of
get
the
the
Earth.
same R value, you correct
There's a
for it.
curve with an R value of 6,371 kilometers.
You
The mean
correct
Earth radius.
for refraction to account for a geoid that you already presupposed in the first place.
No, that's not how that works. That's not what presuppose mean. That's not what the measurements mean. That's not what the calculations mean.
Yes, because you've measured flat and then
They're
calculate curve
observations
after.
of the surface of the Earth. Like we're not
What
presupposing the surface.
observation?
The Earth is not
Yes, you
presupposed
are.
flat. Is the Earth presupposed? Do we suppose the Earth? Suppose the Earth for me, please. Just suppose it.
You've already
Suppose the Earth.
presupposed the shape, didn't you?
Is the Earth supposed or presupposed? Tell me.
You presupposed it.
Are we presupposing the Earth or are we supposing the Earth?
We didn't suppose it, so
Okay,
where
is the
has it
Earth
been determined
supposed?
to be curving?
Have we supposed
Where
the
has it
Earth?
been determined to be
Where is the
curving?
no? Just tell me, sir. Are you capable of supposing the Earth?
Yeah, that's what you did. You supposed that it was
No, I'm asking
a
you.
globe.
Are you capable? Say yes. I can suppose the Earth.
Sure.
Okay. So suppose the Earth is a specific shape.
Well, then that would just be an assumption.
No, suppose
Yes.
it. Supposedly.
Yeah,
Supposedly the Earth.
suppose to assume something
Supposedly
to be true.
Supposedly we live on the Earth, right, AJ?
To assume.
Do we wait? You presume that we live on the Earth, or supposedly do we live on the Earth?
I didn't say supposedly. You did.
Okay, so do you agree or disagree that we supposedly live on the Earth?
Disagree.
You disagree that we supposedly live on the Earth? Then what do you suppose we live on?
Why would I
Come on, bro.
think or
just-
assume something to be true when I have direct evidence that it's factual? Yeah, it's not a fucking assumption, dude.
Right, the Earth is
Suppose
not
an assumption.
The
Correct.
Earth is a supposition. The Earth is a supposition. We've supposed the Earth, so we're past assumptions. We've supposed it.
Based on what?
Yeah. The condition of that the Earth exists. Like we're standing on something. It's Earth.
So you're
Land.
standing on something and it is a ball because I think it is.
So suppose we want to find out what shape it is.
Okay, how are you gonna do that?
Can you suppose? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So let's
Yes, how are
suppose
you
we
gonna do
have
that?
the instruments, and we have like the something. So we know that. So we suppose that it's really big, and we have to go miles and miles and miles to find out.
Why are we doing all of this in our imagination? Why are we supposing that it's really, really big now?
I want to make sure
Aren't we going to be taking measurements?
I don't want to presuppose anything until we absolutely have to.
Well, this hasn't got anything to do with what you did. The fact of the matter is that when they survey the Earth, they take horizontal and linear angle measurements, and when they're triangles, they're plain triangles that don't fit their model, yeah, the WGS 86, then they count spherical excess. They are not measuring any curvature.
Well, you can take polygons and make them fit whatever the fuck you want. Like they're polygons. They angle.
Well, that's not what occurs.
Yes, they are calculated to a geoid. I told you that already. Earth is measured flat and then calculated. You can calculate that onto any shape.
Flat. Again, you're getting the words wrong.
No,
flat.
It's a presupposition. You presuppose something, which is your WGS 86 model, that you have no direct measurements for. And then you take direct measurements of the surface properties, and then you make a calculation based off that geoid model. Yeah, right. Exactly. Thank you. So no measured curvature then. Thank you.
So when you take the direct measurement of the angles, you got to determine through calculations whether or not the angles are parallel or they're deviating.
Bro, we know that you're calculating curvature in there. We know this.
Yeah.
We know. I told you this like 10 times already.
Yeah, but you don't
the
even
Earth
know
is
what
measured
we're
flat. Curve
What are
is
we
calculated in.
What are we calculating?
For a geoid.
What is the calculate? No, what do you mean? What are we calculating? Like the surface of the when we're calculating the surface of the Earth.
To be curving, you're calculating it to be curving after you've measured it flat, like with the polygons, like you stated earlier.
We're calculating the shape of the Earth.
Yes, with the flat measurements.
No, the measurements are angled. They're not flat. Like when you go from like when you put all those triangles together, they don't measure flat. They don't measure it flat, dude. They measure it deviate.
Yes, they do.
They deviate from vertical,
yes,
dude. They're not
they deviate
flat.
in the calculations.
They have a smooth curve over
Listen,
distance.
bro, listen very carefully, brother.
and they go down.
Deviating in the calculations.
They drop over distance.
What is a vertical and horizontal angle?
Yeah, bro, you're not going to prove that the Earth is a globe by positing triangles. That makes no sense. Like, come on, man, be better than that.
That's how we triangulate our position on the planet.
How do you measure a vertical angle or a horizontal angle?
With a plumb line.
Sorry, man. I'll let you go.
No, you're good, dude. Go ahead.
I think
Last time I
Goose
checked,
has no problem.
triangles don't have curls. Don't have curves.
Yeah,
Well,
we need
the
Professor Triangle in here.
polygon. You can calculate a curve from the angle changes. In
Yeah, not measure one, calculate after the fact. Because a direct measurement requires, again, a horizontal and a vertical measurement. Yeah?
because then you compare
Horizontal.
those.
You require a horizontal distance that you don't have.
Well, yeah, we do. We can measure the distance from
Where do
like
you,
point A
get
to
the
point B.
vertical measurement where you get the difference between the two triangles?
Plumb lines with the theodolite.
I'm sorry, but every time wherever you measure plumb, it's always going to be plumb. I don't understand how you can get a vertical
Right.
difference
Yeah,
from that.
exactly. That's the whole point. Is that like we know the theodolite is perfectly plumb every time, but then But then the angles change based on where we are.
What
Based
angles
on the
change?
calculations.
The angle, the deflection of the vertical.
Like, what are you using as a reference point?
The either the stars or the baseline, the horizontal baseline at the beginning
Oh.
of the survey.
Oh, it seems like a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me.
That's not. It's like it revolutionized geodetics, and it was the first. They were the first surveyors to determine that the Earth was not perfectly a sphere; that it was actually an oblate spheroid, a
Yes,
geode of
after they
a
calculated
dimension
curvature and yeah.
wider at the
Yeah,
equator
just
and
like Eratosthenes, yeah. They just calculated the
yeah,
curvature with the
Eratosthenes was
flat
slightly off.
measurements.
So like because he only had like the angles of the radius. He
Yeah,
only had
his
the radius.
calculations of a
So
sphere
like
were slightly
when you only have the
off with
radius,
his
you
flat
don't know if
measurements.
it's like you can't measure a geoid, and you can't measure an oblate spheroid with just the radius of a curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're asking how you got that radius, bro.
You gotta because
What
like the
drop
radius is
over
just like a
distance
two-dimensional
measurement
concept.
proved that the
So like the
Earth was curving in
triangulations
the
like
first
made
place?
yeah, like the triangulations in the Trig survey is what gives us like the two-dimensional blanket, the polygon that you can compare models with, and then you actually get like the physical measure. That's like that's the closest thing that we can get to
Oh my, we're
with
not trying to
just like
compare
the
anything
concept
though.
with just the geometric limitations of curves and like the limits of geometries of trigonometry itself, that we have to like convert the curve into straight planar
Yes. Oh
triangles,
my god,
and then
bro, I know.
recalculating the curvature to get an accurate representation of how curved the globe is and specific points on the planet.
Bro, we told you this already. That curve is calculated in after.
No,
This is like
that's
my
incorrect. You're
15th
not
time
using the
saying
words
this.
correctly. You're not making any sense. There's no such thing as
Okay, so
calculating in the curvature
I'm going
after.
off what you said. This is what
No,
you just
you're
told
twisting what I'm
me.
saying and making it
I'm
not
not
make sense.
twisting anything. I am perfect. I'm saying
You're
it
literally like
exactly.
twisting my words.
okay, so if you take like two was it called triangulation measurements to the
The direct
stars as a
measurements of the
reference point?
Earth.
Right, but if you're measuring the stars, you're not measuring the Earth. You're measuring the angle to the stars.
Right. That's how the stars were the independent reference, the celestial sphere.
Okay.
What should be the sky curving, not the Earth? Yeah.
Right. So that way we knew that the
Right.
measurements that were just the Earth
Right.
were also curving. That
Where? Because
wasn't
we've
just
only measured the Earth to be flat. You already said earlier that Earth curve cannot be directly measured. That's what you said earlier.
no, it can be directly measured with trigonometry.
Okay, bro, where?
How
Because
do you
all you're
how
doing is just
how would you
converting the
measure
flat measurements into it. Oh, go ahead.
like how would you measure curve on a sphere anyways?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole trick question. It's a loaded question that's not technically answerable with like
No, it's not a loaded
like you don't have
question,
like
bro. I gave
there's no such
you
thing
a
as like a
method
curve
already.
ruler.
I gave you a method, okay? Like, for
What?
example, if I give you two rulers for a basketball, right? You place one ruler directly touching the basketball, and every incremental distance, like every centimeter, you're going to take the second ruler and measure the distance between the basketball and that first ruler. And you keep growing, you keep going, and you're gonna notice that there's gonna be a drop over distance per
Right,
centimeter
like the rulers
squared
tilt away from each other.
Oh
They
my
for
kind of
god.
tilt
that
around them.
curving surface. That would be a physical measurement of drop over distance proving a curving surface. That's what we're
Right.
looking for. So far, all you've given us is just triangles on the
Well, you
surface
would
of the
need
Earth,
like
measuring it
a
flat.
ruler that's like 70 miles long to do that same
Okay,
measurement.
cool. You can use a laser. Set a horizontal
No,
baseline with a
lasers
laser.
are
Do
not
the
rulers.
experiment that I gave you.
Dude, what are you talking about? A laser?
And how does like putting a
You
ruler
can.
against a basketball like measure the curvature? You have spherical access.
That's why I said 2 rulers.
But
You're
can you
gonna
tell
have
me what isn't
one.
flat?
You're
No,
gonna
but
place
that's what
it
the 2 rulers create
horizontally,
spherical access.
and you're gonna measure
Hey, bro, it's
the
called a
distance
tangent.
from the
Jeez.
ruler to the Earth. Yes,
Right, but
it's
a
a
tangent
tangent
doesn't prove
plane.
But
curvature.
wait a minute,
It
but
simply
how do you
proves
get
that
an
If it's
accurate
flat.
That's why
how
you
do you get
have
an
this
accurate measurement
second
of the basketball
ruler.
when the
Oh
rulers don't
my.
even touch the
Yo,
basketball perfectly?
This is literally
yo,
Riemann's.
lads.
Like, you literally just sample points on a surface, and then you can see if it's curved. Simple.
Can
So
you
you
tell
say you
me?
get multiple rulers because at different points you measure,
How
and then you
flat is
see
it
if
though?
it's plumb.
Like, what do you
Listen,
like?
bro, we
How
know
flat
that
is the
there's
Earth?
mountains, hills, and valleys, okay? Those are gonna be above the Earth.
Okay.
Okay, you can also have ditches and holes
Wait, can you give me
within
evidence
the
that you're
flat
not
Earth
flat?
as well.
Hello?
Okay, does anybody else have any other questions? Because
Yeah. Can you give me evidence on how you're not flat? I think you're flat.
So given how
Got
large
that
the Earth
badonga
is,
dong.
Like I couldn't
um,
see in like 2D images, bro. You're flat. Can you give me evidence that you're not?
okay, go ahead, Goose. Sorry.
so given how large the Earth is, I feel like it would make more sense to use like uh like reference points to measure uh supposed curvature. It's like the stars, for example. Like we use them as
Because the
like
stars
a
are
reference
independent
point.
of the Earth.
Yeah, we need an independent reference point in order to make a calculation.
Yep, that's what they use the stars for.
Or you could just use a laser.
Use a laser to what? Prove the curve? Okay. The laser
Yeah,
doesn't make
so
it round.
no, you don't hear. I'll repost that
See,
picture
and you
that I
can literally
posted,
look
okay?
and see like the farther up the laser is away. Yeah, so like if you go in like the further away you are on the globe, the farther away the laser is. So you can calculate exactly where you are based on just that one laser. Because if it's like up right above you, then you know you're like really close. But then if you can't even see the laser, then you know you're on the opposite side of the globe.
Okay, so I posted up a picture in the side chat. Okay, so
Yeah,
we
but
know
how does that
for
measure the other side of
a
the globe, dude?
6-foot observer, well, this would just prove that it's curving, not the size that it is curving, right? So, for example, if we have a 6-foot observer, you can set a tripod up to 6 feet, put a laser on top of it, and point it downwards towards the horizon at 3 miles. Raise it slightly upwards so the laser would be grazing above the curving surface.
Why would you point it
You
downwards?
can do this over water.
Yeah, but
Why can't
guys,
you
do you
just
think
take a
that
Yeah, you
measures
can.
the whole curve? Do you think that
If
gives
it
you the
curves,
Well,
yeah,
no,
it
you can
radius?
curves
point it
down.
downwards because you can notice something really cool because the Earth is supposedly curving, right?
But
So
why
if you
can't
were
you
to
just take
take
it
How do you get the
this
radius
laser
from
and
that?
point it downwards towards where it would be
How do you
closest
flat?
touching the horizon, but not touching, just barely grazing it, right? You can actually paddle out towards where the laser and the Earth would be touching, just barely. You can notice that the laser would be dropping, dropping, dropping in elevation until it got to the point where it would be closest. And you notice something magical start happening. You're going to notice the laser start appearing to bend upwards because the Earth would be curving underneath that laser. Isn't that
Yeah, that makes
something?
sense.
Yeah, it's just like, I know the picture is a little bit blown up. You know,
You
it's
could
going to
also
be
just
like
like
hundreds of feet
you can
tall,
just
but
don't even have to do that. You can just like point it, like take a plumb measurement and just line up the laser with the plumb line, like
yeah, just
perpendicular to
shine
the
it
plumb line,
across.
and then
Yeah,
just see how it drops over
either
time.
one.
If there's a drop, then there's a curve.
Yeah, yeah, you would notice um, the laser start appearing to raise an elevation as you started pedaling out. But either way, This one I feel like would be more magical if you wanted to go do this yourself. And if you don't want to feel like paddling out 3 miles, you could drop the observer height even lower and lower. So either one of two things is going to happen. You're going to notice what I stated earlier. The laser would be going down, 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 then up, 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 up because of the curve of the Earth. Or the laser is going to go down, hit the water, never to bend back up.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty
What do you
good.
think's going to happen? Yeah, either the laser just bends down, or not bending down, just shoots towards the water, never comes back up, or it's going to point down and then bend back up because what the ground's doing. This isn't very expensive. You can do it yourself. You don't have to buy a 1,000-pound theodolite to go do this. Anybody can
Any
do this.
objections to this experiment?
So okay, so you know how like you guys say you measure the Earth flat, expected flat results in the Great Trig Survey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the surveyors were flat earthers, right? And they wanted to prove the Earth was flat with the plane trigonometry because that's the best way to do it, right? Take a bunch of flat triangles and then put it right up against the surface of the Earth, and boom, you got your flat triangles. And the only problem is that once they used the flat math, it failed, and it didn't, and none of the angles actually matched up with the
Flat
flat Earth.
math.
And so the curve math
That's
fixed the
because
mismatch.
spherical excess was added after.
No. They found that's how they.
Yes, yes,
Right,
yes, yes,
because like
yes.
the only way to make the calculations work was to add spherical excess, and it was not even it wasn't
Yes,
really
you have
added. It was
to.
subtracted. Because
Yes,
once you
I
have
know,
spherical
bro. I know.
excess,
We went
get
over this
more.
already. They added
You have
in
more distance
after.
than you actually is
No,
actually
Lats,
on
what
the
he's saying
planet.
is the measurements taken, assuming flat Earth geometry, did not work.
Yeah,
And it only
it
worked
failed.
when you assumed a spherical geometry. The actual measurements that they took of the Earth failed
So what's not
under
working?
a flat Earth model.
What is not working
Because it
exactly?
matched up with the stars. Like as soon as it like literally, not only did it show curve, but then like as soon as you did the spherical axis, suddenly
So
it
you're
lined right up with the fucking star that was curved right above you, and so it's like, well, shit. I guess there
yeah.
it
So
is.
the sky can be curving. That's fine. There's no
Right, and that's how we
contention with
matched
the
it. That's why we
sky
used it as an
curving
independent reference.
because the celestial sphere is based on the observer anyway. So you take the farthest distance that you could see and you draw a line around it, right? Like around your person. That would be 360 degrees around you. That would be a sphere based on the observer, right? And you just take that, you can plot
Right,
those
but what he's
points
saying is like
on the ground on it.
the stars do not move in the celestial sphere as expected on a flat Earth.
But that's what it is. Because the ground is measured flat.
Right, but when the
You're not
ground is
measuring
measured
drop
flat,
over distance.
when the ground
Yes,
is
there's
measured
no
flat,
drop
the
over
stars do
distance
not move
measured.
as expected. The angles do not
What do you
match
mean
up.
as expected? As expected as to what model?
Like basic trigonometry.
No, there is no expectation here. At the end of the day, you're talking about long distance observations and you're not including perspective, you're not including atmospheric conditions with a long distance observation. So if there's any deviation from what seems like level, it's going to be purely optical.
Right, but the deviation should be like
No,
unexplainable
that's
or
incorrect.
like seemingly random, but the deviation always lines up with the spherical Earth model. The
And
deviation
also,
No,
the
it
from
doesn't.
theodolites
It
were
doesn't.
flat
extremely
Earth
precise.
observations lines
Do you
up with.
realize? Do you realize perspectively the globe has been taken from what we see in perspective? So, in terms of the rate in which things converge, the rate in which things drop onto your horizon is the same numbers. The 1.22 is the same number that you have in your globe math. So, yeah, there's a correlation there. But if the globe has been backwards engineered from perspective, then we would expect to see some synergy, wouldn't we?
Well, Well, that's the thing is like if you apply a flat model to the measurements, it wouldn't work because it's curved.
No, it's not curved though, is it? We're not measuring any curvature. You said it yourself. You can't physically measure the curve. So you have to assume it's curved based on a long distance observation. And you say, oh look, this works with the globe math, but the globe was backwards engineered from perspective. So the
Right.
key
So
thing you're missing here is optics and perspective. You're not taking those into account.
so Roots,
So they started in
if you
North
were
India. Okay?
standing directly under a star and use that star in the sky as your reference point, how far out does somebody have to be simultaneously in terms of distance, miles or kilometers, for the angle to that star to equal 45 degrees?
It's like right on the horizon.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
So if you were standing directly under a star, so like directly above you, there is a star, and you're using that star as a frame of reference, how far out would a secondary observer have to be for their measured angle, elevation angle to that star to be 45 degrees?
It's a bit of a tricky question because when it comes to observation of the celestial bodies, we know that it's an individual personal observation. So the apparent position of the stars differ from person to person. So it's all a
Oh
local
yeah, it's
phenomenon
perspective.
based on your personal viewing limitations,
Position.
right?
Because perspective
Yeah.
changes with position. This isn't something special about stars. This is just how perspective works. If
Yeah,
I
so if
move
you're
further
asking me
away
the
from an
difference
object, it's
between
gonna
We're counting on that to be the case.
right, because you have a limitation of view. So when it comes to long distance observations, you need to take that limitation of view that you sound like you understand into account and stop
What's
saying
the
it can only be
limitation?
due to. You're saying that the deviation from level can only be caused from the curve of the Earth. Well, you know full well, and you've just admitted there can be a deviation due to perspective, right?
No,
So
but that
take that
deviation
into
is what we're
account.
using for the calculation. The deviation is expected.
And that's what Latz was telling you. You're calculating the spherical excessing afterwards. That's why you're doing it,
Oh.
because there is some sort of deviation over long distance.
Okay, so this is what happened. No. You see, okay, I'm starting to understand. The issue is that you've got these 2 points, and they are one person standing directly under the star, and then the second observer is looking at the same star, but they're at a certain angle, right? And so that angle like we can use that star as an independent reference, so that way we know that one person is like 10 miles away because the star is like 45 degrees or whatever, and then like the other person's like as directly under the star, so there's 0 degree vertical. And so when you take those 2 angles, like that's the relative angle measurement, and that's where you can start to see whether or not the Earth is flat or curved. And so you can do both calculations. And so let me I gotta like skip a few steps so that way I don't gish gallop. But at the end of the day, that independent reference, because then they take the theodolite, so then they shoot the theodolite to the person that also has a mirror, so they're not only are they using the star to like determine where they are relative to each other, but they're also using their equipment, which is the giant theodolite. And so the theodolite's got the geometric vertical, or no, and then they use the geometric vertical, which is the concept, like that's just the 90 degrees. And then when they take those 2 points and they use all that information that they get from the 2 observers and where they are relative to the star, and then where they are relative with the theodolite and the heliotrope, because one person's got a mirror and they're just beaming the light to the other person. Those are 2 independent reference points that they use to compare, and the only way for those measurements to be accurate is with a curved surface. And then when you make the surface perfectly flat, the angles won't match up because there'll be errors because the Earth is curved. And like, but then when you add the curvature to the calculation of all those all those angles with the 2 independent references, they match up.
Listen, our claim is not that optically we're seeing in a linear fashion. That's not our claim. Our claim is that the Earth itself isn't curving. There's no way to measure or detect any deviation physically.
Explain why the plumb lines are deviating from the celestial sphere.
But they're not. That's an assumption you guys are making.
No, they're measured to
No,
deviate
dude,
from the celestial sphere.
that's all the trig survey. That's what you have to explain why those all the arc, why the angle measurements are arcing and across the surface of India.
That's an assumption based on a spherical coordinate system.
No, dude.
You're not measuring.
Measured in reality.
You're not measuring any. No, in reality,
they deviate.
You're not measuring. Listen, you're not. You can't prove that plumb lines are not parallel.
So when
you're assuming they are.
When you take
you're assuming they are because you have this process that plots the sky and then determines those positions as ground positions on a ball. You are not proving that the parallel. You are not proving that the plumb lines are not parallel.
Yeah, we are.
So, like Latz was saying earlier,
and we have the stars.
No, you
So
have
we're
no way to
independently
prove that plumb
referencing the
lines.
stars,
You have no way to
and we
prove
can
that plumb
compare
lines
the
are not
different.
parallel. You're assuming it.
Okay,
you have to assume
it
it.
matches up with the sphere because it matches up with the sphere, the celestial sphere. That's the fucking puzzle piece. It fits like a glove, but a flat surface doesn't fit a sphere.
It's not about that. We're not claiming that
if you had a
optics.
perfectly flat celestial plane and that wasn't a sphere, then I would be more inclined to like match up a flat plane with a flat Earth with the flat space. But the flat fucking sky isn't fucking there. It's a goddamn
No,
sphere.
but we don't see in a linear fashion, and this is what you don't seem to understand. We're not claiming that you see in a linear fashion. We're claiming that the Earth itself is not curving.
That sees perfectly. The theodolite is perfect. It's 1,000-pound theodolite with an azimuth circle.
Hey, Talon,
telescope. We can
is
see
the
straight.
celestial sphere and the ground the same thing?
No, they're not. Yeah. But you're using this.
Excellent.
Using the
so you're measuring off something that's not the ground. So why would you be... Goose, I didn't ask you to talk just yet. You are assuming a spherical sky. You're then measuring the ground off of an assumed spherical sky, complaining about an assumption of it's flat. No, they didn't make the assumption of it's flat. They are supposed to be doing pure measurements and then getting the answers off of that. But instead, they did measurements and referenced them back to a what, Talon? A sphere.
They did the flat Earth measurements.
They referenced it back to... they didn't do flat Earth measurements first. Stop pulling yourself. You're a liar.
They did all the calculations.
Oh, so it's calculated now, not measured. Thank you, Talon.
They're like, nope.
So anyways, as Talon discovered last night, this was referenced back to a ball-tard model anyways. So Goose, please start listening.
So what we're saying is the elevation angle measurement.
And he's just going to rinse and repeat.
Do not line up.
Whether they line up or not, Goose, what were they referenced from? How did they get these deviations? How did they understand when they made these measurements that they were incorrect? What give it away that they were incorrect?
What? Wait, no, they were perfect. They were precise.
The measurements were fine. The measurements were precise.
Yep. But this is the double speak that Talon keeps doing. He goes, they were correct, but they were incorrect. There was errors.
No,
they were in error.
The measurements were correct and precise, but what seemed strange is that the difference, the delta of the elevation angles from two different reference points did not...
Do you know why? I'll tell you why. It's so easy, Goose. It's so easy.
Of measurements from a flat surface.
The reason for it, Goose, is when you're doing cell nav, it's a trigonometric function. It's not pure trigonometry. You know when they're doing cell nav and they have to read the almanac to get their positions because it's got all weird calculations through it? That's how you have to do it. If they didn't do that, they're going to stuff themselves up. Very simple.
It didn't fit like a glove with the celestial sphere because that's when they came across what they started calling deflection of the vertical. So it didn't fit like a glove. This is why the GTS gave rise to the birth of modern geodesy, where they not only were just trying to discover the form of the surface of the Earth, but also measure the gravitational anomalies, which help form it in their minds. I'm not saying that they had, there was any validity to what they were saying. It didn't fit like a glove. That was the problem. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Perfect sphere. It fit the oblate spheroid.
Tell me I'm wrong, Talon.
I'm telling you that you're. I'm telling you that the glove. When you say fit like a glove, I'm talking about the oblate spheroid.
Talon, was T-Dub right or wrong?
What?
Was T-Dub, what he just said, right or wrong? Correct or incorrect?
It was vague and out of context.
Interesting how he can't answer.
Why did they have to insinuate deflection of the vertical?
Insinuate it. They measured it.
Nah, no. What made them think that there was deflection of the vertical?
Because the angular measurements didn't fucking were not parallel.
No, bro.
Yeah, the angular measurements.
No, that's not it.
Flat.
No, that's not it. The deflection of the vertical wasn't to do with whether or not the verticals were parallel or not. They'd already decided they'd already decided they wouldn't be. They'd already decided they lived on some kind of spheroid.
No,
So of course they weren't going to. They weren't expecting parallel verticals.
No, the measurements decided.
Deflection of the vertical would have been because their predictions of where the ground positions of stars were incorrect.
Right.
Right. So it didn't fit like a glove.
Straw man again, but now you got to say the straw man again that they didn't. That they just assumed the curve. Like you just want to say they assumed the curve again, but that's not what they did.
Well, they did. They did.
No,
They'd already decided they lived on a spheroid.
Not only did they assume it, Talon, not only did they assume it, they referenced one.
But the measured curvature and the angles.
So after that, they had to start adjusting the form of the surface, right, to explain the deflection, to explain the disposition of stars.
This will be the first of 2 photos I'll be uploading. First one right there. Second one.
Okay, Goose. Remember I said earlier it's not pure trigonometry, it's a trigonometric function?
Yeah.
Excellent. Keep that in mind.
What's wrong about a trigonometric function?
Just keep that in mind while you're doing your little show and tell.
Okay. So, in the photo, if you take a look, right? So, the first triangle, the inner triangle, is one of the unit circles. So, from trigonometry, we know that A is equal to B when you have an angle of 45 degrees. So, apparent B, because B can just be apparent. If A is 100 miles, we know B, the apparent measurement of B is 100 miles. So, if we go out to 2A, or 200 miles, we can use the tan function in B over 2A to ascertain what the angle will be. And the angle, measured from a flat surface, as you see, the surface is flat, from 200 miles out to that star should be 26.5 degrees.
Oh, so what you're calculating there, Goose, is the actual distance to the star. So what did it come out as?
No, you're just calculating the elevation angle.
No. You've got enough information to tell us what the distance to the star is. So what is it?
Oh, B is 100 miles.
So the distance to the star is 100 miles.
That's the apparent height, yeah.
Now, how have you confirmed this?
We're not confirming the apparent height.
Well, your calculations are going to be up to shit then, aren't they, if it's not confirmed?
It's trigonometry. We're just using it as like a baseline.
When they're doing celestial navigation... Oh, sorry, John.
Like, it doesn't matter how far away the star actually is. It's just, it appears to be A equals B, which is 100 miles, optically.
Yeah, to complete that right angle triangle, that last angle to the star is an apparent angle, but it's still an angle that makes a right angle triangle as per your diagram. And
yes.
that horizontal plane as measured from the star is horizontal. You've shown it as that. You can't get a right angle from a curved adjacent.
Right. No, I agree. So whatever distance you go out...
What is it? Why is there any more discussion needed? If you agree with that, then you sort of agree with everything that we're saying.
Because you can create a tangential right angle with a curved object.
I think the thing that globers and globe deniers have a hard time with is that globers do ignore the curvature in short distances, and that's why we use that's what globe deniers confuse as globers measuring the Earth flat. We're just using the planar geometry
just don't
to
ignore
measure the
positioning
positioning of 2 points. And so, like, flirts can't, like, get their heads out of their asses, and so they think that's measure the Earth flat.
Bro, that's disingenuous, Talon.
Measure flat, measure the
You
Earth flat. Because
what curvature is there to ignore? You don't ignore it. You don't ignore it. You don't measure it.
Measurement against us because you don't have any
Talon,
measurement.
Talon, stop rambling on and poisoning the well, bro. It's not that you ignore the curvature over short distances. There is none.
I'm gonna get that Talon and
minute. It's only like 8 inches per mile, so we don't even need it. We don't even need to account for it at that distance, but we can use the planar geometry to get our get a reference to triangulate and survey the actual shape of the Earth, which would over time you can demonstrate the curve.
You can't just ignore that small 8 inches per mile, because if in fact you were using celestial navigation and you were using 3 navigational stars to get your triangulation fixed through your circles of equal altitude, you can't use a tangent line from your vertex, because if you use a tangent line from your vertex, the ground position of the star wouldn't be on the ground. It would be somewhere hanging in space on the tangent. So I've been listening for a while to your Talon, but it's embarrassing, mate.
It's 90 degrees to vertical, and you have a plumb line.
Yeah, well said, bro. You need to put this to bed because this is just them circle jerking right now.
Well, I'm just gonna go to bed just because I'm tired. I've already been like dominating this shit for like the last 48 hours.
Yeah,
that's delusional.
You'd be lucky to dominate Goose. Take him to bed with you.
Next time we gotta work on refraction values, and then we also have to figure out like how we.
Well, actually, 2 episodes ago, we were going through refraction values, and you cut it out again.
Well, it was the same thing. It was like really late, but I do want to bridge the gap between measuring and calculating at some point. That's a big goal of mine, and then figuring.
Yeah, you don't know how to measure stuff. You've got to break down with that. You're good at calculating, though.
What it means to to have the curve show up in the direct measurements. Like that's what I'm going to work on explaining better. So
in the second image I posted,
we'll see you on the other side of the globe. Revolution. Talk to you later. Good night.
I know what he's going to be dominating when he goes to bed.
Probably thinking about Goose.
Huh? Anyways, in the second image I posted, on a spherical surface, when you take the elevation angle at...
Yeah, that's a fail because you don't have a flat baseline, bro. That's a fail.
You can just take a tangent. You can just use a plumb bob and take the tangent from the plumb bob, and that's
Also, you're instead of measuring 4 to get a result, you're just assuming it's a ball. I'll just take a tangent.
That's begging the question. Exactly. You're begging the question. You don't know if the surface is something you can take a tangent to yet.
Just showing you something.
No, but I'm just saying you don't know if the surface is a surface that you can draw a tangent to yet.
In the image,
this is the thing you're trying to establish if it is something that you can use it
in the image. The angle at 2A, right?
I like how he just pretends like you didn't even say anything, T-Dub, and just I'll just close my eyes, la la la, and keep marching.
Yeah, exactly. First, you got to establish that the surface is something you can draw a tangent to before you can use it to draw a tangent.
You don't even need a surface. You just need a plumb bob you can use as a perpendicular reference point.
You're assuming that the baseline will be tangent to a curve. What curve? How do you know it's not parallel with the surface?
He's also assuming that an angle isn't two straight lines meeting at a vertex as well.
Listen. You guys have a good night. Thank you for having me here.
Peace out, Goose.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Twonger.
Hello, mate.
Interesting. Talon taps out. Goose follows. Now, I don't want to assume much, but after reading Goose's bio, I'm saying they're friends, that's all.
They did say they were off to bed, didn't they?
Yeah.
I'm saying the good friends that they are, they'd be in the same room but two single beds.
Hey Twonger, how come you don't have an FE tag? What's going on there?
I don't do clubs.
You're in one now, mate.
Well, I'm here, but I'm not in the club.
Yeah, you are. You're a flatty. You know it.
I'm a flat boy. Sorry, I'm on my phone. If there's any mic noise at it, I'm not accustomed to this.
You're good.
So I saw Newt was in here earlier. How's he going? He hasn't been in for a while. Or was that the bad one? There's two. There's one good one and one bad one.
Who?
No, not who. That's someone else.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Might be a good thing, because if it's the good one, he's alright. He just hasn't been in for a while. That's all.
What's the future like for Flat Earth?
I don't know. Let's ask Shelty. Shelty, how's it going?
Shelty's shy.
Going good. No, Mike. Really?
That was short-lived.
Like your arguments, Twonga.
In your dreams, Matrix.
No, come back
Well,
to
you're
that,
right.
mate. That was just a slap out of the park.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. My arguments are
Weakest fizzy drink, mate. I'm telling you.
short-lived because I usually end the conversation pretty quickly. I'm very efficient like that.
We know.
Doesn't take me long to school a flat earther.
So, which one on the panel have you schooled recently? Please enlighten me.
The most recent student was probably, let's see. Probably it was. I want to say AJ, but it's not. His name's not AJ. AJ's in the
I
channel
doubt it.
right now.
I doubt it.
What? No, what's his name? Not AJ, but it's like no, AI Overlord. That's the last guy.
You school AI Overlord.
Yeah.
Wow.
Send him my regards, will you?
I'm so glad this is recorded. And AI Overlord will have understood that that silence just then was me trying to process the levels of stupidity that come out of your mouth.
Good stuff. Or as my friend Jedi would say, awesome stuff, mate.
And as Jin would say, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Except it'd go for a lot longer. Shout out to you, Jin. How's it going, mate? So what bendy proof have you got today, Twonga? Oh, you run away. Wow. Now, speaking of AI, you just reminded me. What did AI want me to make a song about? It was something dubstep to do with Donny C. His meltdown, yes. I think it was something dubstep. All right. I'll be
I need to read this out, right? Because it's Google AI, right, saying what Talon's been trying to say, right? I've been giving him every opportunity to say it, right? Because I don't want to straw man the whole thing, okay? So this is why I've been like trying to like get information, look into this a little bit using Google AI, and it provides all the sources and everything. But like just quickly, and this is the end of it, right? So I asked it. So they didn't actually directly measure any Earth curvature. This is with regards to GTS of India, right? It said in 2026, it remains a historical fact that 19th century surveyors did not directly observe a curved line on the ground. Instead, they derived the Earth's curvature through a process of geometric and astronomical comparison. Their measurement, in quotes, of curvature was an empirical deduction based on two independent sets of data. So they had the ground measurement, triangulation. Surveyors measured distance on what appeared to be a flat, in quotation marks, plane using chains and theodolites to build a network of triangles. They physically measured a single baseline, like the 7.5-mile line in Madras, with extreme precision using calibrated iron rods or chains. By measuring angles from the ends of this line to distant points, they used trigonometry to calculate subsequent distances without having to walk them. The celestial reference, which are the astronomical observation. Independently, they used zenith sectors to observe the position of stars. This provided their astronomical latitude, their position relative to the Earth's axis of rotation. All right, this is something that's already preconceived, predetermined, right? They've already decided that the Earth's a sphere or a spheroid of some sort and rotating on its axis. So 3, deriving the curvature. The curvature was measured, in quotation marks, by observing how much ground distance from triangulation was required to change 1 degree of astronomical latitude. The logic: if the Earth were flat, the distance per degree would be constant or infinite. If the Earth were a perfect sphere, the distance per degree would be the same everywhere. The discovery, however, surveyors like William Lambton found that a degree of latitude in India was a different length than a degree in Europe. This inconsistency between the ground distance and the celestial change proved that the Earth's surface was curved and specifically identified its oblate spheroid shape. So the visual curvature experiments. While large-scale surveys were mathematical, some 19th century experiments attempted direct visual measurement, like the Bedford level experiment of 1870. Alfred Russel Wallace used a telescope and 3 poles over a 6-mile canal to visually demonstrate the bump of curvature, proving that the middle pole appeared higher than the sight line between the two ends. Or you got horizon dip. Surveyors also measured the dip of the horizon from a known height. By calculating the angle between the horizontal and the tangent line to the horizon, they could calculate the Earth's radius using trigonometry. There you go. Right. That is the steel man of what Talon has been trying to say regarding GTS of India.
Were they using statute miles or nautical miles when they were doing those measurements? Do we know? I remember reading this years ago. I can't remember.
You said that was it. I don't know.
think from memory, this particular survey established a change or an average in the nautical to statute mile ratio.
This says they use statute.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So just proving that that statute mile conversion to nautical miles, 1 degree, 60 nautical miles, is not uniform.
Because we see in a non-linear fashion. Been trying to tell him that earlier. I don't know whether these globers are deceitful or whether they're ignorant or whether they're jumping to conclusions because it fits their narrative, but they all seem to have this same issue. They can't seem to tell the difference. They don't seem to understand perspective, or they cherry pick when they want to take perspective into account. And then the guy thinks that he's dominating without understanding perspective. Quite embarrassing.
He'll be back tomorrow with the same stuff.
So it's old arguments, though. Do you know what I mean? These were addressed years and years ago. They're not proving that zenith angles are diverging. They're plotting points using the ECEF coordinate system. So they're plotting points on a sphere. So like matrix, lats, like everybody told them, they're just pre-assuming a sphere. It's the only thing they're doing.
Yeah, ECEF is a Cartesian system, and every example that they give before they go on their spiel is showing a right-angled triangle to prove the measurement to a celestial object, or a theodolite, which proves flat Earth, and then they go on their merry way with there's something up.
Yeah, because they have no argument if we address the fact
Just
that
lost
they're
him.
only calculating. They have no argument. Yeah, I think he dropped. I
Yeah,
wasn't sure if it was
mid-sentence
him
he
though.
must have lost connection.
Yeah, Lats was trying to tell him this from the very, very beginning, like an hour and a half ago, and he just whistled past it. That time, whistled past it when Matrix told him. They just don't care. They want to do a speech.
Who's that?
Was it Goose? I don't know. There was two of them when I joined. Lats was talking to
Goose
the two of them.
and Talon. Look,
Yeah.
I've posted what I read out in the side chat. This whole time, all Talon had to say was, if the Earth were flat, the distance per degree would be constant or infinite. If the Earth were a perfect sphere, the distance per degree would be the same everywhere. But what they discovered was a different length between degrees compared to with respect to Europe and India, right? So that tells them that the Earth's surface is curving at a rate that it becomes an oblate spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere, it's an oblate spheroid. So this whole time, that's all he had to say as his argument.
If only yous had that much to say.
What was that? So I was at work yesterday, and one of the girls in the office is known to be sort of like a truther slash, alternative sort of researcher. Somehow, I've been banded into that category, even though I haven't shared too much. And somebody mentioned flat Earth yesterday, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, so and so Roots or whatever is flat earther," and I was quite shocked because I was like, "Well, how has this come out? Because I haven't mentioned it." So one of the co-workers was trying to poke fun, and then the owner of the business come in. Now the owner of the business is multi-millionaire. You know, he's a big fish. Everybody sits up straight when he walks in, and he overheard the conversation, and he could see I wasn't saying anything, and he stepped in and he said, "Well, when you're making decisions based on emotion, how would you know?" And he said, at the end of the day, most decisions are made by emotion. And if you apply logic to these questions, you'd be surprised actually at the answers. And he says, "I'm not a flat earther, but I can definitely see why somebody would be." And my jaw dropped. I was like, "This is the owner of the business. I've never had a conversation. I didn't even know how he was built." And he's sitting there shutting down all the mockers. It was a great moment, mate. And then I had about 3 people from the office at lunchtime ask me about all sorts of different stuff. I'm like, "What's going on here?" It was a great moment.
So, what was? Sorry, I missed some of it. What was the context? What was the topic?
So it started off on vaccines, and then somebody mentioned flat Earth, and said, "Oh yeah," mentioned that I was a flat earther. Somebody was trying to mock as the owner of the business walked in, and he basically shut them down and basically said, if you're making your decisions based on emotions, how the fuck do you know? Because if you apply a bit of logic, I can see why somebody would be a flat earther. And my jaw dropped, mate, because this guy is, he's a multi-millionaire. He's a big fish. Everybody pays attention to him. So for him to come in and just shut that down, I was impressed.
Nice. Is this your boss or just some other guy? Like,
The owner of the business that I work for.
right.
So
Okay. Basically your boss.
Well, yeah. The boss of my boss, basically, but he comes in twice a week, 3 times a week. Everybody kisses his ass. You know how it is when the owner turns up. But for him to say that started a chain reaction in the office of everybody saying, "I'm going to look into this." Do you know what? Fair enough.
Right.
People were asking me all sorts of questions about conspiracies and stuff at lunch. I was like, "What the fuck is going on today?"
Well, that's awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, even my boss, who I've got to do like a client visit with him next week, he says, "We've got a long car journey next week, Gaz. You can tell me everything." I just laughed like, "Mate, we ain't got time. 3 hours isn't enough." But no, it was just nice to see such a, successful, rich, influential person come in and shut down the mockers. I just found it interesting that though, I could tell he hasn't probably done the deep dive into flat Earth, but just already his senses were telling him these were emotional arguments that were being made, and just the fact that he referenced logic and emotion, I just thought, wow, people are waking up in different capacities.
Right. Yep.
The only problem is now everybody at work knows I'm a flat earther. Co-signed by the boss.
Well, that's cool because if like the top notch, right, has no problems with you being a flat earther, then what is anybody below him going to say? Like it can't be grounds for dismissal, right?
No, they'll all be like flat Earth adjacent if this carries on, mate, because they kiss his ass. So whatever he says, they accept. So there's a change in the
Right.
in the winds at work. Let's just say it's very interesting.
Right. And obviously, he doesn't think that mind frame has any impact on your competency as an employee, right?
No, of course not. He was saying me and Gary obviously have a similar way of thinking. I've just doxed myself, but yeah, he was just basically saying, me and him are quite similar, and defending me in a sense that he was saying that I've obviously come to this conclusion through logic. But I never brought up anything to do with logic and knowledge and belief. That just came out of him. So he's obviously on this vibe that he can understand people are making decisions through emotion, and then he went on to tell us about how the 2020 thing and the vaccine thing was basically a bunch of emotion, which I was like, wow, there was about 20 of us in the
Right.
office, and he was just giving it, and I
Fear.
just thought, wow.
Fear-based mostly, right? Yeah, I get it. And then it can come like, the same thing. People have this emotional tie and this identity, like relationship with the globe, right? It does stir up emotions for some people because they feel that tied to it. Their psyche, is that tied to it that it's a shock, and people can react emotionally to being challenged on it. Right? Just like what's his face that wrote 1984? Orwell.
George Orwell?
George Orwell. Yeah, he said in a piece he wrote for a newspaper back whenever he was around. Like, yeah, when was that? I can't remember what year. But he wrote. He said most people, when asked if is the Earth a flat or a globe, like they'll say, of course it's a globe. Everybody knows that. But when pressed further, they become angry. When they're pressed, when they're challenged, actually, like presents or support that stance, right? It's like they get angry, like, why should I? I don't need to. Everybody knows. That's it.
It's even more interesting when that sort of conversation happens in a work setting, because in a work setting they can't get angry, they can't spit their toys out the pram. They're in the presence of the big boss, so they're trying to seem measured. So it becomes more obvious because you see that there's a lot of sort of herd mentality in a work environment. Everybody's trying to virtue signal, everybody's trying to seem like they're saying the right thing, but the boss sets the polarity. If the boss says you're a sheep for just believing this just due to emotion, then that changes the vibe of everything. The polarity switches, and now the ones who are actually using critical thinking, they're actually the valuable people. And to see it happen in a workplace with the boss present, it's instant. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a conclusion they come to themselves. They're forced into that sort of alignment because the boss has changed the polarity. So to see it just unfold in the workplace and see everybody's reaction changes, facial expressions change, everybody now shows interest in these subjects. This subject isn't stressful, all of a sudden it's exciting. It's just quite extreme when it happens like the way it did yesterday. So you can just really see how everybody is following, but everyone's just following the guy who pays your bills, you know what I mean? Whoever's sort of in charge of that environment. So then you get a bunch of sheep pretending that they're interested in truth and logic all of a sudden. It's very interesting, mate.
Yeah, because on the surface, no pun intended, that an argument can seem sound, right, and it can seem logical, but dig deeper, and you find that there's something wrong with these premises, right? Or there's something wrong with the form of this argument, right?
Right. But most people don't see it because they're too caught up in the social element of the world, right? But when the boss comes in and breaks that polarity, changes that polarity, you can just see how fickle and paper thin everybody's beliefs actually are. They're actually molded by the people who are considered influential to them.
Right.
It's just
that's telling.
So easy to see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw that change in an instant, and it was just like, wow, this is how thin everybody's sort of opinions are.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everybody wanted to ask me a million questions at lunch, and I'm just sitting there smiling like, this is only because
you
the
got
boss
endorsed.
yeah. So I say, stay strong. Don't buy into their confidence. It's all virtue signaling. They don't know what they're talking about. These Glovers.
Hey Jedi, did you hear Roots' little story? His encounter?
No, dude. I'd literally just come in about 30 seconds.
Right, I just thought you might have been listening on YouTube or something. But no,
No, I
Right.
don't. I missed them.
You want to tell me? You want to recount it again, Roots? The Jedi?
Yeah, I was just saying there's a girl in the office who's known as a truther. They were trying to at work yesterday. A couple of people were trying to poke fun at her, and I don't know how it got round, but somebody mentioned flat Earth and connected my name to it. So I'm thinking, how does people know this? I've not told anybody, but anyway, somehow it's got out. But either way, they tried to poke two of the guys tried to poke a bit of fun at me and this girl about it. But the boss walked in at that moment and he started listening and he just shut them down and he said, well, if you're going to make your decisions based on emotions, what the fuck do you know? He says you need to use, when you apply logic to some of these questions and some of these issues we have, you'll start to see actually there's a lot of validation to what they're saying. He said, I might not be a flat earther, but I can understand why somebody would be when you deal with the facts. And the
What the?
whole office, yeah, the whole lot. And this guy's like a multi-millionaire. He comes in twice a week. Everybody kisses his ass, sits up straight when he walks in. But I just thought everybody's persona change. And then all of a sudden now, me and this girl are the most popular two people in the office. Everybody's asking us questions, want us to tell them about anything you can think of. It was just like amazing to see everybody's so fickle, and just
That's
jump to,
cool, man. That's
yeah,
amazing. That's
it
really,
was.
really cool, man. You should start putting invites for your work colleagues to come and join us on 24/7. Though saying that, this is probably the only place you can get away from at the moment, so maybe not. But good shit, dude. Good shit.
Yeah, it was nice. Then he went on a little rant then about sort of like 2020 and his like sort of coming to these conclusions, how he sort of started to figure things out, and everybody was just the energy changed all of a sudden. Now this wasn't a taboo subject, and everybody wanted to know more. And I was just like, wow, the power of what
No,
a
that's,
boss can do, eh?
yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That is pretty cool.
Well, so people are waking up, man, just in different capacities. It's nice to
What was the
see.
questions your work colleagues were interrogating the woman about and yourself? If it wasn't flat Earth, what other questions were they talking about? If it was truth,
It was vaccines.
okay,
Vaccines.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then somebody decided to say, oh, something flat Earth. We better ask Gary about that. And I'm like, well, why am I being brought into this? You know what I mean? But then the boss walked in like a couple minutes before that, and then just shut everybody down.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
So, do you
nice.
think that
And
did they know that you were a flat earther before? Or is it something that you told them, or you said that you wasn't sure how they knew that?
well, I used to work for this company like 5 years ago.
Mm.
So, and I was pretty open with it 5 years ago, but I didn't work for the same office. It's like a sister company. So maybe my old boss told someone and that's got to my manager and maybe that's got around. I don't know. But they know that I'm not, they know that I'm not sort of a normie, if you know what I mean.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I reckon I can, I reckon I can turn my boss into a flat earther from what I can tell so far. And when I say my boss, I mean my boss's boss, the owner of the business. He was like, "Oh, me and Roots are of a similar mentality, and oh, obviously me and Roots are sort of thinking about this in a similar way." I'm like, "Wow, okay." I mean, I'm pretty new to the business as well, so it's like it's a nice endorsement. Scott's joined. Long time, Scott.
Ray.
What's the sort of vibe of the room? Has anybody else sort of spoken about flat Earth at work? Do work colleagues know you're a flat earther, or is it something that has never been mentioned?
Back in the day, like when I first came into Flat Earth, into 2015, 2016, I was working at Tesco's as a butcher, and very, very quickly got around that I was a conspiracy theorist because of other subjects that I'd brought up, like at lunchtime and stuff with people. I was quite outspoken about. There was a couple of like false flag events that had happened at the time. I think it was close to the Manchester bombings or something like that around that period. So yeah, I'd got the mark as a conspiracy theory, but I tried to start speaking about flat Earth to some of my colleagues, and yeah, the atmosphere kind of changed after that. I think I got cast as some kind of complete and utter Fruit Loop, and was somebody to be avoided and whatnot. So yeah, it didn't go too well after that. Really, not that it was like bad, but I think I started like rubbing people up the wrong way and whatnot, whilst we were trying to work at the same time as well, though, so it was a bit difficult. But yeah, back in 2015, 16, yeah, didn't go too well then.
Yeah, it's subtle, but you feel the energy shift, don't you?
Oh yeah, very noticeably so. I often wonder what it'd be like having the same conversations with the same colleagues like now, especially after like certain events have taken place, like COVID and this, that, and the other. So it'd be interesting to see how people's frame of mind had changed in the last 10 years. I think you mentioned it as well. The world's changed enough for people to possibly notice that not everything is as it's reported on the TV, for example. So it'd be interesting to see what people thought about, let's say, conspiracy theories 10 years after I first brought it up to them. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, what's interesting is a lot of people who you spoke to before the 2020 event have probably changed their mind. But one thing I notice is it's not like they're going to run back and tell you. It's only when you bump into them again and you get that time with them, and they might just like admit it, like some guilt that they want to get off their chest. Like, oh, remember when you were telling me about that? I think you were right. But it's like, it means a lot to us, because like you lost contact, or you became less close with that person because of it. But it turns out that they now are on the same page, but they're still hesitant of you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like
Yeah,
that
right.
energy's still there, but they actually have changed and come round to your position. So it's a very weird, surreal situation when you bump into these people again, and they admit that, and you're just sitting there thinking, well, what's the issue? You know what I mean? Why didn't you just tell me this? Why aren't we close again now? But yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
That's probably not happening though.
Oh, here comes Scott to the rescue.
Yeah, just they probably think the same they did before. They think you're nuts.
No, I think you missed what was said here. They come round to the position themselves and they admit you were right,
No,
but they
that's
don't
just
run back to tell you. I'll
that's
tell
just
you what that
wishful
is, Scott.
thinking on your part. You just want that to happen really, really bad. It's just not true.
Scott's scared. We're not even talking about flat Earth. We're talking about other things, but he's scared that people will agree with us. Shit.
No, I'm not. I don't have to be scared because I live in the world.
It's how you sound.
So Jedi, why don't you start talking about it again then at work?
Because I don't work there anymore, dude. It's not
Well,
something I can do.
wherever you work, if you're so confident that they're going to believe you now, start talking about it. Let us know how it goes.
Okay. No problem,
All right.
Scott.
Good man.
If
Good
that,
man.
if that helps you. Oh dear. Fucking classic, Scott. Well done.
Yeah, it's interesting. You guys hang around these little groups and you convince yourselves that everybody else agrees with you now, and they just
No,
don't.
they've said that they agree with us.
No, they
Are you
haven't.
not following the conversation?
No, Roots was saying something
Time has
theoretical.
passed.
Roots was
For
hypothetical.
example, COVID, and people have a different opinion now, 5 years later.
About
Sometimes they
what
had the
though?
same opinion now that we shared to them then at the time. And you didn't
They
follow
don't.
very well, did you, Scott?
No, I did. I heard you, but that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. And they don't.
So
They
they're
did come
lying to our
around.
faces, what you're saying. To get
Yeah,
round this,
Scott.
you decide that these people are lying to our faces so you can sleep tonight. All right? You say so.
Yeah, it wasn't theoretical, Scott. I've had a handful of people come back to me after 2020 and say, in a very coy, embarrassed way,
Mhm.
actually, I think you were right
About
about all the
what?
things you were telling me.
What things
About
were you
things I
telling
was
them?
saying. I'm not getting into it in here, but things about the 2020 event.
Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay.
Thanks for your input.
Bye.
But Scott, this is your issue here. You don't actually listen. You just have a talking point. You just want to try and prove it.
I don't need to prove anything though. Just telling you what
We've had
everybody on the
people.
world's talking about.
We've had people genuinely come back here after calling us crazy and defending the globe
Really?
adamantly. Yes, come
Yeah.
back and say, you
Oh,
know what,
good.
guys?
I haven't
I
heard
had
them.
one 48 hours ago.
Regularly, yeah. Regularly.
Poor old
They
Scott.
must do it quietly then.
What they wait for when you're not
Let's,
around.
No, they must. Give
they
us a
wait for
name.
Scott to turn his back.
Who has told you that they come around? Who's a name that you can tell me?
Oh, I'm not very good with fucking names, dude. I just remember a conversation from like 2 nights
Okay.
ago.
Oh, who's that guy? Is it Jesse? Jesse's gone flat again recently.
Flat globe, flat
Uh,
globe. He's a bit of a flip
um,
flopper.
nah, but he's genuinely like off the globe. He thinks it's ridiculous. There's quite a few, mate, Scott. I don't know why you're acting. The fact that you're acting like there isn't shows a little bit of disingenuousness because we do see this on a regular basis.
This Indian guy from that we met in the English hub, and yeah, big discussion with him, and then like he was all like, "Oh, that's crazy. He's a crazy," and all that. And then like, I guess he looked into some stuff that got sent to him, you know, like from Altitude and probably Kimbo Beats. And
Richard's
yeah,
boss is a millionaire. Sorry.
yeah. And then a few weeks later, he's come back and he's all like staunch for flat Earth and ripping into the globers and everything. Yeah. Now he hangs out in the lobby a lot in the home server.
Liars.
You tell yourself that if it helps you sleep at night.
Every now and then I bring up at work that for entertainment purposes and also edification purposes, I talk to people like yourselves who believe that the earth is flat. And you should see the looks I get from people. They think I'm crazy. And they can't understand why I would do this.
Yeah, how delusional are you guys today?
Not only do we have Dom, we've got Dom as sidekicking. Hey, Leaf, how you been?
Harry and Lloyd.
I've been alright. I haven't talked to you guys for a long time since you banned me from the English Hub. Because I've been exposing you guys.
And now you're stalking us over here. What a fucking treat.
The only thing you've exposed, Leaf, is yourself. Please stop doing that. It's illegal.
Like all the argument you're trying to have against me, I turn it back to you guys.
You turn it back to us guys.
Oh,
So,
really?
how are you
How?
going to argue
In a-
against the measurements of no curvature?
In a reverse.
Well, you never showed like there's no curvature. You only show that you
Really?
can see
What?
beyond the horizon.
Say
But
what? Excuse me?
you can never, yeah, you never show any measurement of like no curvature at all. You only shows us that you can see beyond the horizon. We can never prove
So,
that there's no
your
curvature at all.
horizon is supposed to be a physical thing that blocks us from seeing. You've all told us that multiple times.
The
It doesn't
horizon is
matter.
not
You can
physical.
never
What do you
prove
Yet it's
mean?
that.
horizontal.
You can never prove that we are all standing on the ground that's like on a straight line. You can never prove that.
So you can never
Yeah.
prove that we're on a ball.
What's
Well, I
horizontal mean
did.
again?
Yeah.
Well, I did long time ago.
How?
If you did
I
it
see
once, you
that.
can do it again.
You see the Earthrise picture, yeah? I posted in side chat. See that?
Right.
It's curved. It's a ball. Simple as that.
Okay. Okay. And you validated this image, right?
Correct. Taken in
How?
1968 by
Right.
William Anders,
How?
right?
How?
He was
Leaf,
taking this
honestly, it's not
photo
even
on the
worth your
moon.
Okay, you
time
probably forgot
debating
the
these
question.
guys.
I'll ask it again. How, to add context, did you validate the image?
Well, it was taken during the space program. It was in the space shuttle.
I'm not asking for the history of it,
Right above
Sunshine.
the
I'm
moon.
asking how you independently validated the image to be true. How did you do so?
Well, it was taken 1968. There was some Photoshop back in the day, so it has to be true.
Okay, there are also ghosts in the Victorian era because of photographic manipulation. So photographic manipulation has existed ever since ever since photographs were invented. Now the question is still again, how did you validate the image yourself independently? Not give me your belief of when it was made and that it wasn't Photoshop because of Photoshop not being around. Tell me how you did validate it.
So you're telling me that all the people
No,
worked
I'm
on the
asking
program?
you. I'm asking you how you validated it. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you.
I know you're asking me. Can you calm
So
down?
fucking answer.
Jesus.
It's
Do you
like
forget?
you want time to think, don't you? So what you're going to do is you're going to piss me off in the meantime to give you time to think. No, just answer the question. I've asked you 5 times now. How did you independently validate the image? Last chance.
Mate, I think you need to go down to GP,
I
grab
think
an
you need to answer the
antidepressant, right?
question because you're failing to do so. So
You better
try
calm your
again.
ass down before I come up and knock on your door,
Stop
right?
Answer the question,
being
Leaf.
a
Answer the
wanker.
question,
Leaf,
Leaf.
Leaf, why are you avoiding the question?
I've
Are
been
you just
trying to
making this shit
answer,
up?
but you keep interrupting me in that like rude manner. That's why I have to
But you're
educate
not
this
That's not
guy
answering the
answering my
to
question.
question
make
when
him
you
calm
turn around to me and say,
down.
I'm trying to tell you something. I'm
Don't
not
ever
trying
tell
to
me
tell
anything,
you
Jedi.
anything. I'm trying to
I,
ask you a question.
you have no authority upon me, all right? So
So
calm your ass down.
your sentence should start with
No.
because, or this is how I validated it. X, Y,
Now,
Z.
Leaf, Jedi's going to ask you one question, and you're going to answer it. Everyone else is going to stay silent until you answer the question asked. Jedi, please.
How did you validate Earthrise?
The people working at NASA that build a space shuttle, that send them to the moon, that validate that photo, right?
That's not independent validation. That's you trusting.
That's
So you're
hilarious.
telling me that all the people in NASA working in there, thousands of
No,
them, are
No, he
lying
didn't.
together?
No,
no.
not
Leaf,
appeal
no,
to
he did not.
incredulity.
I was asking you a question. What it fucking leads to was not my implication. I just asked you how you validated it. Apparently, you didn't validate it. You just trust people. That's fine. At least I got some kind of fucking answer.
So what do the people in NASA do? They just like bring the briefcase to work?
Who cares?
Pretend to work?
No one cares, dude. You haven't independently validated this to be true. You just believe people at NASA, which
And
have, sorry, shut up, which have in the last 3 months been signed in by executive order by Donald Trump as a as a investigation and spy agency, right? Like the CIA or MF5, MI6, the KGB. So this information agency, dude, if you trust them, that's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, you're resting upon their claim that they did it. That's it. So your answer really, Leaf, is I didn't and I can't. I can't validate it. I just trust them.
Now I want to
Just
get
like
your
Jedi
mind
said.
straight, because you people always say that outer space is fake. Now let me ask you this: how are these people just conspiring a lie all together, thousands of them, working math, all the scientific facts, to build a space shuttle, which is fake, and they know about that? How's that even possible?
Yeah.
And
Sorry, are you
all the
asking
cinema
how
you see is
lies
just
are
made in
committed?
studio with CGI. How does
Excuse
that
me.
even make sense?
Excuse me.
Right?
You're literally asking how people are deceived. Do you understand deception happens all of the time? For example, have you been to a magic show recently?
I've never been to a magic show before.
Okay, but you understand the concept of magic shows, right? Where illusions take place
You
to
ever seen one on
hundreds and
TV?
hundreds of people at a time.
But
you're asking how this is possible. It's weird. I'm trying to follow your line of thinking. You're confused about the fucking line of thinking. That's why you're stuttering and can't answer.
Yeah, it's just incredulity at this point.
See, you keep asking if I can validate the picture.
I can't speak properly. Fucking idiots.
Leaf, you posing these questions as an answer to what proof or what did you prove isn't really helping your argument. It's just showing you have a disbelief, right? You have a disbelief because you think the world works in a certain way and you think this is impossible in your worldview. Well, what if your worldview is wrong? So your arguments aren't really strong and you're not really bringing any evidence for anything but your own disbelief. That's a flaw of
What am I
yourself.
in disbelieving? You're the one that in disbelief the Earth could be a globe, because you guys keep
No,
brainwashing
it's
yourself
not
into thinking.
disbelief. It's not disbelief, right? This our whole argument is about evidence. Like Jedi asked you to begin with, it was an evidence-based question. He was expecting you to come back with some sort of evidence for the
The
question.
picture itself is the evidence.
Instead, Leaf, you started asking us questions like, how and why would they lie? How is that any kind of evidence or response to Jedi's question? It's not. It's just a demonstration of your own disbelief. So you're showing an emotional response to the question.
No, it's a simple question. What about the people working in NASA? Did they just bring in a bottle of vodka in the briefcase and head to NASA and just like be alcoholic and drinking in
It's
there the whole
irrelevant.
time?
So
It,
this
it,
is
it
this is
doesn't
where
count,
you
right?
try and you try and hide behind their claim. Okay, so that's their claim. That's their supposed evidence, not
Like
yours,
all the
right?
documents that was produced in NASA, they are all lies. There's no
Yeah,
scientific fact.
that's their evidence, not yours. You're relying on
But
that, and
all of
you
them
have
are
no
working on
way.
this
And
like
like as was pointed out by
program.
Jedi, you have no way to go and validate any of that
It's just
information.
absurd.
What's absurd is you trying to lead into a debate with this line of questioning. You're not providing anything apart from your own misunderstanding of how the world works.
And
You
incredulity.
could be wrong. Yeah, you could be wrong. It could be actually that a
Okay,
secret of
okay.
it could be actually that something of this size and deception could
Are the
be
rocket
under the
launching fake?
radar and not
Are the
picked up
rocket
on.
launching fake? Are they fake? The rocket launching, are they fake?
Well, when you say fake, we see rockets launched, we see them arc in the distance, and we see them disappear on the horizon. If you get that kind of view, that level of view. But the point is, what does that prove? Seeing a rocket launch.
Well, where did they go?
That's not that's not relevant, is it? What
What?
does it prove? What does it prove that
Where's
we
the
see rocket
observation
launching?
took those pictures to
If
prove
if I
to you
if I
guys?
can't answer you, if I say I don't know, does that mean it definitely went where you were told it went?
I mean, you know that it went somewhere
Does
else.
it?
That's
Does it? No, answer the question, Lee. If I say I don't know where it went, does that necessarily mean, by ipso facto, right, that it definitely went where they told us it went?
where could it be then? You say you don't know. Where could it be?
You're still not answering the question. This is why we get pissed off with you.
No, you're hiding
I asked you
behind
a
bush.
question. It's a closed-ended question. Yes or no? You can't do that. You can't be honest and
Where did
say,
it go? Where did it go?
yeah, this is
Give me
Leaf.
an
the
answer.
thing. So you want to reverse the burden onto me, right? I said I don't know. Now, does that mean it definitely went where we're told it went?
That's like it's
Well,
like getting your house
at least
burgled,
you can
Leaf.
say that it
It's
has
like
been
getting the
See, he
way
can't do it.
above
Leaf.
the
He can't do it.
altitude.
He's
Leaf.
incapable of honesty.
Let me give him an analogy. Hopefully, this lands. So, Leaf, your house gets burgled, right? And then I am the police officer, and I'll say, "Well, where did the burglar go?" And you will say, "I don't know. He just went in that direction and disappeared." And I could turn around to you and say, "Well, if you don't know where the burglar went, I don't believe you that your house was burgled." Do you see how
No, I would say that
ridiculous
it's
that
not in
is?
my house right now. It's probably heading to a certain direction. Okay, if you're heading to north, then I would say it's heading north, like
Yeah,
rockets.
you're
It's
going to
heading.
speculate. But if I then say, because of your speculation and your lack of clarity on where he went, you must be wrong.
No, but
That's
like
your argument in a
the
nutshell.
burglar kept like moved like north, south, east, west. But like when we see a rocket launching, we can only see it as heading to one direction, right? So why would you say that you
Wrong.
don't know when they're
They
just
go
heading
up,
to
bend
one
over, and
direction?
fall down.
No, the parts
What
parts of
direction?
parts
What
of
direction
parts
do
of
we
rocket
see
fell
them going?
down
You say they go in one direction, Leaf. What direction's that?
upwards.
Well, that's not what we see, is it? We don't see rockets going vertically up. That's a lie. Or it's a fantasy of yours because you want it to be true. But that's not the case. We don't see rockets go vertically up.
Where did it go then? Where did it go then?
Not
If
vertically
it's not
up.
going upwards, then where's it going? Going downwards?
They go away from you. And then they eventually start dropping as the distance mounts. They start dropping on your horizon. Now, if you knew anything about the official story of rocket launches, then you would know that they don't go vertically up, and they have an excuse for that. But we're dealing with your claim that they go vertically up. They don't. You're just clutching at straws here because you want to be right.
Do people from near the launch site even get to see the third stage booster? Or is it out of sight before that's even activated? I don't know. I wouldn't know because I've never been near a launch site to observe it.
All the videos I've seen, I don't think they get to the third stage by the time they go out of view. That's just the videos I've seen. And how would we know? At that point, we're looking at a dot on the horizon.
I pointed this out the other day because it's like people have this misconception. They have this idea that the whole rocket itself ends up in space, right? Like they don't realize that parts of it are falling at different stages during its trajectory,
Yeah,
right?
of course we know about that. Those Andromeda falls off. because those were the ones that carrying the fuel, and when those fuel no longer needed, it would just fell off. And yeah, we all know that. No, the whole part of rockets will be maintained in space. We know that. But yeah, it moved away from us, and it reached to an area that we don't see. And well, you can say that it will be a great distance away from us. Well, what would you call that area supposed to be? It
I don't
won't
know.
be. You would call that space, right?
No, I
Now,
don't know that. That I would have to take that on face value. I'd have to trust the person telling me that.
so you think there's you guys think there's like this like I don't know like a glass ceiling or like a firmament right
No,
above
I'm not
us. We
necessarily
just
saying
breathe
that
that.
either. I'm just saying this is independent of anything like that. This is just a
So
claim that's
what's
on the
above the
table.
sky then?
We
What's above
shot
the
this
sky then?
rocket up into the sky. Trust us, it went to an environment that you can't validate exists. Believe us.
So what's up there then? If you're
I
saying that
don't
there's so
know,
much space
bro.
in there,
I'm not making a claim at the moment about it.
It's not our job to replace your cosmology. We're just
look, there
pointing
are
out that
people
what you're
achieve
saying
what you
isn't
cannot.
provable.
Yeah, there are people achieve what you cannot when they show you evidence. It's like, oh, just because I've never been there, I just cannot validate that. So it has to be false. Like, do you
No,
see how that logic's like how
that's
absurd it is?
no, never said that, bro. This means you can't validate the claim. It's not up to you to validate it. It's the ones making the claim that should be. They have the burden, not you. Why are you taking on the burden for them?
Because he made the claim. He did make the claim, and he's asking us for the burden. It's actually his burden, and he's frustrated because he knows he can't prove that these rockets are going to a vacuum in the sky. So he's trying to switch the burden to us. Isn't that right, Leaf? Because you don't actually have any evidence for any of your belief. We don't
No,
actually
I
believe.
showed him the
We
side
don't
chat.
believe anything in this discussion. We're just telling you what's provable and the facts of what we observe and in nature. And it doesn't demonstrate a ball.
Yeah,
And your
and you guys
example
will
of
always be able
rockets,
to explain why the sky moving clockwise and anti-clockwise depend on like which side of the hemisphere you're on. You always fail to explain that. When you're on the equator, the sky moves
Are
different.
you that simple that you're hard stuck on, I haven't learnt which direction I'm facing yet, Leaf? Leaf, you're in the north. You're facing the south. The stars move clockwise. You're in the south facing the north. The stars move clockwise. Do they? Leaf, hello?
No,
Have I broken
that
your brain already? You
no
can't
when
comprehend. Okay, Leaf, I want you to imagine a car driving along the road. If you stand on one side of the road, the car's going to look like it's going from your left side to your right side. Now, if Leaf jumps over to the other side of the road, turns around and looks backwards, the car's going to look like it's going the opposite way. That's what happens with the stars, mate. Even though the car didn't magically turn around, Leaf did.
yeah, well, so I
I think it
know
sunk
this is
in.
exactly
I think it
what
finally got there.
no, I have reached there already. Well,
No,
right
you
there, you
still
saying that the Earth is rotating, right? The
wrong.
Earth is rotating, right? And
Wrong.
yes,
No,
the
you've
sky is
got
not
no
rotating.
validation of.
The star is not rotating. The Earth
prove it.
itself is rotating.
Prove it. How do you prove that? How can you prove the Earth is spinning on its axis? How can you prove that?
Yeah, there was
You
experiments
can't.
done. If you leave a ball that's
Like
like
what?
What was the
shifting from left to right,
experiment?
it will move by itself, and it will knock
Okay, what were the
down.
experiments? You said there were experiments done. What were they?
I've seen them before, but like I
Okay,
need some
what have you
time to
seen
find
before?
out.
Oh, so you saw it ages ago, but you can't remember what it was. Was it an observational experiment based on the surface of the Earth? Can you at least kind of paraphrase it? Do you need time to Google it?
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum. You ever heard of that?
Foucault's pendulum. Okay.
Yep.
What does that show?
Basically, you lift a ball that's swinging on a plane, right?
Mm.
And it will
Mm.
just be moving around the circle. It will knock down the map. It will knock down the objects
Okay,
around the
so
circle, right?
yeah, it'd rotate at approximately 15 degrees an hour, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I asked you what this shows. Does this show two separate reference frames? One inertial, one non-inertial. That being the Earth in rotation underneath objects that are above it. Like the pendulum that's above the Earth. Its plane is actually straight, but because of the spin of the Earth, it deviates at 15 degrees. I'm laying out your to you. I'm trying to figure out if you agree with. Please don't post things you don't understand.
But you cut out.
I'm trying to see if you agree with your own example. Are you saying that Foucault's pendulum shows the rotation of the Earth? Two separate reference frames. The path of the object, the ball, is actually straight, but because of the rotation of the Earth, it appears to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. Do you agree with your own example?
Are you disagreeing? Yeah, I do agree with it.
I'm literally just restating what Foucault's pendulum is. I'm explaining what Foucault's pendulum is, and I'm trying to figure out if you agree with the explanation Foucault's pendulum is. Your piece of
I agree
evidence,
with
sir.
it. I agree with it.
You agree with it. So there are two separate reference frames. Everything that leaves the surface of the Earth deviates at 15 degrees an hour, then, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's incorrect. Not all things, if anything, that leave the surface of the Earth appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour. For example, a hovering helicopter, an aircraft, a hot air balloon, a bumblebee, a seagull, me when I jump up and down, and Tiger Woods when he tees off at the 15th tee. So all things that leave the surface of the Earth do not appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. This is a problem for Foucault's pendulum.
The big problem. Big problem. Because that should be happening at all times. And sometimes the pendulum swings in the wrong direction. And sometimes it doesn't swing at all.
Sometimes it stops for smoko.
The question is, Leaf, why do you believe it's the Earth moving under the pendulum when we have no evidence that the Earth moves under anything that leaves the ground? Because you've got a belief and a model you believe in. If Earth is rotating, then the pendulum should always deviate clockwise at the same speed, which it doesn't. At the same rate and velocity, which it doesn't. So why do you believe it's the Earth moving under the pendulum, Leaf? Because you want it to be a ball?
Is he passed out or something? Has he been overcome by toxic fumes? Is he okay? Because there appears to be no response, even though he's been clearly addressed. I worry for his mental
Ground
sanity.
control. Ground control to Major Leaf. Are you there? Space
Guy,
Cadet Leaf. Are you there? Are you there?
I need to take my dogs out for a walk. Yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit.
That's convenient.
That's run away, run away, run away.
Hard questions.
I thought he'd be a cat person.
I was just gonna start singing then. Major Leaf to ground control. They've slapped me round. I've got to roll.
Nice.
Oh shit. Poor little Leafy. Small breeze and he flutters away.
He came in so hot and confident. I wonder what happened. Scott, I thought you were going to back him up there, mate.
And Scott's sitting back going, no freaking way am I backing that up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, his evidence is well, he adopts the evidence, like the photographic image, claimed to be photographic imagery, right? Well, that, like I pointed out, that's not his evidence. That's someone else's evidence that he's accepting, and it's really not evidence at all. It's a story on top of another story. So it's a verbal. So first they have a verbal story. We did X, Y, Z, right? And then now they place another story on top of it. Why were we doing X, Y, Z? We took a photo. Oh, did you? Cool story. Like how? What they really should be saying is, we did X, Y, Z. Here's how you can validate it. You personally can validate this story that we're telling you. But that's not how it works.
But I've tried that with you, and you chose not to.
When?
Chose not to what?
Go look at the direction of your sunset tomorrow.
So what? South east by southeast, something like that.
Yeah, how's that happen? How's that possible in Australia to have a sunset in the south of west?
Easy, the sun moves.
That's what the sun's doing.
It's not a very good explanation, though, is it?
Hey, Scott.
Pardon?
It doesn't matter what the sun does. It's still doing it
it
over
does.
a flat surface.
Well, you have to explain how it sets in the southwest.
No, I don't.
I
The
know you
sun
don't.
goes
You choose
from
not
the east
to.
side of me to the west side of me over a flat surface.
But
Probably the
T-Dub
same
asked for
reason why I
something. But
see it
T-Dub
set
asked for
northwest
something
in
he
the
can
summer.
do. I gave him something. He chooses not to do it.
What? Go and watch a
Go and
sunset?
observe.
Yeah.
Yay!
Do it all the time.
Yes, but do you note the direction in which it's setting?
Yeah, like for example, in the summer, for me in the UK, here, kind of east northeast.
Yeah, no,
So
but
north
if
of east.
you Jedi go out, look at the direction of the sunset, and then T-Dub looks at the direction of the sunset, and you'll find it sets in the same direction. How's that
Yeah,
possible?
I know. What do you mean? How's that possible?
Yeah.
Because of where the sun is. It appears to be setting in that direction because of the location of.
Yeah, so
Why
you
do you
don't
need
even
this
think
written
about
out
this at
for
all,
you?
do you?
No, I'm literally thinking about this now. I was going to give you an explanation or answer, but you decided to talk through it. I
Oh,
was
sorry.
trying to lead you up to it with the observation with the north. I can tell that this is doing the circle because of where the sun appears to set, appears to rise, and the fact that it doesn't really get that dark during the summer months. Now I can conclude, but not prove, being as I'm not that far south, that maybe that's possibly what's happened with the sun. Again, it's circling a position. We're observing its motion across the Earth and where it appears to rise and set due to its circling position.
Okay, so when you think about this, do you have any 3D vision in your mind of this? What's happening?
What, two circles?
No, the whole thing. No, circles are two-dimensional, right? They're on a plane. Do you have a three-dimensional vision of it?
No. Struggle sometimes.
If you want to understand how something as big as the Earth is a sphere, you need to think about it in 3 dimensions, right?
Yeah, we measure
Something
it.
as big as the Earth is a sphere. You need to think about it. Okay. So the sun is above
That's why
the
he's a
Earth.
psychologist, because he just thinks about shit, imagines it, and then it becomes real.
But don't you think about stuff?
Yeah, the sun's above the Earth.
Is this Earth in the room with you now, Scott?
I'm sitting on it.
Oh, we know you're sitting on it.
Well, what's the purpose of the question then?
I just like it when you're in the chair.
But was that an attempt to embarrass me in some way? I'm just curious.
Why, did you blush?
No, not at all. I just thought you're an idiot. That's what I thought.
Oh, well, there we go then. Some enlightenment from Scott fucking Mackey. I'm an idiot, boys and girls, and Scott still doesn't have any proof of curvature, which he's been allegedly coming in here for the last 7 fucking years and not proven any.
Well, I can't prove it to
So
people
who's
who
the
don't
fucking
want to
idiot
learn.
now?
You still.
Why? Because I've failed to prove curvature.
Okay,
No,
I
because
want to
you-
learn. Can you
because you
prove it to
refuse to
me?
learn.
I want to
No,
learn.
because-
I want to learn. Can
No,
you
you
prove it
don't.
to me now?
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
I don't refuse. I want to learn.
All
Prove
right.
it to me now.
Imagine the sun going over your Earth.
I can't imagine it. It just does that.
Okay, then you can't learn. If you can't imagine, you can't learn.
It already goes over the earth. What's
I know,
there to
but what do you-
imagine?
Do you have any understanding of the path in which it takes over the Earth?
It goes east to west.
What does
And
that
east to
look
west
like
are
in 3
circles around
dimensions?
poles.
If you saw the whole picture at once, what does it look like?
I can't. I live in Ohio.
I'd need to have that perspective to tell you, and I don't.
What, at once?
Well, this is something that you got to use you got to use your visual abilities.
For what time frame? A minute? A day? A
You're
season or a year?
you're watching the whole thing all at once.
The whole thing. So for forever? For a
No,
year?
just no time frame. You can do a day.
A day.
Hold on.
Yeah. What happened
Scott, you said this was proof.
in your?
Hold on, Scott. You said this was proof. We have to use our imagination.
I didn't say that. I have purposely avoided
So this
imagination.
isn't
I know how
proof.
you guys spaz about that word.
Well, have you ever seen it?
No, but you've just
Have you
told
ever
us
seen
to
it?
imagine.
I did not say
Yeah.
imagine.
So you've never seen it, right?
I said conceptualize.
But
No, it's not. Human beings can think about
You
things.
said you guys can't imagine. You said imagine. Don't say you said conceptualize. Stop lying.
See, I knew what I took you guys would do.
So
Well, then
does
don't
that
say
mean-
words like that that you don't mean.
So the way you
Okay, what should I
conceptualize it,
use to
is that
describe
true?
conceiving something in your mind?
So what are we
Does that
doing,
make it
Scott?
true?
Are we imagining a
Visualizing.
visualization, or are we visualizing an imagination?
You're visualizing what you think.
all at the same time.
What you think the place we live on looks like.
Flat, stationary, and closed.
The way it does outside when you go outside.
What's it look like when the sun goes around this thing for a day? What's
I
that?
don't have that perspective.
Okay, so what season?
Can you not try to conceive it?
What season?
What's
Because it's
the
going to be
purpose in that?
dependent on
Pick
where
a
I am
season.
at the time of year as to what the sun does.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
right
where am
now
I?
it's winter.
What's
It's
the-
going
what-
from
what-
southeast
we'll
to
say
southwest for
today.
me. Southeast to southwest for me today because it's winter.
Okay, what does that look like over the course of a 24 hours? What does the sun do?
Well,
Well, it doesn't.
I
I
think it will
can't
be
see
a
it for.
circle because conversely, you can stand in the Antarctic Circle and watch, I think, is the same sun rotate around an observer there.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to fill in any more gaps? Because you didn't want to.
Yes. So in this visualization, you have roughly what is the
It's like
relation of
it's like
this?
1 year later. You still want us to say it's circling? I thought you
Oh,
pointed this out last year, right?
is
24
that
hour
what you?
sun. There it is, Scott. Are you a year late?
Is that what you visualize it making a circle?
No, that's what we see. We don't need the imagination. Remember, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Oh, look, there's the sun for 24 hours. What more do you need? Are you a year late? You've been
So how is the
asking why
sun
the
ever?
sun sets south of west. Did you forget what happened last year?
Yeah. So how is the sun ever directly south of you and still above the horizon?
That's not addressing what I fucking said, you prick.
Well, you said, "Did I miss a year?" What else did you say?
He's had too much. He needs to go to bed. You can tell he's all loopy and stupid.
I know you need to believe that. So did you say anything other than the final experiment was a year ago and where have I
You
been?
keep asking what the sun's doing, and if we can imagine it, I'm pointing out that we can see it circle. Maybe you should address that.
When you're
Because
in
that's what you
Antarctica,
asked. I answered it.
yes, but you don't see it circle where you are.
Oh, you're a wanker.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I can only see the sun for about 8 hours of the day. Very low in the southern sky.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculously low. It keeps blinding me every time I look south. Dangerous for driving.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
So
being as it's circling the south, and I look south, there it is.
Okay, so how if you're in Antarctica and you look south, how is the sun there? Where is the sun in relation to everything
Where
else?
is South in Antarctica?
Yeah, what the fuck's that, Scott?
Hang on, guys.
But see, this is where you guys just refuse to learn because you won't answer a simple question.
No, it's what you said. What you said didn't follow.
Maybe we should ask Scott what the sun is before he asks us what it does.
Oh, I know what it is.
Really?
Oh, fuck,
You
this'll
know,
be good.
first-hand knowledge.
Don't have to have first-hand knowledge to know something.
Okay, so you can repeat a story, a current narrative that could potentially change the future.
No, we just know it's a fusion reactor, right? It's just hydrogen
It's a
fusing into
fusion.
helium.
Okay, what's the
For
constituent
the most
parts of
part.
the fusion reactor?
Hydrogen
I
fusing
had
into
this
helium.
conversation, like, Scott. I'll stop you right now. I
Container.
had this
You need a
conversation.
container, Jedi. You need a container for that.
I had a conversation with a guy the other day. He came to the concession. Really, we've got best guesses. I mean, at the most, we can see the surface of the sun. What really is the constituent parts of the sun, we really don't know. We've just got best guesses. But you want to tell me that you know what the sun is?
Yeah, I do.
So you know first-hand knowledge, all of the constituent parts of the sun.
Every last one of them, probably not, but I know it's mostly hydrogen.
Okay, good. So that's a soft concession, you absolute cunt. Yeah, you don't know then. Do you? You
I know
don't
it's
know.
I
You know
know
it's
it's
hot.
hydrogen fusing into helium.
You know it's hydrogen fusing into helium. Okay, what state
Yes.
of matter? Is that all of the sun that's doing that, or just a bit on the surface we can see?
No, that's the bit in the center. It's not the bit on the surface.
The bit in the centre, and we can see that, can't we?
Yeah. Don't need to see it. We know what's happening.
You don't need to see it. We can just best guess that this is what's going on because of the results that we have.
Yeah, we're
dipped a big
smart enough.
thermometer with,
Scott,
you know.
you're a prick, mate. Come on.
He took a bite
Well,
out.
just because you guys, Just because you guys need
No,
to deny
it's
the things that
because
we've
I'm
learned.
literally conceding points to you and you don't even agree. It's like my work. You don't actually know, but you want to die on this fucking hill. Fuck me, mate. If you're this much of a wanker, I'll let you die on the fucking
Okay.
hill, you prick.
I'm not
Well,
dying.
it depends on
so-
what he thinks knowledge is.
Yes,
Oh
you
no,
are,
that's right.
Scott.
He is not a brain in a jar. I forgot.
Yes, I do not believe in that brain in the jar shit.
You act like one. I'll fucking give you that.
How sure are you that you live on a ball?
As sure I am that I'm not a brain in a vat.
Are you 99% sure or
No,
100% sure you live on a
100%,
ball?
100% sure I live on a ball. There
All
is
right, prove
zero
it.
chance that I am incorrect.
Nope.
Zero
Prove it.
chance is incorrect. This is brilliant. The hubris of the man. Fucking hell.
There's zero
All right,
chance
so
I'm
I'm
not
here to
talking to
learn. I'm
you?
here to learn. So you're supposed to tell me how you live on a ball and prove it. Remember, I'm here to learn, not use imagination. I saw the sun. I answered your
Very
questions.
confident.
Now, how do I live on a ball?
Well, you can just go grab a couple of theodolites and see if they create the reciprocal zenith angles equal to 180 degrees, and you'll
Oh,
find
Scott,
they
let me do your
don't.
homework
And
for you.
and
Then you try to figure out, and most people can figure out why that's the case.
Here we go with the satellite and angle measurements again. Wow, full circle.
so I take two theodolites and I point them at each other, and then what? I make a straight line.
No, you just point it. You don't make a line. You just point them at each other. And you read the measurement.
Oh, then that proves the Earth is a ball.
Yes, it does.
All right, how do
What's
you
the
do that?
distance?
Well,
By the
distance can't
reciprocal
be any
zenith
more than
angles
a
equal to 180.
couple football fields, Jedi. So just imagine it's a couple football fields because that's the max you're going to get.
Why?
That's the rating on them. You don't want to go farther than that. You'll get refraction will affect your readings.
How much?
Do you end up with something like Bob and Alice? You know the
A
old Bob
lot.
and Alice argument?
Enough that you'll think that you got triangles that are curved.
The problem is that refraction would make the angles less and not greater. So
Oh no, that's not right.
no, it is right.
No, it goes both directions. Big, small,
No,
big,
it does
small.
not.
It does.
Well, you can this. So you don't want to learn. Okay.
Hey,
Thank you.
Scott, is sinking the opposite of towering?
Huh?
Huh? Is sinking the opposite of towering?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't want to know?
Oh, you tell me, and then I'll know.
Yes.
Okay, then yes, it is.
So your
See how
refractive
easy that
index
is?
does go both ways, Scott.
Okay, when do we get the sinking thing?
I thought you didn't know. I don't
I
want
just
to
want
teach
to
you
know
because you're an arrogant
when do we
prick.
get the sinking thing? What are the conditions under that we get the sinking thing?
Oh, it's either cold over hot or hot over cold. Pick one. You got a 50-50 chance.
This is just you guys just denying everything. Like you guys
I'm
can
not
get
denying
a
everything.
theodolite.
I gave you two options. Pick one.
I know, but you guys can get a theodolite, and you can go do these measurements yourself, and you can
What's a
see for
theodolite
yourself.
got to do with you picking hot over cold or cold over hot, Scott?
Why don't you want to go do
Why are
this?
you running
and
from
prove to
such a
yourself?
simple thing? Flip a coin.
Yes, but it always goes one way.
Yes, but. So which way does it always go, Scott?
This is just you refusing to do the
Scott, which
experiment
way does it
because you
always
don't like what
go?
it's going to show you.
Scott, which way does it always go?
It always
Down,
curves
up,
down.
to the right, to the left? Does the hokey pokey?
It curves down.
Curves down.
Yeah.
So if we have
So there's a cabin between Bob and Alice.
So if we have one video that would be that shows a laser bending upwards out in the open air, that would be a typical black swan.
And what would that prove?
You're fucking wrong.
About what?
About it only bending down.
And that would give you justification not to even try this experiment.
No, that'd give me a justification for calling you a lying cunt.
Oh, you
Okay,
mean
so
the lights bending down?
what can we
Oh, I thought you meant the
what
surface of
can we
the Earth.
know
Sorry,
about this
my bad.
place? Matrix, I was asking you, what can we know?
What do you mean, what can we know?
Yeah.
I know for a fact that you've not picked up two theodolites and gone and done your fucking test that you keep
Okay.
telling us to do.
I know liquid water requires air pressure.
Okay, so what else can we know?
No, you asked me what can we know. I gave you one example. I don't have to give you a whole fucking encyclopedia now.
Yes, we agree liquid water requires air pressure. How do we know that?
Through test.
Because I own a vacuum chamber.
Okay. So what else can we know about this Earth?
No, that's it. That's all you get.
Should we go through this list alphabetically for you, Scott?
So in your world, we can know one thing and one thing
Aardvarks.
only.
We can know what aardvarks are because they fit a certain description and identity. Should we continue with the list of all the things that we can know on the Earth enough?
Yes.
Scott's fucking
No, tell me
pleasure.
what we can know about the shape of the Earth, and how do we know
What
it?
can we know about it? Well, we can know any shape at all.
We know it doesn't have a shape. I live in Ohio. When I walk around, I'm just walking on grass. It's not a shape. I mean, little pointy things of grass, maybe.
Yeah, we can. The Earth is beneath the sky. We can figure that out.
Okay, how can we figure out how far beneath anything?
How far beneath anything? I don't know, dude. Never been to one of these things in the sky.
No, but can we figure out how far things are
Dig
from each
down,
other?
Scott, and see if you can reach Mars. I mean, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you what we can know.
You said you know
How
what
many
we can.
items would you like a list of? Do you want 1,000 items? Do you want one item, Scott? You want 1,000 items that you can know? Do you want one
Things
item?
we can know about the Earth.
Sorry, Scott, I do apologise, but you asked us what we can know about the Earth, and now all of a sudden we're objects in the sky. It's not the Earth, then.
Okay, tell me what we can know about the Earth, and how can we know it?
That the President of the United States is a gay rapist pedophile. That's what we can know about the Earth.
Thanks, mate. That's
From
helpful.
POTUS to THROTUS.
Okay, you think it's a good idea, you continue talking. Okay, if that's what you feel, then carry on. So what can we know about the Earth? Specifically, sorry, I got distracted. Specifically what?
Yeah, how do we measure? How do we measure whether it has curve or not? What should we do to measure whether it has curve?
Now he's asking questions, and he wanted to know things. Now he wants to know about. He's just going to ask other questions.
So you're telling me all these things I can't know. I want to know what I can know.
Can't support your globe, so now you got to ask ridiculous questions. I get it.
Yes, we know that. Yes, Scott, that's another example of something we know. We know you can't support the globe. You can't prove it. There's something else we know about the Earth. Now, would you like more examples?
Yes.
This is just a waste of fucking time.
We know that rockets only work in air pressure. What else do you want to know? And that's on Earth only.
Well, that's not true, though. How do you know that?
Because you can't. They don't work in a vacuum. How's that?
How do you know that, though?
Because we tried it.
chamber.
When did you try it?
When did I try it? A couple of years ago.
What did you try exactly?
To see if I could ignite anything in a vacuum.
What does that do with rockets?
How do rockets work?
By burning.
Oh, yeah, you just fucked up. You started, the very first word you started with was ignition, fire, hot, burning.
Oh, so you think that what you can't light is the same thing as what rocket fuel is?
Well, unless you think like they've got a little mini sun in the bottom of a rocket.
They don't need to. We have a pretty good idea of why things burn. And not everything requires external oxygen.
What kind does it require?
Well, the kind that works on flares underneath the water. You've seen people do underwater welding, right?
What's
Yeah,
water
they're
made of?
supplied with oxygen.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh, Scott? Hold on. What do you mean, uh-oh, Scott? Underwater welding. The substance
does not
that's
use the
getting
oxygen from the
welded,
water.
they use stick welding underwater.
It doesn't use oxygen from the water.
They use stick welding,
And
arc welding, electricity.
Actually does use the oxygen in the water.
We've also seen underwater flares.
Which use the oxygen in the water.
That's
which
not
use
true.
half of
You
the
guys are
water is
you guys are just making
oxygen, you
things up
dum-dum.
now. You're just making things up now.
Also, H2O doesn't exist anymore.
This guy's done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Good.
You were done from the beginning, Scott. You came into this saying you've been proving to us X, Y, Z for
No, I
years.
never said
but
that.
all you've done, you did, and all you've done is you've
No,
come
I
and you've
didn't.
asked some obscure philosophical questions that aren't even like relevant to the point that you're trying to make.
They're not obscure.
I know something else about this Earth, gents. Takes me less than 5 seconds to ban an numpty.
Like a facade that you put on, Scott. It's not cool.
You know, I can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn. I know that.
He just keeps
You
repeating
haven't
that like
taught
he's some kind
anything,
of
Scott.
epic professor. You just
Oh,
can't
you
Yeah,
teach
think you're
people
here
that
to
don't want to
teach?
anything.
Oh.
learn.
You're here to virtue signal by the look of it.
I'm here to virtue signal. No.
How do you know what the core of the
I
sun's made of
get
again?
nothing from trying to convince you guys of anything.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Roots.
Hey, did you learn anything in your psychology class that convincing people doesn't work?
Yeah.
Then what are you doing?
So why are you in here trying to convince people of
I'm
things if
not.
you know it
I'm
doesn't
not.
work?
I'm not.
So why are
You
you in here
just
then?
said you can't convince us. I would assume that means you're implying that you're trying to convince us.
No, it doesn't. It means I recognize the futility of it.
God, can your wife hear you
Yeah, we're
talking
not trying to
backwards
convince
and
you
saying
either.
double
No, my
speak?
wife's
Sorry, Ryan.
asleep.
Well, then go to sleep, dude.
Why? I'm working right now, actually.
Are you writing a book on flat
Oh,
earthers?
you get paid for this thing. Yeah, yeah.
No, he gets paid to sit in here. That's why he said I'm working right now, actually. He didn't lie.
Oh, God. You know, nobody cares about you guys enough to pay anybody to do anything.
But
The
they care
purpose
enoug7
of
to
the
talk about it
the
this
same
evening
six?
for free.
Why is it
You
the
guys
same?
are
That's nowhere near
unimportant.
true.
Why is it the same
Oh,
six
then why are you here?
agents that come in here all the time? Then
We're
Proof
not
we're
agents.
Literally,
unimportant.
YouTube was
Hey,
paid to change, which they've recently changed again. Literal policies and procedures with regards to YouTube and other platforms regarding Flat Earth. That's money. That's administration. Yeah, people have paid money to stop the
yeah.
flow of information regarding Flat Earth, dude. You
Sorry,
must
man.
concede to
You're
this.
just not important.
Shut up. You must concede to this.
I must not.
Yeah, okay,
You
then
don't
you're a
concede.
liar, and you're
Yeah.
obviously not here to learn.
Oh, I
I mean,
know
if you're
that.
just going
I'm
to
not here
come
to
here
learn.
and lie, Scott, and when demonstrated what you said is not really true, and you turn around and just go, nah, then you're a cunt, sunshine.
No, that's what you guys do.
I want you to
No,
prove it
no,
to us.
Scott.
You've been
I
lying all
literally
morning,
just
Scott.
demonstrated that policies and procedures regarding social media platforms such as YouTube were coerced to not provide good links to flat Earth content on YouTube. Right? That took money and administration. You said no one would pay money. That isn't true now, is it, Scott?
Well, the statement was I'm being paid as an agent.
I'm going to be a Weasley little bitch now. Sorry,
Mm.
I'm just going to commentate on what he does. You're not going to
Okay.
answer, are you? You are definitely not going to concede, are you?
Yes, that is not people paying money. Yes, that is correct.
That's people paying money. Yeah, that
It
definitely
is. They're spending money. But I would like him to actually prove to us how unimportant we are by leaving and never returning.
Yeah, do that.
Well, you guys are great research subjects.
No. That means we're important.
You can't give us one piece of research you did on us. Read back
that
something
means we
you've done.
value importance of some kind.
Read back your research on us, Scott. I want to hear this research you did because I don't believe
you
you've
guys
written
were
down
not-
one thing. You haven't typed one thing or written down one thing about us.
Yep,
Yeah,
more
I have.
lies.
Got it all in my
That's
head.
actually quite sad. He was telling us a minute ago that paid people wouldn't be doing this, and he's doing it for free.
Yeah.
It's a volunteer.
Yeah, he said we're not important. But yet
He's
we're
not
important
even
enough
doing
to him.
it. Well, you're giving him too much credit. He's not here to research flat earthers. He's here because he's intrinsically connected to this topic. Because he's trying his very, very hardest to prove the Earth's a ball. He's sucked into this, but he wants to pretend he's not. It's quite sad, really. Just be honest, Scott.
Why would I try so hard when the entire world already agrees with me?
No, they don't.
That's like, why are you here? I mean, why are you trying so hard? You don't need to be here then, right?
I'm not trying
Yeah, if it's obvious, Scott, why are you here? Since everybody already knows, and we're just here so we can talk to each other, and sometimes we play chess and cards and shit like that. That's all we do in this room. You guys come in here and harass us.
Harass?
Yeah.
Yes.
You come here. You come to us. I'm not coming to...
Yeah, but how is what I do harassing anybody?
You're a stalker.
Just asking you guys questions.
Yeah.
Trying to understand how you think.
We just don't think your motives are...
No, I didn't say anything, did I?
So what do you think my motives are then?
You've been answered. You've had all the answers given to you for all the questions that you could possibly think of, and you still continue to be here.
The repetition of your questions, the repetitions of your questions in order to try and humiliate people is considered harassment, Scott.
Yeah, I'm
You're
not
literally
trying to
lying about
humiliate you, I promise
everything.
you.
You are, because your tone and the lack of genuine engagement is you playing a role. You're trying to humiliate people, and you're using a tone, a condescending tone, to try and get your point across. The problem is we're catching you out on these lies. You're focusing more on that than you are the argument. That's harassment.
There's no argument to be had. That's the problem.
And you're
There's
not
no
part
argument.
of it. You're not part of it. All you're interested in is meta comments that can be proven to be false, and you don't even admit when you're proven wrong. It's hostile, it's unwelcome, and it's ungenuine. You're not genuine. This is why you get treated the way that you do, Scott, because you come in here with bad intentions, my friend. You're not in this conversation. You're in the meta.
Well, what's the conversation you guys have then about the Earth? So far, you got lasers. What else do you have?
Reset.
Just about all of natural observation.
What, like what? What all of natural observation do you have?
Observations of liquid at rest in small portions and large portions. You got the horizon, long distance observations.
Observations of losing your relationship.
Yeah.
But every one of those observations prove the Earth's a globe, but you can't see it.
Sorry,
somehow.
hold on. The Earth looking flat proves the Earth's a sphere?
Well, it never looks flat.
Sorry, hold on. When we, for example, make a long-distance observation to the horizon, where the water from the observer to the horizon looks flat and is actually, used as that with regards to all horizontal lines being parallel to the plane of the horizon. But in this instance, it would look flat, wouldn't it?
I've never seen it as flat. It always looks curved to me.
You've never seen a long distance observation that we speak about all the time where the water upon the surface appears to be flat and behaving like a flat surface because of the way that it's reflecting light, for example. Are you going to do this now, Scott? Literally try and engage with you, but you're going to be a weasel, aren't you?
No, every picture you ever posted demonstrates a globe Earth. Every
Okay, but it
last one
looks
you guys
flat.
ever posted.
So, hold on. It looks flat. You're saying it doesn't look flat, but these are the things that you have to excuse away with the word refraction. It looks
No.
flat, but that's because the actual path of the light is bending. So to you, the observer, it looks that way, but that isn't the true reality. That's your fucking argument.
No, you guys have never posted a picture that looks flat. Never.
Wanker. Total wanker. So, for example, the
I have
Bolivian
several
salt
times.
flats.
They don't look flat.
Yeah, they
So
do.
the reflection of the
No, they
sky
don't.
from above, like a perfectly flat, it's in the name, mirrored surface. You're saying that that doesn't look flat. This is going to be
Does
your
not look flat.
countdown to your exclusion from this entire conversation from the rest of your life. I'm going to ask for one piece of honesty. I don't get it. You don't get to play with us anymore. How about that?
Okay. Yep.
So it
Next
looks flat
question.
then. So it
No.
looks flat then.
No.
No, it doesn't look flat. So we see
It does
curvature
not
everywhere,
look
do we,
flat.
Scott?
Yes,
So
we
we
do.
see curvature everywhere, do we, Scott?
Yes, we do.
Really?
Yes.
Bye, Scott.
You're delusional.
Hey, is it possible that
Delusional.
he's actually under psychiatric care right now? And it's
Yeah,
like that
probably.
movie. It's like that
Right.
movie. What is that movie? Oh my God. Yeah, where he
I'm
pretends
still
he's
over the
actually the
fucking cuckoo's
doctor.
nest.
Well, anything. You motherfucker. God, you better put your doctor on. Really. And they have him DM me privately.
Shut up. With Leonardo
I will
DiCaprio?
ban you when everyone's finished mocking you, Scott.
Okay. Mock away.
What a prick.
I'm a big boy. I can
What an
take it.
absolute prick. What an absolute cunt. Does anybody else want to write him? I'll give it 5-10 minutes and then I seriously,
Yeah.
I don't think he should be here anymore. What
I'm
the
just going to grab an image that I post on a regular basis.
There's a couple of
One sec.
images. There's a couple of images that Matrix just posted too.
Right now. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think you guys would know what flat should look like.
Pardon me?
You guys don't know what flat would look like if it were flat.
Flat? So, for example, the surface of glass. Do you understand how we make glass perfectly flat?
We
Hey,
don't.
dude, I'm going to go to work in about, I don't know, a few minutes here. I'm working down the street today. Do you want me to show you what a flat surface table looks like?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are flat now, and I'll tell you how flat they are over the distance. So,
And do you
just stick around, and I'll post it as soon as I get there. Because I have to walk. I have to walk past the inspection room,
Okay.
going up to my office. So I should be able to just take a picture if it's not in use.
As in the same tables
when you
they
show me this
shut up,
picture of this
Scott.
flat.
Yeah, shut up, Scott. You're a clown. As in the same things they use, Professor Triangle, for truing equipment, like they paint bearing blue on it and you true stuff off of them. Well, those little engineers' tables.
I still want Scott to tell me how we engineer glass to be perfectly.
By the way, they're called.
Yeah, the answer to that is we don't.
They're called surface plates for the rest of the room, not you, Scott. By the way, they're called Starrett surface plates.
So Scott's telling us that we wouldn't know what flat is. I'm asking Scott how we engineer things like glass to be flat. How do we
I've
do
answered this
that,
3
Scott?
times now. We don't.
We don't make glass flat.
No, we don't. It's flat enough.
Okay. Flat enough.
There is no glass in this world that is perfectly flat.
Okay.
Oh, we got a bed
Uh-oh.
bite.
So now
He
I
never
have
used
to
the
go
term
take apart
perfectly.
one of our I have to go take apart one of our keying systems and measure the glass for you.
Don't anyone get an optic flood out and throw it at him.
He didn't know you can grind things perfectly flat, where it's so parallel that we can't measure it anymore.
Why
what
is
about
he
the image I posted there?
replacing? Why is he replacing flat with perfectly flat?
Perfectly
Nobody
Because
said.
he's going to
Nobody
rely on
said
that later.
perfectly flat.
Yeah, he's going to rely on that later. Understanding there are different grades of flat, for example.
There's only one flat.
Small microscopic crevices, for example, in a plate of glass or a plate of steel. But from one end to
No.
another, this is not what you're going to be relying on, Scott.
No, I'm talking
No,
about a
okay.
curve in the entire surface of it.
Really, a curve on the entire
Yes.
surface on it when it's manufactured over molten mercury.
So none of the images that we posted look flat, or that I've just posted.
No, because if
none
it were
of them
flat,
look flat. They don't look
T-Dub.
flat.
No, because if
They
it
don't
were flat,
look flat.
no. How many times do you want me to say
How
it?
don't
No.
they look flat?
Weasel. He's going to weasel. Watch him. Go on, Scott.
So
Explain it away.
they look obviously curved. They don't look flat at all.
Yes.
They don't appear to be flat in any
Where's the
manner.
curve?
No.
Where's the curve? Let's say in T-Dub's last image. Where's the curve?
This thing, I'm going to have to look up what it's called, but he's got a disorder where he's in denial so much, or he's just saying no to anything. So I'm telling you, he's under psychiatric care. That's why he's projecting that onto us. He's actually being studied.
Okay.
Defiant
Is it maybe the lemon illusion?
Where's the curve? I'm still trying to now figure out where the curve is. You say it doesn't look flat. Okay, well, let's look at the third one. Just shows the horizon. So this straight line this straight line from left to right that's parallel with the horizon below, that's not straight. It's not flat, no?
Which the red line?
The surface beneath it, the one that's parallel to it, the water.
Yeah, but the fact that you have a horizon line at all is what you would not see if it were flat.
Okay, wanker. I'm asking if the horizon looks flat. In actual fact,
No.
the water. No, show me where it doesn't look flat.
No.
No,
a horizon line cannot be flat. A horizon line can
He's at the point where he's just going to say no to everything. Did you hear that? He's like, no.
I was about to elaborate.
We've got your number. I know what you're doing, dude. I know what you're doing, dude. You
No,
have
we're talking
nothing to
about in
do
the
with.
image.
You're a pretender.
In the image, Scott. In the image, not what you think you see when you go out to the beach, right? In the image, does it look flat compared to the red line?
Is the horizon is straight in this picture? The amount of angle you have on it? Yeah, I guess it
does it look flat in the image?
No.
Where does it not look flat?
Especially the part where it starts to curve and creates a horizon.
Okay. So now you're going to say that the horizon is curved like the top of a hill that starts to recede over that crest with distance. Yes?
Sorry, what?
So, stop. Please don't fucking play games with me. So you're saying that horizon is
You're
caused
breaking up for me. You break up everybody else.
Actually, you're breaking up too, Scott. It's not just Jedi.
Okay, it could be true. Didn't hear you. You're roboting for me.
It might be a Discord thing because you're roboting for me.
Everybody's roboting.
Oh, really?
You didn't, Jado. You didn't robot.
Oh, if I'm not roboting, then I can quickly say something. Just get Scott to point on this picture the place in which he thinks it hurt him.
He's going to put a circle around that flat line. You watch.
Lines can't be flat. Lines are straight.
God, it's Wednesday. It's you guys have coloring to better get some rest.
Seems everybody knows the definition of flat apart from Scott.
No, flat's a two-dimensional surface. Lines cannot be flat by definition.
Flat, to be more accurate, flat's a level surface in a horizontal reference.
Doesn't have to be level. You can have something that's flat and sideways. No problem.
Yeah, well, we're talking about flat in respect to the horizon and the Earth. That's the definition of flat.
You're telling us
No,
that
it's
there's no
not.
perceivable flatness of any nature, of any kind, within those images that I posted.
Correct. I'm saying that.
He's saying that the water's curving away from him, causing the physical horizon.
I said of
So
any
that horizon.
kind. I said of any
Yeah,
kind.
exactly. Yeah.
I heard you what you said, T-Dub, and I answered the question straight up.
You're a liar. Anybody could look at any of those images and say, yeah, that looks pretty flat to me.
Well, no, it's liar. It's proved to be.
I mean,
Okay,
at this point, you're just
I-
being disingenuous. You're just being dishonest. You're being intellectually dishonest. Not to us, to yourself. It's actually quite sad.
That's fine.
I'm not the one who's denying that the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm not denying that
You
I
are,
see
though.
flatness in that image. You are.
Yeah.
You're denying to yourself
How
that you can see
would you
flatness in
know
that
if it
image.
were flat? What would, do you think your eyes
This
can tell you
was
whether?
not. This was not the question, bro. The question
How would
was.
you know if it was
Well,
flat?
actually, your statement was that we've never posted any image that looks flat.
No, my statement was every picture you've ever posted demonstrates the globe, and this is another. All
And
these
then you said,
examples.
do you want me to go back and find it where you said it? You've never posted an image where the surface looks flat.
Yeah, it doesn't look flat to me. It doesn't look flat to most people. They're thinking about it.
There we go. We're going to shoehorn that incredulity kind of caveat in there somewhere. To
But it's
me.
interesting.
To
But it's
me.
interesting how you needed to change
Just a
what I
fucking
said. I said,
liar, Scott. You're just a liar, Scott.
But I said every picture
I
ever
think it's
posted
delusion
demonstrates
at
the
this
globe.
point. Scott, shut up. I'm talking to everyone else, not you. I think this is classic delusion. Scott's deluded. He's living in a reality that he wants us all to agree with, but for some reason, he's upset that we don't. We're not
I'm not
following
upset at
along
all.
with his delusion.
I'm not in
Clearly,
any way
to
upset.
everybody with senses, the image, any image of water, the surface of the earth, for all intents and purposes, looks flat. This is your excuse. It looks locally flat, but because the earth is so big, we only perceive it as flat. It's like you haven't been paying attention to your own conversation for however fucking long we've had the misfortune to have known you.
So how do you guys get a horizon line on a flat surface?
Reduction of angular size across the surface with distance.
How does it create a line?
Because
you're
it's the
going to be.
apparent conjunction between the Earth and sky.
How does it create a
How does
line,
it?
though?
How does it create a
Because
line? He just told you.
But it wasn't
all
an
you
answer.
see, right?
He's a fucking
Two main objects, the sky and the ground. And when they come together in your field of vision, that's the horizon.
Okay, let's go
It's called
back
a
to
visual.
T-Dub's post.
Scott, it's called a visual boundary. I think you're
Okay.
playing semantics here.
Okay. Let's go back to T-Dub's posts then. The one he posted with the red line on it and the one right below it of the water and the mountain. We can see those pictures.
Yeah.
What's
Perfect.
causing the sharp line of the mountain? We can see that landscape of the mountain against the sky, right?
How flat the water is.
I know, but what about the mountain? What's causing that
The perfect reflection,
horizon
that
on the
beautiful
mountain?
sharp line. It's because of how flat the water is, Scott.
What's causing
No.
That's the boundary of the fucking mountain, Scott.
That's the boundary of the mountain, right? Because the mountain there's more mountain beyond what we can see, right?
Well, we clearly can't see it. Whether there's one there or not, it might be behind it. But for all
we know
intents and
there is, right?
purposes, the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky at the mountain's boundary.
Okay, yeah. And so what happens to the mountain right after that point we can see? It goes over the other side, right? It's the back side of the mountain, right?
Yeah. We can't see round the corner of the mountain, though, can we?
Exactly. Same thing's happening with the thing. And how's that different from the picture above it? Where the water is causing the boundary.
Picture above it, because with multiple observations, the distance to the boundary will change, not comparable to the mountain.
Oh, that happens with mountains too.
What, really? We can see more of the mountain behind the mountain?
It could.
Not without changing your elevation, no.
No, but sure, if the mountain
it
were
doesn't,
the
it
same.
doesn't.
If all things were the same, your height, you wouldn't be able to see around the corner.
If the land had the
Won't
same
be able
amount of
to see
curvature,
the corner, and then it have a different boundary to you.
if the land had the same amount of curvature as the water did, we'd see the exact same phenomenon.
Really, we'd see the distance to the boundary changing, depending on the optic that we used.
Without changing
We would
elevation.
see, for example, more of the mountain surface if we got some binoculars out than we did with our own eye. We could see even more around the corner of the mountain surface if we got a telescope out. That's real, right, Scott?
Nobody's saying that, though.
Okay, but we can see more of the surface of the Earth then when we get technology out and the horizon appears to be further away, or at least behind things that we couldn't see before with our own eyes.
No, you can't do that.
Yep.
Really?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, really.
Black Swan.
Boom.
That's not because of some optic. That's because of refraction.
No, it's definitely because of the optic, because if we remember, the camera zooms in. Before it zooms in, we just saw the horizon. We couldn't perceive the angles and even see the oil rigs until we zoomed in. And then we could perceive the oil rigs and the horizon extend beyond the oil rigs, demonstrating it doesn't act like the boundary of a fucking mountain. It looks flat, doesn't it?
No.
But now you're going to have to explain away why it looks flat because of refraction. So your best argument is it looks flat.
That's not my best argument.
Yeah, we know that your best argument is fucking reciprocal zenith angles, dude. But I'm just going to point out to you that it looks flat. Your best evidence from your explanation 10 to 15 minutes ago was it doesn't look flat. But it does in this fucking instance because it doesn't behave the same as the boundary layer of the mountain you thought was a good idea to bring up, you prick.
But it does.
But it doesn't. Does the distance to the mountain change because you got a telescope out, or because it was raining or foggy?
Okay, I just posted a picture. Where's the rest of that ship?
Where's the rest of my fucking answer? You disingenuous, weaselly little man.
Yeah,
Weaselly little man.
You're working from a script, Scott.
Well, where's the rest of the ship?
Where's the live video of it?
What's the definition of the atmospheric refraction effect called sinking?
Yeah, exactly. Meteorologists from your own side say that that's possible without geometric obstruction.
So, Scott, where's the rest of the data for your image? I want to know distance from the object, elevation
Why?
above the object, water temperature, air temperature. Because these are all factors that need to be accounted for.
And do you think
How do you
that
know
can account
that
for where
what
the
you
ship's
posted
gone?
isn't in? How do you know that what you posted isn't an instance where the light is just simply not reaching the observer, as
How would the light
dictated
not
by
reach the observer?
meteorologists from your own side?
But this is what Jedi is just talking about. If you get some optics, you can see further. How come you can't see the bottom of the ship?
Hang on, what are you entertaining?
Atmospheric effect.
You're
Atmospheric
entertaining.
effects. He already covered
I
that.
know. He skipped. He
entertaining
dodged
Scott
Jedi's
and
question.
What question did I dodge of Jedi's? He said something about fog and mist and something about optics. Where was the
Hey,
question in there?
look at the turbulence in the image you've posted. Look at the turbulence, and you wonder why we want to know more details about the image. You're disingenuous, dude. Now, I want to ask you a question, Scott. Is a horizon possible on a flat surface?
No.
Now, that's a lie. Because now I want to ask you another question. Is there two types of horizon? Is there more than one type of horizon?
No.
So there isn't an optical position that we could call the horizon. Is that what
That's
you're
the
saying?
only horizon is the optical one.
Okay, so a visual boundary caused by distance won't produce a horizon on a flat surface. Is that your position?
Correct.
That's wrong, my friend.
No, it's not.
That's wrong. The sky will meet the ground and create a horizontal line on a flat surface if you have enough distance.
No, it won't.
This can be demonstrated in art class when you take your art class and they teach you how to draw in perspective, in depth perception. Yeah, this is why train tracks will appear to converge in the distance. This is why the sky, I don't want to use the earth example, but this is why in a hallway, the ground will meet the ceiling if the hallway is long enough. You'll get a non-physical horizon. So you're claiming
No,
there
you
is no
won't.
such thing as a non-physical horizon, but they literally teach you this in school.
They don't, though.
But they
It's
do.
just no. What you get is a vanishing point. You do not get a vanishing line. You never have a vanishing line.
Yeah, and that point is horizontal across your eye line.
A
That
point can't.
creates a line.
A
A
point
line
can't
is
be horizontal. It's a point.
and a number of points create a line.
Yes, I know,
It's
but you don't
basic
have
dimension.
you don't have vanishing points. You have vanishing point, singular.
No, you have
Yes.
you have vanishing points that can create a line, can give you a visual horizon. It's called a
You
visual
just don't understand
boundary.
perspective then.
No, you don't.
So
It's
you're
called a
trying to
visual
argue with
boundary.
you're
In
trying to
perspective,
argue with
how many vanishing points
guy
are
who
there?
said every photo you give is of a curved Earth, and then says there are no flat pictures that you could give, and then sees more pictures of the same variety and says that's flat. You're going to get nowhere with this guy except everything that you say is wrong. That's why he's going to say nuh-uh.
Well,
I'm not
stop
trying to
saying
get
things that
anywhere
are
with the
wrong that I
guy.
won't say they're
I'm not
wrong.
trying to get no, listen, I'm not trying to get anywhere with you, Scott. I'm trying to prove to you don't know what you're talking about. There is such thing as a vanishing line within perspective.
No, there's not.
There is, and you're saying that there
Show
isn't.
me.
Yes, there is. It's called a
How do you
vanishing
get a
line.
vanishing line in perspective?
All right, let me get you some sort of reference
Okay.
because you
You
clearly
do
won't
that.
accept anything from a flat earther. So let me find something. All you've been doing this whole time is lying, Scott.
No.
No, seriously, I gave him 10 minutes about half hour ago.
Okay.
So all you need to do is ask ChatGPT what a vanishing line is. A vanishing line, more commonly called the horizon line in art, is a line in perspective drawing where parallel lines appear to converge as they recede into the distance. This is not a physical line in the real world. This is a visual and geometric concept. So,
And what was that? What was that word they had in there? Horizon.
Scott, you just said there was no such thing as a vanishing line. You
There's
can just
not.
chat GPT or Google this. It's used within art and perspective drawing, and it's taught in school. You're a liar. You're just a liar. It represents eye level for the viewer.
Well, it represents their angle of viewing, right?
Yeah, so those vanishing points, like I said, in every direction create a horizontal line. This is an optical horizon. So you're wrong. There are optical horizons, and it's well known within academia.
Okay, so if I'm standing there looking at the horizon line, and then I tilt my head up 45 degrees. Do I see a vanishing line still?
What have you got to reference in the sky, Scott?
That's
You don't
one. Do
have
I have a
anything to
vanishing
reference
line?
in the
Yes or
sky.
no?
You probably do, but is it visible? No, because you need a reference.
Why do I need
That
a
vanishing
reference?
line will be a reference. You'll
Why do
need
I need
the
a
Earth
reference?
to reference the sky in order to see that line, because that line is an optical position where the sky meets the ground. If you're just looking into a patch of sky, you're not going to be able to determine that vanishing line.
So can I draw a perspective drawing looking up 45 degrees?
Well, you can, but you're not going to be able to see a vanishing line.
Okay, so when do I see a vanishing line in perspective drawing?
You'll see a vanishing line in depth perception where these lines will appear to converge.
All lines that are not horizontal or vertical will have a convergence line. That is the horizon. All horizontals are parallel, all verticals are vertical, all other lines will extend to the horizon. And we're roboting like a champion.
Well, they'll extend to the vanishing line. Like if you're looking at the horizon, then that will be equal with that. But if you're looking at eye level, the horizon will be below your eye level, and any straight line, any horizontal line, will meet at that point instead of the horizon, because you're not looking at the horizon. Right?
Okay,
vanishing
so I only
points
have
above the horizon.
So I only have a vanishing line when the horizon's involved.
I thought you said that didn't exist, Scott.
No, it's
No,
conceptual.
it still doesn't exist. It's not a vanishing line, it's the horizon. And that vanishing line that you think is a vanishing line moves in your field of reference as you tilt your head.
No, Scott. Yes, Scott, but that, like I said to you, you can't determine a vanishing line with no reference. When you're just looking into the sky, you're not going to see a vanishing line because there's nothing that can be converged that is differentiating the lower part of the sky from the higher part of the sky.
Okay.
Stop repeating yourself. I've addressed it. You don't
I know,
need to talk about
but you-
looking up at the sky anymore.
Okay, but what about looking down at the ground from a mountain? Can you address that one? Where's the vanishing line there? I have all kinds of references again, right?
Yeah, that's
The
why the
vanishing
surface of
line-
the Earth will appear to raise with eye level, usually.
No, but if I'm standing on a mountain, I'm looking down 45 degrees, where's my vanishing
If you're
line?
looking down, you're looking down. Happy days for you.
Where's my vanishing
line is equal in elevation to your eye level. So if you're 10,471 feet up a freaking mountain and you look out into the distance, 10,471 feet, equal elevation to you, That's where it's going to be. Just because there's nothing there to reference it doesn't mean it's not there.
It's like to give the impression that, like in a drawing that I'm looking, at an angle upwards, right? I would draw an imaginary, draw the line, right? The horizontal line, and then find the middle point, the focus point of the observer, put it on the line so that any straight line will be converging to that point, right? Unless it's in the other axis, right? And then you rub that line out later. Like, it's just to help you get the perspective right.
But I think some of you are starting to get this. Imagine moving a camera all in the directions, right? You always have a vanishing point. No matter where you take a picture, there's a vanishing point in that picture, right?
Oh shit! I think I'm gonna have to drop out and come back. Everyone's robot. Am I coming through?
I can hear you.
Because Roots and Scott were robot and like a bitch.
Yeah. Even you started to.
I'm back.
T-Dub, you're a bit glitchy.
I think it's
Yeah,
Discord.
Discord's playing up today for a lot of people. Yeah.
It is, because I'm clocking 7 milliseconds, whereas normally I'm about 160 to 190. So that's not normal. It's broken.
Should have had a light counter. See how many lies we could catch Scott out on. Cause I'm counting at least 4 or 5 so far.
So anyways, where's your vanishing line when you're looking down from a mountain? Oh, crap. I'm back. I'm back away. Shit.
Why would you expect to see a vanishing line when you're looking at the floor, mass?
I just want to know when you have a vanishing line in your understanding of perspective.
When you're looking into the distance, not when you're looking at the ground. Stop saying that. You sound really dumb.
But only when you're looking to the distance when it comes to what you think is flat water, not anything else.
You're only going to be able to see so much of the surface, due to
Why?
your optical limitations and weather conditions.
There's no such thing as optical limitation. That's something you guys made up.
Fuck off! Are you telling me you go outside and you can see infinitely? You simple-minded fucktard.
I can see stars from light years away. Hundreds of light years away.
Are you saying that things don't appear to get smaller with distance to the point where your eye can't resolve them anymore? You can't see them like a fly.
No, of course they get tiny. Yes.
Right, so you can't see a fly anymore once it's a certain distance away from you. Right, it's too small for your eye to resolve. That's an optical limitation, you idiot.
Yeah, but that's not what happens in a flat surface.
So did we make up optical limitations?
No, I didn't. You were talking about water.
Stutter a bit more, Scott.
You were talking about water, not a plane.
So what's
If
the
the Earth,
difference?
if the Earth,
The
if the
optical
Earth,
limitation that you can see whilst staring at the horizon, or me holding a ping pong ball, slowly walking away till it gets so small that your eyes are unable to resolve it.
we're talking about the water.
Don't let him red herring away from this like he's done with all the other topics, please.
We were talking about the water.
Red herring.
Why?
Optical limitation, Scott. You can do this.
I was saying there's no optical limitations with regard to the flat surface.
What, so we've magically got infinite vision?
We would see a whole lot further than we could if the Earth were flat.
So how far can you see a golf ball from, Scott? Naked
no
eye, how far
idea.
can you see a golf ball?
No idea.
10 yards? Put your glasses on, you can see it?
Well, I can see a lot more than 10 yards, but...
Well, I don't fucking know that, do I?
What does it do with the water and the surface of the Earth?
Because it's an optical limitation. That's what the horizon is. What you consider Earth curve, what you perceive and believe as Earth curve, is that optical limitation re-engineered or reverse engineered.
How does that optical limitation work?
Optical limitations assume angles intrinsically.
What angle is there to the water?
No, forget your water. Optical limitations assume angles. That is, they assume that the person standing on a flat gradient or a flat plane is at a certain height, and that their eyes perceive at right angles to their feet on that plane some particular spot in the distance. So it intrinsically uses angles. That is what it does. It doesn't assume a curve. It doesn't assume anything. It doesn't assume water.
Yep. That's why parallel lines converge. That's why everything appears to be compressed towards the vanishing line.
No, to the vanishing point.
The vanishing line.
And the vanishing moves as you tilt your
We
angle.
don't need to go through this again. A number of
I
points
know.
become a line. When you look at, when you have a number of points in a horizontal reference, it becomes a line. Stop being an idiot.
But you combine that with environmental conditions, and it's gonna limit the amount of surface you can see.
Yeah, I wanted to
how
call
much your
him
eye
out.
can resolve.
Sure, but when it's
bang
very
on,
clear like a
Tito.
horizon, that's not being limited by environmental conditions, is it?
It can be.
But it wasn't. And in the picture that T-Dub posted, that horizon was very clear, right?
It doesn't matter. You're asking general questions. You're asking a general question. I want to call you out on this bullshit. You're asking general questions that, how do optical limitations work? Yeah, it's multifaceted. Resolution of the eye, the scattering of light, the atmospheric conditions. Yeah, there's multiple answers here. You're just trying to deflect and turn this into some mess of a conversation. You're playing a game, mate. I can see why Jedi wanted to kick you. You're just wasting our time. You're not taking any of this in.
Yeah. I know I'm not taking it in. I've never claimed to be taking it in. But anyway, so how big is...
So what's the point in talking with you, Scott?
How big is a laser pointer?
If you're not taking any of this in, there's no point in talking to you anymore.
How big is the light created from a laser pointer?
Oh, here's
Depends how big the laser pointer is.
Next red herring question.
In your tests that you guys have done, the lasers that you use, how big is the origination of the laser?
Yeah, Jedi called it.
Red herring. Look, let's stick on intrinsic points in optical resolution, which are angles, not atmospheric conditions. Nothing to do with that. The intrinsic mathematics to do with the angles.
What angles are they?
Can you define what an angle is?
No, what angles are we talking about? We're talking about optical resolution. What's the angle we're talking about?
So the angle from the plane that you're standing on, then you take your observer height, which is your eye, then the optical resolution of your eye, which is already defined for humans.
Which is what?
Or 0.02 of a degree. So when you look at something
what
on
angle
a
is
plane,
that measuring, though?
No. When you look at something on a plane, the further you move it away, if it gets past 0.02 of a degree, you no longer see it, such as a brick on the ground.
That's not true, though.
That is true.
It's not.
That is true.
What the heck are you talking about, bro?
It's just not. It's just not true.
Nuh-uh.
So
You
What?
Jado, you just made that up. You just made it up out of nothing. You have no data to support that claim. Zero data.
Alrighty, here we go.
Because the other thing is, optical resolution is not that angle. It's a completely different angle. It's the angle in which two things are apart from each other. And if you put them closer than that, they appear to be one thing. You don't even know what optical resolution is, apparently.
That's a diffraction limit.
No, that's good. No. Let him keep talking because he's getting there.
Okay.
He's getting there. He's getting the hook.
There's no getting there. I'm already there. I've been there. Been there for a very long time. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Scott, is that projection? You've
No,
literally been
angular
caught out
resolution
lying
is angular
about 5, 6
resolution is
times.
the ability to distinguish two things from each other. And if you put them close enough together, they look like one thing.
What, like headlights coming in the distance? They look like one light, and as they get closer, they become two.
Mm-hmm. True.
Like a ship merging
That's
into
just
the
the
water.
reverse of what you said, Scott.
No, it's exactly what I said.
One thing becoming two things.
Yes,
You
it
said
has,
two
it
things
has nothing to do
becoming
with the
one.
ground, though.
It's to do with your limitations and how far away they are, and your ability to resolve them.
And so how does that work with the ground, then?
Exactly the same. As you get further and further away from it, your ability to resolve it diminishes. And once that angle gets below 0.02, you can't resolve it.
So I can see only so much ground, right?
Correct.
And then when I go higher up in the sky, how do I see more ground that's further away?
Is the angle smaller or larger than 0.02?
To what? The angle to what?
The ground.
To the horizontal plane that he can't talk about.
Is it smaller or larger than 0.02? If it's smaller, you won't resolve that thing. If it's larger, you will resolve it.
Resolve the ground?
Are you stoned or stupid, Scott? What is wrong with your brain? That's what you were just talking about. You asked us about the ground. If I get higher above the ground, can I see it? And then you act dumb as if you're not talking about the ground.
So have any of you guys ever done this and went to see if you can see certain angles? Have you guys got any data on this that you can share?
To see what we could see.
Do you guys have any data that you can share, or do you just make this up?
Oh no, I'm just making shit up, Scott. What the fuck do you think?
I don't know. It sounds to me like it sounds to me like Jado is just making stuff up, or he probably read it somewhere.
No,
someone told him
I
this,
just posted,
and then he believed
I
them.
just asked Google.
You're an idiot, Scott.
What the angular resolution limit of the human eye is. I posted
T-Dub
in the slideshow.
Well, that's what I said. What you just posted is what I said, T-Dub.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're just dribbling shit, Scott.
No, it's exactly what I said.
It says 0.017, which is close to 0.02, like Jado said. But you said that's not true.
But that's the ability to distinguish two things from each other.
But you said that's not true.
No, That's
I
the
said, what's not
ability, your
true?
resolution limit, Scott.
No, it's not the ability to see two things. It's the ability to see a thing. Once it passes the angular resolution, it can be a thing. Like I said, a brick on the ground. You're just an absolute idiot. I don't know what you're
No,
doing.
you
How
can
long do you
definitely.
think? How long do you think that we've been around here for arguing this shit?
I don't know, too damn
Seriously.
long as far as I can tell.
Since the last shower, Jardo.
2015. Look in 2015, Scott.
Exactly.
This has
I
already
remember
been put
talking
to bed.
about this fucking 9 years ago.
But you can see
Asking
you can
dumb
see you can
questions.
see a laser pointer from 20 miles away, right? Or a laser.
Yeah, red herring again.
What angular resolution do you
Projected
think that
light
laser
difference,
has?
Scott. Not a brick sitting on the ground.
What's the difference?
Well, if someone's going to point a laser pointer at me, or someone's going to throw a brick at me, I know which I'd fucking prefer.
Well, I know, but why can you see a laser pointer if it's clearly less than 0.02?
Because it's projected light.
No, what you guys are misunderstanding, it's the amount
And he
of
says
light
no.
that hits your eye.
So a laser pointer is not project. You're a fucking idiot.
It is, but what's the difference between projected and
Why
reflected
don't you just
light?
mute
What's the
yourself and
difference?
listen to other conversations? It's probably going to be better for you.
What's the difference between projected and reflected?
Non sequitur.
Another red herring.
Because I promise you, I can hold a mirror, and you could see it if it's.
Oh,
less
you're
than,
a big boy now. Look at you go. You can hold a mirror. Well done.
If it's less, if it's less than 0.02 in size, and if that's reflecting enough light back at you, you'll be able to see that reflection, right?
No, we're talking about an object in a physical angular range. We're not talking about light that's reflected above the position that we're standing on. That's completely different.
So where does the 0.02 come in then?
That is the tonal representation of our eyes or any other optical device, such as a camera, which is a similar aperture. I don't know if you're fucking like taking us on or.
That's just his
No,
style,
you're
Jardo. Just acts like a.
You're just
Yeah,
wrong
no,
about
shut up,
everything.
Scott. We're having enough of this shit.
No, we're
He
just wrong, Matrix. We're just wrong. We're just wrong.
No, this is not flat earthers are wrong. This is Scott Mackey. I'm going to act like a 2-year-old, and that's just how he does his thing. He's here to analyze us. So it's, you know, when you get a 2-year-old that just goes, but why? But why? But why? And they do it about 10 times, and then you say, you fucking say why again?
And then they say, and then you say to them, go to bed, and they say, no.
But why?
No. You know
That's
what?
Scott.
I'd never, until 8 years ago, I'd never even known a glober to even know what the Rayleigh criteria was until we pointed it out to him.
Yeah. I believe that too.
They don't know any of this stuff. They thought like celestial navigation. Some of them still do think that's like going about space, like Star Trek, using star charts to go from one solar system to the next.
Like the song Star Trekking.
Yeah, I mean,
Across
they
the
have no
universe.
idea about any of this stuff. I mean, sometimes they can't even tell you. It's so bad that some of them don't even know how many continents there are. They don't know how many oceans there are. I mean, they do like just weird, strange shit. Like they think like Brazil is in Europe or something like that, or Portugal is in South America. You know, they have no idea about anything at all. But they know for sure that the Earth is not a flat because you're an idiot. That's about the best you'll ever get out of them. And if you tell them, they ask questions, and you give them the answer, none of it. Nothing will be retained. They can't even repeat back what you said. Be like, hey, you don't have to agree. I just said the answer was X. What's the answer? They'll say anything other than that.
I feel like he's I don't know whether he's intentionally doing it, but he is merging the visibility limit with the Rayleigh limit, and I think there's a difference, and it does get a bit confusing. But I just think he's either playing a game or he's shooting from the hip and asking questions in the hope that flat earthers can't answer that question. But with a little bit of research, you can start to understand that the Rayleigh limit isn't how far you can see something, it's how you can tell 2 points apart from each other. The visibility limit, you need to introduce things like the contrast, and that's why a laser has a high visibility limit that goes beyond the Rayleigh criterion. Certain objects would be visible well beyond the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, that they have
But
spread to.
the detail, yeah, the detail won't be visible though.
Yeah, so Rayleigh criterion is developed using incoherent light, whereas a laser is a coherent light source.
Yeah, with a high contrast. So you know, it's not about the resolution of angles anymore. You know, it's the visibility of that light, that bright light. Yeah, you could see it. If you had two lights, two lasers right next to each other, from the observer's position, they would merge into one light. You would still see that light, but they would merge into one point. So Scott's just shooting from the hip. I don't know if he understands this himself, but he's just hoping that people don't understand it. That's disingenuous.
Yeah, he doesn't realize too that like if you were like on a giant chessboard, right, and you're at an acute enough angle, like, eventually all the squares in your vision are going to just appear to merge, right?
Yeah, and he's confusing the situation by saying, well, I can still see the chessboard, so that doesn't, your Rayleigh argument doesn't make sense. No, it's different. We can see further than the Rayleigh limits. We're not talking about visibility when we're talking about the Rayleigh limits.
There's I had the one, I can't, I'm trying to think of his name right now, but he was in the military, and the blackout drive, when you before kind of NVGs, night vision goggles, what you had was on the back of vehicles there were like two small red lights, like where the tail lights would be when you're in blackout, so that the tail lights don't turn on. So if you're too close to the lead vehicle, you would see four lights, two on the right, two on the left. If you're exactly the right distance, those lights in the rear blend into one. And if you're too far away, both of them blend into another one.
You just see one.
Yeah, you just see one. And if you don't see any light, then you're lost. You know, you're so far away that you've lost view of the
Right.
vehicle. The vehicle's still there. It's right. I mean, if you had night vision and just turn on your night vision goggles, you'll see it. But that shows you that the Rayleigh criterion, those lights blend together. And this is an anti-flat earther, globalist. I was gonna stop. Oh, 8 Ball, or B-Ball, whatever his name is. I was trying to explain to him, this is blackout drive. You should know this. You should know this idea. You must have been trained in how to drive in blackout conditions. Still no clue. Nothing would sink in. I'm like, how? How do you not know this? How do you not know about blackout drive?
It's partly a failure of education, but it's also partly people clinging to the ball, clinging to their belief and trying to find a way to win the argument.
Well, this all started because of the horizon. He just wants nothing to be able to explain why we see a horizon, except that it's the physical leading edge of a sphere.
But he won't talk about that. That's even better. Here, here's a perfect image of what I was talking about. So more than 55 meters, one light. See this concept right here. I mean, like, you're talking about the dumbest private in the military knows this concept. They can't articulate it in scientific terms like the Rayleigh criterion, but they totally understand how these lights merge into each other the further away you get from the light source. Scott will not understand this. He's incapable. It's so far beyond his skill set of comprehension that he'll never get it.
Well, before he was muted, it sounded like he was confusing that with visibility, general visibility. Personally, Scott, I think you should retire. It's not 2015 anymore, mate. I think your time is done here.
I just
You had a
posted in
good
chat.
run.
I just posted in chat a little test that me and a few mates are going to be. We've already started, but we're going to continue doing, and that is posting the 3 primary light colours at certain distances at 1 foot observer height, and then moving away until we can resolve them to be one particular white light, which is very interesting.
Hey, Jardo, if you're doing this after I get my IR camera, can I come to wherever you are doing this so I can film it in IR?
You're in Queensland, yeah?
Oh shit, no, middle of New South Wales.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you happy to travel down to Gippsland?
I've got no problem with that.
All right, I'll let you know when we've finalised it.
If I've got my camera running, I'm coming down. Because that'll shut a few other problems down too.
Down? What, down the mountain? Jono at a lower elevation, is he? No.
Well, when someone turns around and blurts their favourite stupid R word, we can just go, nah, we've got this to fix the problem. So
Yeah,
hopefully my camera's done by then, yeah.
Yeah, this is the refraction killer.
What I think's even more bizarre is that 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion is the same rate of conversion that the Earth curves per mile in the globe model. I just find it fascinating how it's a perfect match. What we see in conversion, in perspective, matches the curvature, so-called curvature rate of the Earth. If that isn't a sign of backwards engineering, then I don't know what is. Could it be? Could it be that there is no physical curvature and there is just a rate of conversion, that the ground starts to merge into the horizon at a rate of 1.22 per mile squared? I think so.
I'll bet my 4 houses on it.
Sorry, 8 inch per mile squared, 1.22 over 1 mile.
1 foot observer height.
Yeah. Well, that 1.22, yeah, it's regardless, you still have to use that 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion. regardless of your aperture size, blah blah blah. Whether it's an eye, whether it's a camera, it's the same rate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter was in here earlier, proposing to a glober that if we're looking across a flat plane at an object in the distance, and the light reflecting off it was arcing to your eye at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, what would the object look like? What would it look like? I think he was proposing that it would look obstructed bottom up.
Ask him to look at some railroads or mountains in the distance.
Don't do that. He's likely to get hit by a fucking train.
Good one.
You guys see this thing on the top of your server list that says pending applications? Is that like servers you want to join, but your like membership is on pause or something?
Can you take a screenshot and show us?
Yeah.
So where's this opening up?
I don't see it on my phone.
It's like right there, right below notifications. Like in your DM when you're like in my the screen for DMs.
Are you on a mobile or laptop or computer?
Oh, the computer.
Ah,
No.
okay. No, I'm
Not
not going
on
to be
my
able to.
one.
I didn't
Okay.
realise I could scroll through all the different things. Holy shit! Oh, there's Indio. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Who the heck's Redford? I've got all these things at the top. I didn't realize you could scroll through it like that. That's cool. I don't see anything what you're talking about, though. Great.
Yeah, kind of weird, huh? Maybe
I
I.
noticed something. Sorry,
It was. Yeah, I'm not sure. So like, here's where it's the stuff where it's by. So if you see a
Hey
friends
guys,
list, message requests. Hey, what up, dude?
I just got into like I'm kind of new to this like flat Earth thing, so yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. With if Flat Earth, ask me anything, AMA, or if you have a claim,
Uh,
we can debate
so
that.
so like so like the ice wall is like the end of the Earth. Like if from my understanding, like from what I can understand, is that like we don't know whether the Earth is actually flat or round, but we do know that there's like a treaty that no country on Earth is able to violate, which is the Antarctica Treaty, and no one's allowed to go there without like someone present, and like supposedly there's like an ice wall and there's like stuff beyond. Is it? Am I getting that right or?
No, no, like Flat Earth has nothing to do with ice walls or treaties. All we're talking about here is observations, measurements, and practical demonstrations of the surface of the Earth. Those other things are called peripheral topics.
Right, but so like do you, so you believe that the Earth is like actually flat?
Yes, the Earth, the surface of the Earth is actually flat, observably, measurably, and practically
Okay,
used.
and this is a question I like never knew like. So how do you know like the end? Like how do you get to the end and like don't wouldn't you fall off the Earth?
Yeah, how do you know there's an end?
Well, people fly planes all the time, right?
Okay, so you're thinking a disk in space. Is that what you like a flat Earth would be the third pizza planet from the sun?
No, how? Maybe I'm not expressing myself. Like for example, if the Earth is flat and we live like within space, like how do you
Yeah,
not fall
that's
off
the
the
second
Earth when
part.
you get to the end?
Why are you adding that? If the Earth is flat and you live in space, why do those two things go together? How come you can't visualize a flat Earth
Yeah,
as
but at night you
geocentric?
can see space.
Yeah, but you could still be geocentric. What's driving
Yeah,
you away from
okay,
geocentric?
okay, but
Technically, you
even
can't
if
see
you're
space,
geocentric, like
Ranger.
how does it change that you can fall off the Earth?
Hold on, can I just address this? Technically, you can't see space. You can see the night sky. You don't know that
Well,
the night sky is space in this in
well, it
the
is
fashion
because it's
you're
the
using it.
absence. When there's the absence of the sun, you can see like what's like beyond the sky.
Yeah, you see a dark night sky with lights in the sky called stars, right? But you're
Yeah,
not
because
necessarily looking at at a
well,
vacuum in the sky.
well, supposedly when like the sun goes down and there's an absence of light, you can see like what's beyond the sky that you see during the day.
No, you don't see beyond the sky. You see the sky and you see lights within the sky. You can't determine whether they are beyond anything at this point. All you see is a
Well,
dark
okay,
night sky with light.
not beyond, but you know,
But these
like
assumptions are what led Crit to ask you, do you think we live on the third pizza planet? Because these assumptions of you've got like a model in your mind of the flat earth, and nobody here
mhm.
has pushed or is trying to tell you about a model or about your cosmology or the flat earth cosmology. We're literally telling you the earth is measured and utilized as flat, and that is it.
Right, but okay.
So what if you get that part? There's more to have with a conversation. But this is
Okay, but
basically saying, do you understand your first if? If the Earth is flat, do you understand that if? Before you add the second qualifier, is the first qualifier completed?
but how do you not fall off the Earth if it's flat?
See, that's what I'm saying. You're going back into this loop. If the Earth is flat, then it's not
Yep.
flat if it's flat. See, your line of thinking is broken, which is why I'm trying to
Yeah.
get you to say, hey, dude, you have to understand the if part first. If the Earth is flat, what is it? Flat or not flat?
Stranger, by asking why don't we fall
Well,
off the
if
Earth
it's
is,
flat, it's
is
flat,
assuming,
right?
but you're already assuming we can fall off the edge of something. We're not making a claim there is an edge.
So you're saying that it's like infinite?
No, we're saying you have no basis to say you would fall off the flat Earth.
Well,
There is
supposedly
no
there's
claim
gravity.
that there is an
Like
edge.
gravity is something that you can prove, right? If I'm holding my phone and I let it go, it drops. That's gravity. That's science. Like you can't ignore that.
No, that's specific gravity. That's actually synonymous with relative density. What you've just demonstrated, picking up an object and it drops to the ground, that is not a demonstration of mass attracting mass, and that's not a demonstration of the warping and bending of space-time. That's a demonstration of specific gravity.
Even nobody's
Or
talking about
relative
bending
density.
space-time.
Well, what do you mean when you say gravity?
Well, when an object, when you're holding something and it falls to the ground, it's called gravity.
That's called, yeah, but that's specific gravity. So do you understand there's more than one type of gravity in this conversation?
Yeah, you're saying that like you're trying to prove Albert Einstein's theory that like the more gravity there is, like the denser like time will slow down and shit like that.
No, what I'm saying is the example you gave is of relative density. Relative density can exist on a flat Earth. Anything more dense than the air around it will drop in the air, return into the ground, which would be its equilibrium because it's more dense than the air. So no
Medium dependent.
force.
Medium
No
dependent.
force.
Because if
Yeah,
the
medium
medium
dependent.
was different, it could rise instead of fall.
Then how is the Earth like the Earth? And why is this specific like place like supposed to be like super light?
It's just the surface we live on. It's just the surface.
Yeah,
we live on.
but the surface is supposedly heavy, and why is this like sort of space
What?
so
What?
light?
Wait, what? Surface is heavy?
Yeah, because he's saying that the only reason like I'm holding a phone and it falls to the ground is because it's denser than the air. When what I'm saying is that okay, we live on a surface, we live on the planet Earth, and supposedly the planet Earth is heavy.
Planet.
And what I'm saying is like, how does it not fall off of anything if it's like?
Whoa, slow down. All right.
Look right there, planet. Keyword. He added the word planet. What's the definition of a planet?
Yeah, okay, planet or flat Earth, whatever. Like, how do we not fall if it's like we're denser than the air? Like the whole thing. I'm not talking about the edges. I'm talking about the whole thing.
Because we don't try to float in the air. If you jump off something, then you'll return to the ground.
But I'm not talking about. I'm talking about everything. Like for example, I'm on the street, on the ground. Like, how does it not cave in? Like, how doesn't everything cave in? Since we're like denser than air.
Well, why would it? Why would it?
Because
Why would it cave
according to you, it should because we're denser than air. Everything is denser than air that we step on.
Medium. Yeah, the medium of air is less dense than matter. So anything made of matter would drop to the ground, and that would be its rest point. Its rest point would be where it is at equilibrium.
Yeah,
So
but why
when
would
you're
you
on the
say that the
ground, you're
ground
at
is the rest
equilibrium.
point? Why isn't there anything like beneath the ground?
There's more ground.
There is, yeah.
Yeah, there's more ground.
More
Well, why isn't
And
there something
sometimes when there isn't,
beneath
right, you're
all
getting
of
up with
that?
sinkholes.
Yeah, good point, T-Dub. Yeah, if there's no ground under the ground, then you get a sinkhole. Yeah, spot on. I don't understand your question.
Well, I can't make it any more clear. Like, I know there's ground under the ground, but like, until how deep, right? And what if there's nothing after, like, at the end of it? Like, how is it supporting us?
But you're asking philosophical questions now.
It's not. Well,
We're
it's
not. We're
as
not here to answer
philosophical as the flat
philosophical.
Earth. It's as philosophical as the flat Earth, bro.
No, we're demonstrating to you that this isn't a philosophical question. This is
Well,
just a
and I'm
question of
demonstrating to you that
the natural
the
world.
ground is supposedly denser than the air. So how do we not fall off?
The ground is denser than the air. Yes. So complete that. So what's your question?
So how do we not fall off if there's nothing holding the ground, like really, really, really under beneath the ground?
What? How do we not fall off the ground?
Yeah, like how does the ground not cave in into like space or whatever if like we're supposedly dense?
Space? How do you know that? How do you know that the ground is surrounded by space?
Right, you're imagining that.
I'm not imagining. I'm just like according to his theory that if we're denser than air, yeah, we fall. Or
No, you're
anything.
imagining that there's ground beneath us, ground, then maybe some liquid and like who knows, lava,
No,
and then
not liquid.
some like whatever.
Beneath
No,
all
no,
of
there's
it,
oceans. There's
beneath
water
all planet Earth,
underground, bro.
beneath all
No,
planet
listen,
Earth,
listen, bro. You didn't let
supposedly
me
there's
finish.
nothing.
You didn't let me finish, right? Okay, so you're imagining, right? Well, we know that there's dirt, right? There's rocks and dirt,
Yeah.
and there's water underground. There's all sorts of different substances and materials, right?
Yes.
To an unknown depth, right? And then you're
Yes.
imagining at some point there's nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. Why?
So how do we not fall?
Why? Why are you imagining that?
So you think it's infinite? So you think that like
No, I'm not making a claim about it. Why are you imagining that's the case, though?
Well, I'm just trying to understand your point of view. Like, is it infinite or is it not?
My point of view is just that we live on a planar surface. These questions I can't answer.
Is the ground infinite or not? Like the depth, is it infinite?
I don't know.
That's a philosophical
Yeah, so
question.
therefore
We're not
you can't say that what I'm saying is wrong, and I can't say what you're saying is wrong. Like we don't know.
No, you're straw manning our position.
No, what you do know is that the Earth, the surface of the Earth, is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. That part you do know. After
Yes.
that, you don't know.
Neither do you. So you can't you can't say, "Oh, the sky that we see is bullshit," and bro, you don't know. You don't know if there's an end to the Earth.
No, but I do know. What I do know is that the surface of the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. I do know that.
Yeah, but then how do like seasons work?
Are we just going to jump the shark and just go to a completely new topic?
No, we're staying on the topic, but like if it's flat, then like how do we get seasons? Like
just like you see them, exactly the same. Nothing changes on the flat Earth. You just don't randomly add a axial tilt.
So it doesn't rotate, like.
No, stationary. Earth is stationary.
We're not asking you to have to imagine anything.
No, but I'm trying to understand though.
Okay, how do you think seasons work? What's your current understanding?
Like, what do you mean how seasons work?
Yeah, what's your current understanding? The seasons change. How does that happen?
Because of the sun and the hemispheres and all of that.
Okay, where'd you get that from?
Yeah, okay, school, and it was manipulated. Okay, bro, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. However, like this is proven. Like you have winter, you have summer, you have spring.
How does that happen? Your question. See, I want to show you that if you flip the question back on you, there isn't an answer you can give because you really don't know how seasons work.
No, because supposedly, for example, when it's summer for me, it's winter for other person because the sun is reflecting more on this side of the earth than the other side of the earth. You know.
Well, there you go. That's exactly how it works. You don't need.
Yeah, but how does that work if it's flat? If it's flat, it should illuminate everybody.
Why? Where did you get that from? Why would that happen?
Well, it's provable. If you put something on like a surface and it's flat and there's light, Like it will illuminate everything.
Because
No, that's not true.
If
Are
I
you
have a
telling
light,
me that
if
you
I have a
only
light
need
in my
one
ceiling,
street
if I have
light?
a light in my ceiling and I put like my phone beneath it, it will illuminate my phone as long as I want it to.
Yeah. Listen, bro. Are you telling me you only need one street light per street?
Yes, sure, street light. Yes.
You only need one street light per street to illuminate the entire street. Or do they put several there? Because if you're at one end and there's only one light at the other
Yeah, but
end,
there's only one sun, right? And
I
it
can guarantee
illuminates.
you stand under the light of one street light in a street, and it's a long street, and you're underneath the light, you're going to see pretty much everything in your vicinity around you in a
Yeah,
specific
but when you look
radius. And
up,
you
you
look
can
down
only
the end
see.
of the street. If you look down the end of the street, it's going to be dark. You won't be able to see the houses.
Yeah, but this is an obvious. Like when you look at the sky, you see one sun. You don't see two suns or three suns. You see one. So it should illuminate all of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I just gave you an example where you've got one street light and it doesn't illuminate the whole street. It only illuminates a section of the street. That's why they have multiple, right, to illuminate the entire street.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that there's multiple,
Right.
but for example, I'm in
But
UK.
one of them has a limited range, right? It cannot illuminate the entire street or a huge area, just one little section.
Yeah, but the difference between the street lights that you're saying is that there are several. While what I'm saying is that if I'm in the UK and someone else is in Switzerland, we're both looking at the same sun.
Yeah, you're not getting it. I'm telling you, what if there was only one street light? Would it illuminate the entire street?
No.
No. Right. Well, there you go. Just treat the sun like that. That it has a limited range. It's not capable of illuminating all of the entire surface.
Right,
what we
right.
know.
But if the surface doesn't move, then how does it illuminate the other part?
The sun moves, just like you observe.
Okay, so you're saying that the sun moves and
That's what you see.
Okay. Okay, I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
About a moment, right? James Ward visiting Crater of Diamond State Park with his wife. Two sons with his spot.
Who's not liking?
Our staffers gets on it was a two carrying around diamond at the side of the park.
I do believe in the ice wall, though.
Round up, rated at price of 3,000 to tens of
Well, there's a description of the coastline of Antarctica by geologists. But it's just described as being an ice shelf or an ice wall, right?
Bro,
So
but let me ask.
A large percentage of the coastline of Antarctica is ice wall, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I was just hoping that
There's also other areas of the Earth where there's large ice shelves and ice walls.
Bro, but can I ask you something? And this is not related. If what we're being told about the Earth is a lie, and like supposedly like a lot of things are lies, then like if gravity and like that is like bullshit, then how does science work? Like how do they build like new technology and new phones and like shit like that, bro?
I just told you gravity isn't bullshit. The example you gave was for specific gravity. We agree with that. Relative density, yes, we can witness things drop to the ground. So we're not saying that's bullshit. If you've got a different definition for gravity, then please share. But the only definition you've given us is relative density. We don't disagree with that. And this is the problem that you're struggling to understand here. We agree, physics agrees with us. We agree with physics. We agree with experimentation of the natural world and the natural laws. It just so happens that your globe that you believe in isn't compatible with these natural laws. So you have to
Yeah,
believe these, and we have to go into theoretical science to explain how a globe would exist.
yeah, but
But
then
in
how does
reality,
science
we don't
work?
observe that. Science is the experimentation of phenomenon through through proving cause of an effect, right? And that's where we agree with science, and science agrees with us. Anything you can prove on this earth is consistent with a flat earth. If you want to try
Yeah,
and prove there's curvature, if you want to try and prove there's motion or a vacuum in the
but
sky, you have to go to
there's mathematics
theoretical
that can
science.
prove it. There's mathematics that can prove it, and mathematics allows for new technology to evolve. So something about mathematics must be right, so that they can build new technology.
Yeah, just because some, and not all, but some of the globe maths could theoretically be correct and work, doesn't mean that the premise that this is because the Earth is a ball is correct. If we've backwards engineered a globe from perspective and what we observe in reality, then the math would work, but you would still have to pre-assume we're on a ball with no direct evidence in order to make that model work. So math is a language. Math is a language, it's not a proof of anything. I can
Bro,
give you the mathematical equations for Superman and why he can fly, and his sensitivity to kryptonite. I could build a model for you, but that doesn't mean Superman and kryptonite is real.
I don't believe the Earth is round, but I also don't believe it's flat. I don't know what we're on.
But you
So
don't have
I
to
just don't
believe. You
trust
don't.
shit.
Yeah, but you don't have to believe that um, the Earth, the actual material of the Earth, is flat, because we have valleys, we have mountains, and we have hills. We're not trying to convince you that there is no deviation from level on the Earth.
Yeah, I know, but I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But when it comes to what's measurable and observable, all those islands that sit on the water are sitting on flat water. Now, the majority of this world is water. We're not. The
Yeah,
water
but
isn't
it moves
curving, my
though.
friend. Right, but it's not curving at a rate of 8 inch per mole squared. It's not deviating from level at rest. So that's
Okay.
where we can say the Earth is measurably flat, because we know all of the water that the land masses sit on is flat. And that's where science is on our side, and we agree with science when they say water at rest lays flat. Correct. That's what we observe in this world. What we don't observe is water curving or sticking to the exterior of a ball. That's impossible. And the more you look at this, and the more you get into this, the more you'll realize we are consistent with the laws of nature as we understand them. What is inconsistent with the laws of nature is the globe. Can't say we live on a spinning, curving surface if there's no spinning or curving to
Yeah,
be
I'm not saying that,
detected
but I also don't
or
believe it's
observed.
flat. I think that's ridiculous, but okay.
How is that ridiculous when that is literally the science that we know and the observations we know about water? We know the behavior of water. We know that the water's not curving. So then what is it? It's laying
You might
level.
think it's ridiculous because he's imagining flat Earth in outer space.
Yeah, you've got to get that disk in space idea out of your head, dude. Nobody here is claiming that the flat Earth is a disk in space. That's the heliocentric cosmology with a flat Earth. It's not what we're talking about. Did he leave? Is he still here? I think it got a bit too much for him.
Ah, tried. Yeah,
I blame the
level one is a
thumbnails.
killer, and it just messes with their
Yeah.
minds.
I blame all the thumbnails on the anti-flat earther videos showing the disc in space. It's just really got to them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
got quiet. How was everyone's Christmas?
Absolutely fantastic, thank you. How was yours?
It was great. I can't complain. Sounds like we're still savagely beating each other in the heads over the shape of the earth, huh?
Well, it'd be nice to get some haymakers from the globe side. All we've had is disbelief, cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance. Been a while since I heard that term. Was experiencing that.
The globers we've had today, anyway.
Okay. It's interesting. What makes you think they're experiencing cog dis?
Because they'll make a claim, and then when we demonstrate to them that their claim is not observable in nature, and actually it's the opposite, they tend to just break down, start on the meta conversations, start asking questions that are irrelevant, asking why would they lie, how would this be possible, rather than just accepting the point for what it is.
Okay. That's one viewpoint. Sound
Well,
like a flat
that's
earth
what's
guy. I
happening.
don't think I've
That's
ever
what's
talked to you
happening, and
before.
then they leave.
Oh, I see.
I've definitely spoken to you before. I think I recognize, unless you've changed your name.
No, I haven't changed anything now. I just I don't recall talking to you. We talked to each other before?
Maybe I haven't spoken to you directly,
Huh.
one-on-one.
Okay. I think I have heard your voice in here though. Maybe talking to someone else or something.
But if reality doesn't match your belief, then if you don't, and you're shown and it's proven that the reality on the ground doesn't match your belief, what do you think the proper way to respond would be?
If your belief in something doesn't line up with reality,
What would be the
that
correct
would be a
response?
problem.
Well, it's not a problem. Are you a glober? That's like a glober response. Because it's only a problem. It's only a problem if you're holding on to a worldview. If you're not holding on to a worldview, then you would accept the evidence as presented as true and concede on that point. I think the Earth is curving, but if there's no observable curvature, then it's a belief. It's not a knowledge. It's not a fact. It's just a belief. And if you can't accept that and it's a problem, then that's cognitive dissonance.
It could be, but what you just said it sounds more like your opinion on something. That's what that sounds like to me. It doesn't sound like what you said is actually based in any facts. Sounds like it's just a personal opinion of yours.
Well,
Just subjective.
everything's an opinion until the facts are produced, right? So this is where the globers need to produce some evidence. Where is the evidence of curvature? If it's not on the Earth, then that's a direct contradiction of your worldview.
Well, I don't think the shape of the Earth is a worldview. I think it's a brute fact. So I disagree with that.
But this is the problem. If you think it's a fact, what evidence supports that fact? And is that evidence actual, real, direct evidence, or is it an inference and an assumption? So let's go through it. You think the Earth's a globe by the sound of it. You said it's a brute fact. What evidence do we have that it's a ball?
Well, I can give you a lot of evidence, but if you don't accept any of it, then it's pointless.
Well,
So I can give you all the
it's going to
evidence
need
in
to
the
be.
world.
Yeah, you can give me evidence. I mean, I can give you evidence of Santa Claus. I can tell you that the carrot was bitten and the mince pie was half eaten when I woke up in the morning. Right? Okay, is that direct evidence of Santa Claus?
It doesn't sound like it.
No, so that would be an invalid argument in a debate setting,
I'm just saying.
right?
For example, you could tell me. I could ask you. I could say, what does 2 + 2 equal? You could say 4, and I could just say, well, no, it doesn't. It's something else, and I
No,
could just do
you
that.
couldn't do that. You couldn't do that and be
I
called
could do
sane.
that.
No, but you'd be insane.
Well, that would just
You
be
wouldn't
your
be
opinion,
sane.
that I'm saying. But
No, no. 2
understand what I'm
plus 2
saying?
equals 4, which is verifiable. And the Earth doesn't have measurable curvature, which is verifiable. And when I say measurable, I mean direct measurement. That's provable.
What do you mean by direct measurement? I mean like
A measure
like a ruler or something? What do you mean by that?
confirmation of drop over distance, confirmation that the water on the Earth deviates from level.
Let me ask you this: why don't you just accept a satellite image? What's wrong with that?
Why wouldn't you accept my story that Santa bit the Rudolph bit the carrot and Santa bit the mince pie?
I've never seen Santa before, but I've seen this thing we live on.
I've seen it too. I'm looking at it now.
I've never seen a Santa Claus though, so I'd have to first see Santa and know they exist before I could begin to maybe believe your story.
Right,
It
so the
has a ways to
analogy is
go.
slightly different. The analogy is slightly different, so we're going to need a new
I understand what you're
analogy. So
trying to. I understand what you're
we
trying
can
to say
both,
though.
yeah, but you need to accept that in the fact that the Earth exists doesn't mean that it's a ball.
Okay, so that's why I asked you. Why don't you just simply accept satellite images? What's the problem?
Because satellite images don't prove it's a ball either.
Okay, so that's why I gave you the 2 + 2 analogy, right? Because you could say it's 4, and I could just tell you, well, no, it's not. I could come up with any reason
No,
I
you can't
want.
do that because I personally can verify 2 + 2 = 4. I can take 2 of these and I can take 2 of these, put them together, and I will always have 4. You can verify it, I can verify it, it's repeatable. How do we verify
Okay,
these satellite images?
you'd have to talk to the people who created those images. I don't know. I'm
So,
not an expert on that stuff, but
so
they can
the
verify it,
example
I'm
I
sure.
gave, and I can verify that Santa bit the mince pie. I put the plate out, I left it. I can vouch and swear to God nobody went down in the night to bite the mince pie. But you have to believe me, just like
Well,
you
why
have
is
to believe NASA.
okay? That sounds selective, because why is 2 + 2 equaling 4? Why is that verifiable? But why is it when we talk about satellite images, say it's not verifiable? Why is that?
Well, do you have a satellite?
No,
Do you know anybody who has a satellite?
nope.
Have you ever been on YouTube or on some sort of I don't know, some sort of board where you've spoke to someone who's launched a satellite?
No,
So it's not verifiable then, not from your perspective.
no, I can't verify it, but I'm just one person. It's
But
a
you
big
don't know
planet.
anybody who can. But you don't know anybody who can. Whereas everybody in this world who is of sound mind can verify 2 + 2 = 4.
Well, relative to the shape of the Earth, it's kind of irrelevant whether or not I can verify it. I'm just an individual, you know. So
It doesn't.
there's a
It
lot of
doesn't
things I
matter.
can't verify.
I understand that, but if the majority of people, which is why I asked, do you know of anybody? Have you come across anybody? It's not even just not verifiable to you. It's not verifiable to 99.9% of the population. So it's not verifiable. 2 + 2 is verifiable. The fact that Paris exists is verifiable. The fact that we live on a ball is unverifiable.
No. It seems like you're splitting hairs now, because I can take just about anything and say the same thing. And I
Well,
can
you
say
couldn't with
that
two. Try me again then,
they,
because 2 + 2 = 4 is not a good example. That's
I can say that,
verifiable.
I can say you can't verify that John F. Kennedy is dead. I could just say something like that.
And you'd be correct. But we do have lots of witnesses family members. We do have second-hand evidence, but I'm not making a claim that he is dead. Now, one would assume
Sure.
he is. One would assume he is, just like you assume the Earth's a ball, but it's not verifiable. I agree.
Yeah. Well, I
Now,
would just think if it were me, instead of it seems like instead of just playing word games, it seemed like an individual would just want the facts or do everything they could to find out what the facts are about the shape of the Earth and go from there instead of just trying to contravene everything. That's the
no,
impression
I
I
hear
get.
what you're saying, but if you want to go into evidence, enough evidence can become proof, and I agree with you there. So even if we work on the assumption that we can get to some sort of fact without direct evidence, which I'm not really, a believer in, but let's say you can, like in, for example, the court of law, enough evidence becomes a ruling. How do we get to this ruling that the earth is a ball? Because all of the evidence involves an assumption, an inference, some sort of predetermination that the earth is a ball to begin with to get your math. So if we're working on assumption in the first place in a court of law, this evidence would be thrown out. You wouldn't be able
Well,
to
sure,
make a
yeah.
ruling based on this level of evidence that we've got for the globe. Because if the explanation of why ships go over the horizon, or why things fall to the ground, or why we have earthquakes, if all of these can be explained on a flat Earth, then how do you know that the cause is because we live on a ball? You don't. You'll then have to
Yeah.
appeal to authority and say, well, people have known for a long time, and the Greeks knew 2,000 years ago, or NASA's been to the moon. You're going to have to come up with some sort of assumption or appeal to authority. Do you get my
Well,
point?
yeah, I do. I do get your point. I mean, and I've actually heard that before, but I do get it. Get exactly what you're saying. My point is, if you're talking about assumptions, if you were talking to anyone in the scientific community today about this very topic, they would tell you that this is not an assumption. Okay, they would explain to you that they know this. They would be able to show you how they know this stuff. I'm pretty sure.
You're
They
pretty
wouldn't just tell
sure.
you to just believe what I have to say. Well, don't take my word for it. Talk to them.
We
They would probably tell
do.
you they're confident.
Well, this is what I mean. If you followed Flat Earth for the last 10, 15 years, there's been numerous debates against academics, people who are in science fields, um, people who are claiming the Earth's a ball from an authoritative position. And it's the same arguments. We've known the Earth's a ball because we use some sticks and shadows, and then we looked at the transit of Venus and decided that this could only be possible on a ball. When in reality, that's not true. All of this could be possible if the sky is rotating and the Earth is fixed. Just like there's something called a kinematic equivalence between the geocentric and the heliocentric model. It could work with a stationary Earth and a rotating sky.
Let me ask you this. Now, you believe that the Earth is flat, right? Or a planar surface, whatever.
It's more just that's how the Earth is observed and utilized. It's
Okay,
not really a
so
belief. It's just that's how they treat the Earth. It's how we
okay,
observe
so
the
let's
Earth.
let's pretend like that's true. What are the
Yeah, it is
dimensions of
true.
this thing? Okay, fine. So what are the dimensions of it?
The dimensions of
Because
the whole Earth.
I'm imagining if you're going to make the statement that the Earth is flat, then you would have these numbers, right?
Well, no, I'd have to imagine. I'd have to go into imagination land and give you some philosophy based on things that I know about the natural world. But it would still be an assumption. So I would be no better than them if I started replacing your cosmology with a flat Earth cosmology. And there are plenty of flat earthers that would do that, but we don't do that here. It's not our job
Okay.
to replace your cosmology. We're just talking about the natural world, the way the world, the Earth is treated and observed. It's
Okay.
completely consistent with science,
So
real
basically,
science.
that was just another way of you saying you don't know what the shape, what the dimensions of the Earth is. Is that what you're basically saying in a nutshell?
It's the only honest answer I can give, and it's
Okay,
the
I can
only honest
appreciate.
answer any flat earther can give.
Okay, fair enough. At least you're
Anyone who's
intellectually
telling
honest.
you, but anybody who's telling you they've got a model of the Earth and this is a true depiction of the Earth is lying. They've made assumptions and they've had to assume things. And
Well,
if
no
they're
one has ever
wrong,
given me any numbers on the flat Earth, so they haven't done that. They've been consistent there.
oh, they're out there. Oh, they're out there. There's flat earthers who'll tell
Okay.
you the sun is X distance. They'll tell you that this map represents the closest to reality. Blah blah blah. There's plenty of flat earthers
Okay.
who'll do that, but we
Okay.
just
I
don't
guess
do that
I
here.
haven't talked to those people. Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah.
They're not in here. Put it that way. should try.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call out any other channels, but yeah, there are channels where you will get that.
Okay. Huh.
But in terms of
Interesting.
being just consistent and honest, we do treat the Earth as flat. Every industry, the Earth is treated as stationary, non-rotating, non-curving. Whether it's aviation, building, ballistics, you have to treat the Earth in this manner when it comes to safety. You know, you can't have pilots trying to account for curvature or Coriolis, else they'll crash the plane or never hit their destination. You can't be accounting for Coriolis in ballistics because you won't hit your target. You can't be building in respect to an 8-inch per mile squared bridge. You need to treat the Earth as level.
I'm guessing you must think there's at least some level of conspiracy involved here, because if what you're saying is true, why aren't textbooks changing and curriculum in universities changing, etc.? Why isn't this stuff like all over, every cable news channel in the world? This new revelation. Think they're like
From my
suppressing
opinion,
the.
they created a model backwards engineered from what we see on an individual basis in your celestial sphere, in your perspective of viewing. They've created a ball that matches up with what we see in perspective, and nobody has gone out really in academia to question that, because if you do question this from a position of authority, you will lose that position of authority, and you're called a quack or whatever. But the point is, anybody who has questioned this, whether it was the moon landings or whether it was gravity or whether it's the shape of the Earth, they are always pushed out of academia. So you'd be surprised how many people within academia are very, very open, and some of them are just straight up flat earthers, but they wouldn't come out with that publicly.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've heard that before too. Sure, people want to protect their careers and their reputation, and etc. If they have
Yeah.
some view that's not part of the mainstream.
Well, funding is based on, the direction of research. So if your direction of research is undermining the bases that we've established as true, then you're going to lose your funding. Just how the world works. So there's natural gatekeeping going on, regardless of whether the person who removes the funding knows the Earth is flat. There's natural gatekeeping going on because they are pursuing something, just like Tesla with General Electric. Back in the day, as soon as they caught wind of what he was trying to do, he was outcasted and his funding stopped. People
I
have
mean,
seen this happen and they're afraid.
I'm just not really getting this, because to me it seems kind of trivial. I mean, if whatever the shape of the Earth is, if it's a sphere, or if it's a dodecahedron, or if it's flat, or if it's a triangle, whatever it is, why not just tell the truth about it? I mean, I don't understand. What's the point of lying and obfuscating and hiding stuff? I don't get that. Why would they do that about the shape of something?
That's a philosophical question. I could give you 100 answers. I really could. But if you
I was just
disagree
curious
with
what your
one of it,
opinion was.
I could give you several answers.
Okay,
I could give you
what's your best
several
opinion?
benefits. Well, aside from the control, aside from the potential hiding of land and resources, aside from controlling your core belief so that you can control the direction of your future beliefs, aside from all that, personally, I think they're hiding the fact that this world must have been created. And they want you to believe in a big bang, and they want you to believe in evolution. They want you to think that you're in the middle of nowhere on a rock, flying through a void, evolved from swamp goo, that evolved into monkeys, that evolved into some sort of hominid and became you. They want you to see yourself as an animal, and they want you to see yourself as an accident in the middle of nowhere, and that you should be lucky to be here, rather than if this world was created and everything is, we are the center of this world, then there's a level of importance and there's a level of self-respect, I would say, that wouldn't be there in their version of reality. So I think that's very, very deep, but I think that's one of the core issues, but I think there's other issues as well. Even if you don't agree with that, I could give you
Stuff
several other reasons as to how it benefits them.
that's fine. The stuff that you just said there, that's the one I've heard the most. The one you articulated, those few points there.
Well, that's the one that has the most influence on our psychology.
Sure.
By believing you're on a spinning ball in the middle of a void created by a big bang, a random occurrence where something came from nothing, not only goes against natural science, but it also creates a nihilistic worldview.
Think there's an element of nihilism with this stuff?
I think that's why we have nihilism. I think that's why nihilism is a movement. That's why popular culture, TV shows push nihilism, and the heroes in or the coolest characters in a lot of shows are very nihilistic because they want us to be like that. Because then we have no resistance to some of their ideologies.
Yeah, that's
Now,
funny
this
you
is
say
my
that.
opinion. This is my
Sure.
opinion, and I don't like to share that in this channel because if you don't agree with that, you'll be like, well, I don't think the Earth's flat then, because I don't agree with his opinion.
Oh, I
The,
understand what
the
you're
Earth
saying.
being flat has nothing to do with this. This is just my
Yeah,
personal opinion.
I get that. Yeah, I'm not like trying to checkmate anyone or anything like that. I understand what you're saying. But yeah, huh, it's fascinating.
Like, it's up to you to make the decision, and there's plenty of flat earthers in this channel who will tell you it's about money, or they'll tell you it's about hiding land and resources, or it's about controlling us into a certain pen. The land masses that we know of. I don't know. There could be other reasons as well. They may be true.
I
They
think I've heard
all
all
may
of
be
those.
true.
I was just curious what your thoughts were, but yeah, I think I've heard it's about all those points that you brought up, or theories, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is there's plenty of incentive for an intergenerational secret to be kept. It doesn't mean everybody in science is in on that secret, because the way that it's been constructed, it's been backwards engineered. This model has been backwards engineered from what we experience in reality. And with a slight misunderstanding of things and a slight undereducation of things, we don't question these things, we just take them on face value. And there's plenty of academia and high level authoritative scientists and geologists and mathematicians who point these things out, but then they don't make it to your bookstore and they get pushed out of their industry.
What are the chances you think that you could be wrong about this? What do you think they are?
Well, what have I really said so far that I could be wrong on? I gave you
Well,
some
you prob-
philosophy as to what I believe, but I don't really think, I didn't make a statement like that's the truth. I'm saying that's what I believe
No,
when it comes
no,
to
you didn't
the
make any claims.
motivation.
No, you didn't make any claims. I was just asking what you thought, just personally. What you think the chances are that you could be wrong about the shape of the Earth. Do you think you could be wrong about it or no?
Well, I haven't made a claim about the shape. I've just made a claim about the surface. The
Okay.
surface of the Earth. I'm not making an overall claim of shape. The
Okay.
only thing I've claimed is that we measure and utilize the Earth as flat. We observe the Earth to be flat, stationary, non-rotating. And then I
Okay.
went into how there's an equivalence where all of this cosmology could work if the sky was rotating.
So it's like you were like talking about part of the Earth, I guess, as it were.
Well, for me, for you, for anybody, the Earth
Like
is
a
treated
section of it or
as
something.
flat.
Okay.
Well, all sections of the Earth that can be verified is treated and utilized as flat and non-rotating. And we can verify this with, there are observations and experiments, whether you go to Michelson-Morley, whether you go to Einstein, the Earth must be treated as if it's in a state of rest. And the curvature of the Earth, because the Earth is so big, the curvature cannot be detected. There's no way to measure the curve of the Earth, and there's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. So that's a true statement, regardless of whether you believe it's still a ball or not. That's how we
So
treat the Earth.
you said there's no way to measure the shape or curvature of the Earth. Is that what you said?
Well, that would be a mainstream position after Michelson and Morley's experiments and other observations. It was established pretty early within the scientific community that you can't go out and physically measure the deviation, or you can't go out and measure the Earth rotating on its axis.
Sure. Yeah, it's too big for that.
Right. So what have I said that isn't true at this point?
No, I didn't say you said anything that was false. I was just asking you if you thought you could be wrong about something. So that's all I was asking you.
I know, but I'm saying like wrong about which bit, because it is an established fact that you can't determine and detect the globe. Right? So you'd have to go into belief or trust of space agency or the government, who will tell you, look, we have the math. That's all I'm trying to establish at this point, that the globe is a belief, and then the flat Earth position is an observation, a real world observation that can be verified, whereas the belief cannot be verified.
Okay, and when you say observation, that's kind of one can almost say it's a little misleading, because you're not looking at the whole thing. So I don't know if you're observing 12 inches in front of you or 3 feet. No, what do you mean by observation?
Well, I'm not making a claim to the shape of the Earth, right? So we have a claim on the table from the globe side. Then the claim is that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So in every direction from your observer's position, the Earth is curving away from you at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
I'm standing in my kitchen right now, and I'm observing floor in it, and it's observably flat. The distance that I'm looking at it at. That can't speak for the entire state that I live in, correct?
No, but this isn't about you looking at the floor being flat locally in your kitchen and then making a claim that the Earth is flat. We're making the claim that the majority of the Earth is water, and we know that water at rest lays flat. We know that water cannot stick to the exterior of a ball, and we know when we take a long distance observation over water, we don't see any deviation of 8 inches per mile squared in the distance. So we can verify with long distance observation that you cannot measure or observe the Earth curving.
That doesn't necessarily mean
And
it's
I
not
can show
curving,
you.
right?
Say that again.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not curving, though, right?
Well, technically you're right, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is the Earth is observed and treated as flat and stationary.
Okay.
That's like step one. Step one is to just admit there is no direct measurements of motion or curvature.
No, I
Just
agree
step
with
one.
that, sure. I agree with that, sure.
So then the next step would be what is the evidence that the Earth is a ball? That would be step two. Because we're not making a claim that isn't verifiable. What I've told you is just verifiable, regardless of whether you're a baller or a flat earther. The next step would be, well, what evidence is there of curvature or motion on the Earth? And that's where I pass the ball to you. Do you know of any good evidence that we can discuss of curvature or motion?
We could how much time do you have? We could probably be here all day talking about this stuff. You know, I don't know how many different branches of science we have to go through, but it's like I said earlier. We could talk about this for 6 hours, but if you still think the Earth is flat, it's not going to matter what anyone says to you, right?
Yeah, but I'm open-minded. Like,
Okay.
I'm not believing the Earth is flat because somebody told me. I'm believing the Earth is flat because there is no evidence of curvature or motion.
Okay, I see. At least you're honest, so that's good. You're intellectually honest anyway. And not, you don't strike me as someone who's just trying to win an argument. Um, a lot of times, that's what I experienced in the past talking to people. So that's good.
Well, to be honest, you're a pretty good sport. Like, you're being fair. You're taking, the things I'm saying, you're taking them in and processing them. And, I don't have anything to prove to anybody. Like, I just want to know the truth. But it just seems to me that all of the globe evidence that I have come across or has been presented in here, or, that exists, happens to be an assumption based on the fact that there's a story of a guy who took some measurements of shadows. The problem is the flat earth is consistent also with those shadows if the sun is X amount closer. So if all of this assumption has been based on something where there's an equivalence, it could work on a flat earth, then we don't actually have any evidence for a globe. We have an assumption. We have a translation of data that works in a model. But that's not enough for me to say we have proof or evidence that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, which would be, an open system next to next to a vacuum, which would be impossible. I mean, the list goes on. We can get into gravity. We can get into lots of different subjects. But what I'm saying is that it's not consistent. The laws of nature are not consistent with this globe model idea.
That's
We can't
fair
even
enough, and
explain
I can understand.
orbits. Orbits don't make sense. We can't even model gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian, with more than two bodies. We can't prove this to be consistent with the laws of nature.
I understand what you're saying. I'm assuming when you're talking about shadows, are you referring to Eratosthenes? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the poor assumption everybody has made to then prove, when they say they have proof the Earth is a ball, they'll get into their math, they'll get into their celestial observations,
but nobody proved we lived on a ball to begin with in the first place. They've taken it as gospel because of the Aristophanes story. But like I said, if the sun was X amount closer, we could get those same shadow lengths. So it's a sleight of hand. It's a trick. They've tricked people into thinking somebody measured the Earth. Nobody measured curvature. Nobody can measure curvature or motion of the Earth. They looked at the sky and they said, oh, well, if the Earth was a ball, which we've already proven with Aristophanes, then the ball is this big. Because look at the transit of Venus. Because look at this eclipse. Because look at that. They've not provided any proof.
See,
So I'm not trying to convince you to be a flat earther. I just want people to question what they actually know when it comes to this globe.
sure, and I don't have a problem with that. People should nothing wrong with asking questions and demanding proof.
Apparently there is, though. And that's why I've had a good discussion with you, my friend, because, you hold that position, and I think that's the right position. If something is true, then it should be able to withstand scrutiny. The problem
I
is
agree.
most people who come here can't withstand that scrutiny, and they call us crazy for asking these questions.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Even though I don't agree with you guys, I don't think you're crazy. But hey, it was
We're
good
not.
talking to you. No, I don't think you're crazy, but yeah, it was really good talking to you. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute because I gotta let the dog out and do a few things here.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Great discussion, dude. Yeah.
All right, take it easy.
Speak to you again soon. Yeah. Nice one.
Okay. All right. All right.
Good day, Mr. Roots. Happy New Year.
G'day, Dave. Happy New Year to you too. How are you, my friend?
Still exists, and whatever this is, for all is well there.
Yes, sir. Same shit,
We've
just
been
on the
joined
toilet,
by.
right?
We've been joined by Professor Phil. Do you think he wants to take another shot at proving the globe?
No, thanks. I'll just listen.
Okay. Thanks for acknowledging us, Phil.
Sorry,
I was
Dave.
listening to your convo with the last guy there. I mean, he just sounded like he was sort of listening to what you were saying, Roots, but in the back of his mind, he's like, well, somebody's already figured us out. Smart scientists got all this, These guys are crazy thinking there ain't no globe. Whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I like that last guy because he was actually being intellectually consistent and honest. I think as
Yes.
long as people are doing that, it doesn't matter if they walk away, not agreeing with you. They've at least accepted the facts of the matter, which is the globe is a belief.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
I
they're not correct, but it just means that they've accepted that, yeah, okay, it is a belief and I choose to believe. That's fine.
Yeah.
You do
Proving
you.
the Earth is a globe is trivial, but I'm just interested to hear what you have to say.
Are you going to start messaging me in all caps after the conversation again, Phil?
No, it's not necessary. Like I said, proving it is trivial. Children can do it. But I'm just curious what you have to say about it.
Well, you've made a claim there. Children can prove that we live on a ball. How so?
Well, the overwhelming evidence, of course.
And what
Some very
evidence is that?
simple. Well, a very simple one would be the distance along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance along any other latitude between the same two longitudes. That's enough.
Great. Now, can you prove your globe without appealing to a spherical coordinate system and an imaginary line called the equator? Can you prove it in reality?
The spherical coordinate system is used for navigation, and navigation obviously happens every day. So,
Of course,
and
yeah.
GPS works. So, I don't.
It does.
That doesn't need any further discussion.
Don't disagree with you, but how does it prove that the surface of the Earth is curving and spinning?
I'm pretty sure it shows its curve. It doesn't prove it's spinning, and that's a different type of that's a different piece of evidence that would do that. Again, a trivial one.
Longitude and latitude don't prove the Earth is curving.
You bet your life they do.
No. You can create a coordinate system and put it on any shape map.
If you put the longitude and latitude system is definitely a spherical system, and it works.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That you need, and it takes you to the places that you need to go. It also defines where you're at with GPS. The distance between the longitude and latitude places are accurate. It's a globe.
No, that's the bit you have to make an assumption. Phil, you're not going to talk through me, mate. You said what you said. I'm going to respond.
I'll do what I want.
Just because no, Phil, you'll be respectful. You'll be respectful. Now, just because you've got a spherical coordinate system, a grid system, translating and transforming real world flat Earth data into points on a sphere doesn't mean the ground is curving, Phil.
Yes, it absolutely does.
It doesn't, because you need transforms. You need to transform the data into a spherical system.
No, you don't. The coordinate system is already a spherical system, and it matches the ground exactly.
Right. No, it doesn't match the. How does it match? Okay, what evidence do you have that it matches the ground exactly?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So GPS works.
Yeah, GPS works. Great.
GPS from one location, GPS from another location.
Mm-hmm.
Getting you. There's only one way to work out the distance between those two locations, and that's using spherical geometry.
Yeah, great. You can wrap a map around a ball, put the longitude and latitude system on it, and get the ground positions to match up. Yeah. How does that prove we live on a curved spinning ball again?
It does. The whole system proves that we live on a ball. You couldn't do it on a flat surface.
No. It proves that you can put a flat map onto a spherical globe.
You can't.
And then
put a flat map.
plot those points using your longitude and latitude.
You can't.
Yeah, you can.
No.
Yeah, you can. You can wrap the AE map.
You don't know geometry. You're ignorant. You don't know geometry.
Yeah, you're using longitude and latitude to arrange the land masses on a map. Yeah, that doesn't mean you've got confirmation of anything. It just means that you've plotted these points on a ball, but the data that you've taken, the surveying data, is taken in respect to flat Earth. So how have we proven that the Earth is curving?
That could not work. Anybody who says that doesn't know geometry.
Phil, you're just making claims.
That's just absolute garbage.
I can hear you getting upset already. You're going to start messaging me in caps. I'm not going to do this with you again, Phil.
I'm not upset.
You've got no proof and no evidence that the Earth is curving.
100%. 100%.
No, you haven't.
That it's curved, and proof that it's rotating as well.
You wish, mate. All right, what proof you got of that the Earth's rotating?
Well, two things. A gyro compass, for instance, is enough evidence of that. Foucault's pendulum, a typical one. Both of those prove the Earth is rotating.
Okay, and we've had this discussion before, Phil, so I'm not going to get into the nuances and issues with Foucault's pendulum. I'm going to just go straight to the point and ask you, what makes you assume, why do you assume that the Earth is rotating under the compass and it's not the compass that is rotating over the Earth? How have you determined that?
The gyro compass. The gyro compass.
No, the Foucault's pendulum.
The Foucault pendulum absolutely proves the Earth's rotating. In fact, you can tell by the precession of the pendulum simply by its latitude. So there's no other way. It not only proves that the Earth is rotating, but it proves the Earth's a globe as well.
So there's two reference frames then, yeah? So we've got the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame, and the gyro compass, sorry, not the gyro compass, the Foucault's pendulum is deviating due to the rotation of the Earth under the pendulum. That's your claim.
It's precessing, yeah.
But how do you know that it is the Earth rotating and not the pendulum precessing itself? How do you know it's the Earth that's rotating under the pendulum? Because we don't have these. But let me finish. Because we don't have these two reference frames. We don't have anything else in nature that is raised from the Earth's surface is not experiencing this same deviation. So how do we know that it's the Earth? How can you verify that?
Yeah, we do. The hypothesis would be simple. If it's the Earth rotating, and if it's a globe rotating, then I would be able to predict the precession by the latitude on the globe. And guess what? It works.
And guess what? Sometimes it doesn't.
It does work every time. If it's set up, it works. Yes, it does. That's just a silliness. That's just silliness. Like any instrument, you got to set it up properly. If you do, it works.
No, because this would have to be happening at all times because the Earth is always rotating, so the pendulum should always be deviating, but it doesn't in a clockwise fashion, and it doesn't.
Just be quiet for a minute, and I'll explain it to you. Sometimes the pendulum doesn't work. Friction is probably the biggest enemy of a Foucault pendulum, and that's so if it's set up badly and friction is not taken into account properly, then it won't work. But if it's set up properly, like Foucault did, in fact, himself when he built that one in Paris, that certainly did work, and many of the ones around the world that people spend good money on and actually take friction into account, they do work. The people who do this, the scientists who
no, don't whistle past that. Don't whistle past. So what does a proper setup
be quiet, I'm not
look
finished.
like, Phil?
Stop talking over me.
No, because you're going to change subject.
Stop talking
what does
over
a proper setup look like?
You know
so
what
I'm asking a question on something
like.
You've claimed. Yeah, but what's the difference between a proper and improper setup? Because we're talking about two reference frames. So why isn't the pendulum? In what circumstance does the pendulum not pick up?
I'm not going to teach you how a pendulum works. Okay,
you don't need to. I already know.
That's something you can look up for yourself. And if you want to know what makes a pendulum a really good setup for the pendulum, you can also look that up as well. But you asked me for the evidence. I've given it to you. Whether you accept that or not is up to you. I've given you the evidence.
You just don't want to be questioned, Phil. You don't want to be questioned on it.
No, I've given you the evidence.
Because
you can look it up
because you know
yourself.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption.
No, it's not.
And I'll tell you why it's an assumption.
It works every time.
I'll tell you why it's an assumption.
You tell me on a flat Earth, what would make
work every time.
What would make tell me why on a flat Earth the precession of the pendulum would change? Why?
Well, I'm not really interested in making claims about.
Of course, you're not. You're not. Of course, you're not interested in making claims. Of course
not, because it's not my place to speculate.
Because you know the minute you make any claim, other than the silly one that the Earth is flat, you know that I'll test it, and you'll fail.
No, well, you're the one making claims here that there are two
Yeah, and
reference
there's no claim
frames,
that
an
I make
inertial and a
that will
non-inertial
fail.
reference frame.
There's
But we
no
have no
claim
way
that
to
I make
validate.
that will fail.
Phil, if you're claiming there's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frames, then what do we see in nature that is affected by these inertial and non-inertial reference frames? Then
It doesn't matter.
how can we validate it? We can't validate what you're saying, Phil.
Yes, we
So
can.
you're
I put the
assuming
hypothesis. The
you're
hypothesis
assuming
would not
the
work,
Earth is
but for
rotating
the fact
under a pendulum.
that the
Phil, you're
perception
assuming the Earth
doesn't
is
rely
rotating under a
on latitude.
pendulum,
If it
but
doesn't,
not under an
then the whole
aeroplane.
hypothesis is wrong. And it does. It does it perfectly. I can predict what your latitude is by with the pendulum. You tell me how on flat Earth you can predict what your latitude is simply with a pendulum. Go for it.
So how are you determining that the Earth is rotating under the pendulum if
Anyway,
if
I'll
it
get
doesn't
back to my
rotate under
listening.
anything else, Phil? How do you know that, Phil? You don't, do you? You just wish and hope it would be true, but you don't have any validation for that. Now there could be other forces at play here. I'm not gonna speculate, but some of these other forces could be the cause of the drift in the pendulum. How have you eliminated those causes when you don't have evidence of the two reference frames in the first place? So you haven't really looked at this properly,
Like I
Phil.
said,
You haven't looked at
explain
this unobjectively. You have
how.
an agenda.
I told you, I gave you the hypothesis. I gave you the hypothesis. Now you make that work on flat Earth. I will be impressed.
What do you mean, make it work on flat Earth? We're not making a claim of any
Yeah, you explain to me.
model
You explain
map.
to me how I can use a pendulum to tell you what latitude you are on flat Earth. I would be even more impressed if you could tell me how you can have a longitude and latitude coordinate and another longitude and latitude coordinate and work out the distance between them without using spherical geometry. That would be impressive.
Well, I'm not gonna get into it.
Of
But
course, you're not going to get into it. Of
the
course.
magnetic nature of this world isn't fully understood because people are pushing this gravity heliocentric cosmology ideology. So
Of
I would
course,
be
we
changing the
understand. Of
subject.
course, we
I would
understand
be
magnetism.
changing the
I teach
subject.
magnetism. What about magnetism don't we understand?
I'm not saying we don't understand magnetism. I'm saying we don't understand it in respect to the Earth,
You bet we do.
because we have a false cosmology. So I'm
Well,
not about to
I can
sit
tell you
here and
exactly
start
how it works on
arguing
the
for a
Earth.
cosmology. Phil, I'm not going to sit here and start arguing about a cosmology argument or the physics of the Earth. I'm asking you, how do you know that the Earth is rotating under the pendulum if we don't have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame? You don't have validation that the Earth is rotating. The
I've already
question
explained
was,
that to
what
you.
evidence do you have the Earth is rotating?
I've already
And in
explained to you.
nature,
I've
you
explained that
don't
to you
have.
already, and now I can explain to you the magnetism as well.
So apart from the
And
Foucault's
that
pendulum,
doesn't work. And that doesn't work on flat Earth either.
no, I'm not interested in the magnetism argument. Forget I said
Magnet
it.
Of course you're not. You're not
I'm
interested in
more
Yo,
anything
Ruth,
that
I'm
interested.
proves
sorry,
that
real
flat
quick.
Earth is silly.
May I really quickly say something? I'll mute up again. Magnetism, electromagnetism works on a flat Earth. It works even more properly than
It
it does on a
doesn't.
heliocentric model. The heliocentric model does not have a Bloch domain or a level plane of inertia, which is primarily necessitated for electromagnetic field to exist at all, right? So,
What are you
if
talking
anything, the
about?
heliocentric model does not consist nor, I'm going to say, align with magnetism nor electromagnetism. Thank
I'm
you very
afraid it
much. You
does.
can
You're just
continue.
ignorant. Of course it does. It aligns perfectly with it. Explains it perfectly. Anyway, have fun.
Yeah, your explanations are unverified, Phil. That's what it comes down to. You can't demonstrate two reference frames. Doesn't exist in nature, but you would like it to be that, so that's fine. Have a good day, mate. Still looking for verifiable evidence of a rotation of the Earth under anything that leaves the ground. Hey, what's
That's a
up, Piggy?
pretty good job of preventing the Professor Phil spiral, man. Good job, Root.
Yeah, I've had too many aggressive messages from him in the past. I'm not about to get into it with him again.
He just seems to be way too invested in the Globe story, and it has to be a Globe. He'll come up with any excuse or any rationalization to keep his Globe, right? That's what it seems like. A lot of people are like that. But what are you going to do? All you can do is present information to people. What they do with it is up to them, right?
Well, that he wants to be taken as some sort of authority, or he wants to align with authority and be a spokesperson for that position. The problem is he's not interested in verification. I'm not interested in people who are not interested in verification. So you can believe what you want to believe, that's fine. But if there's no verification, it stays a belief, whether you like it or not. Mr. Phil.
Yep, that's exactly the point. Once you make all the claims you want to about reality, when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of verifying it and measuring it, they run away, don't they? Anyway, anybody else on here got anything to say?
Just regarding
Yeah.
pendulums, right?
Go ahead.
So even within the globe's own description of their own problems with trying to obtain measurements, they describe gravitational anomalies, the uneven distribution of mass everywhere. And I gotta wonder, wouldn't a deflection of the gravitational vector, which they claim exists, cause a potential precession? Doesn't have to relate to Earth moving? Because what they claim is when you go near mountains, or there could be a flat plain, but just deep under Earth, an undiscovered, highly dense formation of some geological structure that causes gravity to behave differently, to pull in a different direction from everywhere else.
Yeah, that's why I love it when you're here, Amish. It's a very sophisticated answer you've given there. This is something that they overlook because it fits their narrative. It's just an assumption.
So back in the early to mid 1700s, some French researchers were swinging pendulums in their lab, and one of them
Did we lose Amish, or is it the server playing up?
Yeah, I think he just cut out. Maybe I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, Discord's been playing up today. Everybody was having problems earlier. If you can hear us, Yoda, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we lost you at the start of your first sentence on the last statement there. But are you there, Yoder? Maybe I'll try to reconnect. You having a beautiful day in sunny old England there? He's still talking. I'll shut up.
Can you hear us,
You're
Yoda?
roboting, Yoder.
Am I cutting out again?
You're Mr. Robot.
Yeah, we didn't hear any of it.
The last thing was good. Sorry, Rich, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Can you hear
All
us,
right, so
Yoda?
the pendulums were not swinging as they thought that they would. And they reasoned it was a gravitational field anomaly that was causing non-uniform pendulum swings. And they also supposed that the Earth's oblateness was also causing non-uniform pendulum swings. So given gravitational anomalies, given the uneven shape of the Earth itself and all this other crap. I mean, how can they possibly claim the Foucault pendulum produces consistent results just as a base claim itself?
Well, Phil was denying there was any deviation from his model. He's claiming that the pendulum always processes in the correct motion, clockwise motion at all times. That was his claim.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
well,
I said
we
that's
know
not
he's
true.
either ignorant or he's lying, because not even the field tests and demonstrations show that.
Right. So I tried to tell him. I mean, Phil, now's your moment really to respond. But if I know Phil, he won't.
One thing they ignore all the time is also that the Foucault pendulum, it's not stable forever. It has to be a controlled thing. It has to be set up accurately. Like there's a lot of variables that if you don't set it up correctly, then it won't even work right. And it would beg the question, but if it was the Earth that was spinning that was making it do that, then you wouldn't have to consider or worry about those variables and the setup, because it should just work. Because if it's just moving, then it's moving, and it's that's one thing though that they love to run away from. They won't bring that up or make mention of that. They'll matter of fact, they'll dodge that logical, conclusion. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it should always deviate at the same velocity and rate.
That's
But it doesn't.
complete nonsense. I've already told you friction plays a major part in it. The friction that on the mechanism of the pendulum is, if it's not done right, is greater. The force on that friction force is greater than the Coriolis force. So therefore, that's why it doesn't work. It's pretty simple. I mean, Jesus, you don't have to be extra intelligent to work that out.
It's real simple to understand that if you're saying it's the friction that's causing it, then you just debunked your own claim.
No,
because
you
you're no
don't listen,
longer
do you?
because you're no
The
longer
friction is
saying.
the friction is what's not causing it not to work.
Okay, so think of it this way.
Which
You
part went
set
over
up.
your head?
Think of it this way. Okay, you set up a little contraption. Okay, and you're saying the Earth moving is creating this precession. But
Correct.
then you're like, oh, but the friction of the wire hanging and all this is throwing it off from what I've predicted. That would be your point of view. But then you're admitting that the friction does give it a different, this apparent swing going back and forth and processing. Then you debunked yourself, because then it's not what you're claiming it to be
No,
doing.
Apocryphon. It's called a variable.
Coriolis force creates the precession. It's a very, very.
That's completely false.
It's not a very strong force.
The Coriolis has
Certainly
nothing
not
to do
as
with
strong
that.
as most of the friction force. So therefore, yes, you can easily stop that Coriolis force from happening with friction force. That's not a big deal.
No, that's just a flat out lie.
No, look,
Coriolis
stop
has
pretending that you
nothing to do.
actually know what's going on. You don't.
Okay.
You're
So
ignorant.
I'm not going to just let you say
Look
a
it
lie,
up.
though.
Look it up. You're just
look it
ignorant.
up. Yeah.
Let
Okay,
him
go look
respond,
up
Phil.
go look up that Santa Claus at North Pole.
I
Look it up.
don't have to look it up. I'm a physicist. I already know how it works. You need to look it up.
Apocryphon. If you have to pretend to not understand things in order to debunk them, you're not doing a very good job.
Okay, so I'm just not going to let somebody just lie and say that the Coriolis.
You're lying. You are lying. You are pretending not to understand it. It's pretty easy to understand that friction can slow the rotation of this pendulum.
So you're saying
it's
that
not
Coriolis.
that difficult.
So you're saying, so you're going to back up what he just said. He said that the Coriolis.
Of course, he should back up what I said. It makes sense.
Okay, so when you look into it, since you know it because you're a physicist or whatever the hell you think you are, when you learn that Coriolis has nothing to do with it, what do you say then?
Coriolis is a very minor force. It's very easily stopped.
Oh my god, bro! Stop reading from your script. The answer was a yes or no. Does Coriolis affect it? Yes or no?
Friction can easily overcome the Coriolis force, and that's what happens with pendulums that are not set up properly.
Okay, so pay attention. It's a yes or no question, okay? You could even go ask whoever taught you and lied to you. Does Coriolis affect the precession? The answer to that question is no, it doesn't. It actually doesn't. Say like this is what's weird that you just made a claim and said, "Oh, it's part of it." No, it's not. Like 100%. It has nothing to do with
Of
it.
course, Coriolis causes the precession. That's how we know that
No, that's where
if
you're
you
wrong.
take the pendulum to another latitude, it will change the precession rate. Take it to a different latitude, it'll change again. You can predict which latitude you are actually at using the pendulum. Which
And what
part of
about
that
what
don't you
Amish
get?
said?
That's not
And
a
what about
hard
what
thing to
Amish said?
understand.
Did you hear what Amish said earlier?
Yeah, he said
Remind us.
something dumb like Coriolis force doesn't cause a precession.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No, you're
We
just
know that
completely
we
wrong,
know that
dude.
you claim Coriolis is the cause. The problem is you don't have any verification of a Coriolis
We
force in
do.
respect to the Earth.
The
You don't.
verification is take it
Using
to another
full.
lat. The fact that it predicts your latitude is the verification.
No, that's circular reasoning. You can't use.
That's
You
not
can't use
circular reasoning.
Foucault's
Stop throwing out
pendulum.
fallacies you don't understand.
It is. It is. You can't use the Foucault's pendulum of proof of the Coriolis when I told you that there is no natural evidence of the Coriolis. So
Yes, you
if the
can.
Foucault's pendulum's the only example you've got, that's circular reasoning.
No, it's not. If I take the my hypothesis is
Phil, it
this.
is, mate. It is.
My
Coriolis
hypothesis
is
is
the
this.
cause of Foucault's
Listen,
pendulum. How do we know? How do we know there's a
listen,
Coriolis force to begin with?
listen.
Foucault's pendulum.
This is my
Ridiculous.
hypothesis. If the Coriolis force is true, and therefore the Earth is spinning, because the Earth has to be spinning for Coriolis to be true. So if the Coriolis is
It's
true,
completely false.
then this is my hypothesis. I take the pendulum to a particular latitude. I should be able to predict what latitude I'm at. If I take it to the equator, I should experience no precession. If I take it to the closer to the poles, I'll get maximum precession. And as it turns out, if I take it towards the south, further south, I get more precession. If I take it further north, I get more precession. It behaves exactly as my hypothesis suggests. This is fundamental, indisputable evidence that
But it
the Earth is
doesn't,
not
Phil.
only is the Earth a globe, but it's spinning.
You're lost, dude.
Well, that's what Yoda was pointing
It's
out
you who
earlier.
doesn't
You
understand
don't
how this
have
works.
Phil. You don't have that perfect model where the pendulum, and you don't have verification that the pendulum is acting as it would, like you've just demonstrated. Because as Yoda was saying, there's all sorts of variances to do with the gravity field where the pendulum will act differently in certain locations. So what you've said is not true. It's not consistent. And there are excuses for that in the mainstream that you are leaving out of this discussion. And that's what Yoda was highlighting earlier, that you have
Your friend
avoided.
Yoda is wrong, because your friend Yoda doesn't understand the idea of scale. So the precession of the being able to predict the latitude within certain amount of arc seconds is much more accurate than is much less accurate, if I say, than the actual gravitation. The gravitational changes are very, very, very small. So in other words, they get overcrowded by the by the prediction of the latitude. Now, it should dawn on you. How is it possible? How is it possible unless it's moving for Coriolis force to take effect, such that I can use it. I can use it to predict which latitude I'm at. How is that even possible unless it's a globe and unless it's spinning as well?
I have a better question.
Now you just have if you don't know enough the physics to work out why that's
I have a
true,
better question.
that's on you.
I have a better question for you, okay? Because what you're saying is that it has to be a ball because you are measuring this fictitious force creating something to move in a certain direction. Now, my better question to you is, how can you say that when the Earth has been already proven to not be a ball with long distance observations, and then there's no drop over distance?
Oh, fuck it.
How
Come on,
then?
That's
Apocryphon.
just
You're going back to We See Too Far?
nonsense.
So you want to answer the question?
It's like you just
Do
go
you
ahead
wanna
and
answer-
pretend that you just
You
go
can
ahead and
laugh
pretend
all you want.
that
Yeah, because it's the only
like-
thing you've got. Everything else is shit. We see
No,
too
no.
far. It's
No,
measured
on
flat. Why
the
is it measured
contrary,
flat? Because we see too far.
No, we're talking about Mels, we're talking about the Foucault's pendulum. Stay on topic here.
Oh, I'd love to stay on topic.
Now-
Apocryphon
now-
was the one that jumped off topic. Were you not
No,
paying
no, no,
attention?
no. On the contrary to what you're saying, if you're making jokes about, oh, we see too far, blah blah, that is
You are a
that's
joke,
no,
okay?
that's neither here nor there. The point is that for his Fulcrum pendulum to be swinging and processing the way it does, it has to represent a ball, that you're now on a ball. The counter argument to that, though, is okay, but it's not a ball. It's proven that it's not
That's
a
not
ball.
a counter argument.
Yes, it is.
We have
Because
this thing,
you-
okay? The only
you made a
possible
claim.
explanation of it processing is that the Earth is rotating, okay? And you can
But that-
predict your
that's-
latitude with it. You can eliminate
it's
all the
not.
other variables that
No,
could
it's
cause
not,
it to
and
rotate,
it's not even
and it still
consistent.
rotates. So then,
Look, it's
okay,
not even
if the Earth is
consistent.
flat, what causes it to rotate or process?
Listen, what we're discussing at the moment is
You've got nothing.
Phil's claim that it's consistent to determine your latitude, right? Now, where are the cases where it's inconsistent? And Phil mentioned a couple of them with friction, but there are also other reasons why it can be inconsistent. And one of the big reasons,
Like what? Go on.
is, well, the point I'm getting onto is the change in the gravitational field. So gravity
Okay, how can we
can
account for
affect
that?
the pendulum, and that can be due to what's happening underground, right?
Brilliant.
So
How can we account for that?
it is
The
not
change in the
so.
gravitational field
How can we
There is
account for that?
evidence.
the globe.
The evidence for Phil's claim doesn't exist. It is not consistent. It can give you some indication, but at the end of the day, even in your own paradigm, it's not consistent because there are
Okay.
multiple
Well, that was a nice little
reasons.
concession. We have some indication that the Earth is rotating. Brilliant.
No, we have no indication that the Earth is
Okay,
rotating.
now we've got no indication.
You're
Okay.
assuming, yeah, because like I asked Phil, I'll ask you, Mez. Why do you believe that it's the Earth rotating under the pendulum? What evidence of the Coriolis effect do
Because
we have?
every other variable
apart
that
from
can
the
cause it to
Foucault's
process
pendulum?
can be accounted for. Friction, wind, gravity.
No, so okay, and that
An object
isn't
in motion will stay in
verifiable.
motion unless acted upon by
Yeah,
another force. Do you
and
agree with
that's
that?
circumstantial and verifiable. So Phil's claim that it's consistent all the time can tell you exactly everywhere
Yeah,
on
if
the
you
Earth
eliminate
your
all the other
latitude
variables, it is consistent.
which is impossible. How are you going to eliminate the changes under the ground that affect the gravitational field? You can't.
Because you can account for them, you can know where they are, and you can factor that into the result.
Those
So the
gravitational
real
fields
question
are less
here,
than the Coriolis force that's causing the precession. Okay,
so this is the real question.
They get swallowed
How
up.
do you know the Coriolis force is causing the precession? You still haven't answered the question.
If I take the pendulum from one place to another, I can predict my latitude. That can only happen if the Earth is a globe and spinning.
You don't have a
And
Coriolis
by the way,
force to begin with, Phil.
a gyrocompass, same thing. Gyrocompass can only work if the Earth that is spinning.
No, it's incorrect. Incorrect. You've made an assumption on the physics of this world based on the geocentric the heliocentric model. You don't have any evidence for Coriolis.
So
That is
before
the
you
evidence
start
of
making that,
Coriolis.
no,
Richard,
my
you're just
friend,
going
that
That
is
is the
not.
evidence.
now.
That is not the evidence for Coriolis. That's the
You're poor
explanation that's
CU.
given. That's the explanation that's given, but we
Go
don't
and
have
read
any
the
way to
scientific
determine.
papers on it.
We don't have any way to determine whether the Earth is rotating under the pendulum or whether it's the pendulum that's being affected by something else.
No, we
Okay,
do.
well, here's the thing then.
That's the
We have
key
this
point here.
We have this effect. We have this pendulum, and it precesses, and you can accurately predict your latitude based on the precession of the pendulum. Okay, now it could be that the Earth is rotating, and that's causing it to precess, or it could be some mystical, magical force that we have absolutely no possible understanding or explanation for. Okay, I'm going to go with the Earth's rotating because that's the ones that fits with our understanding of physics, and you've got magic.
But then you get destroyed when you learn that the Earth is not a ball. That's the whole point of it, though. Once you can finally grasp that the Earth isn't a ball, then it destroys your physics, quote unquote, that you keep, presenting.
Who says the Earth isn't a ball?
We know it's not a ball. We know it's not a ball.
How do you know that?
Okay, so how
Nature.
big's your ball? How big's your ball?
No, don't dodge the question.
No.
How do you know it's not a ball?
You
were asked a question.
It's got a radius
Don't dodge.
of nearly 4,000 miles.
Okay, I'm telling you how. Because when we have observations that debunk that math,
You don't.
Yeah, you can laugh all you want, but that is a fact.
You don't have observations that debunk it.
Yes. There's many observations now.
Rubbish.
The record distance photography showing mountains that should be 1,000 feet below your geometric horizon of your ball.
I've already looked into that and checked the refraction, and it works perfectly. It's exactly right. I actually have a video on it.
When you guys can slide your refraction,
what about the clean
mathematical
geometry of
calculator,
flat Earth?
you don't get it, dude. You think you can see behind curved walls, bro? You're crazy, man. You're stuck in your paradigm and you're brainwashed. If you think that you can see,
I have actually seen the Earth. I have actually seen the Earth from space via a camera.
Okay, all right. Sure you have.
Yeah,
sure
I certainly have.
Sure, you've seen the Earth as a ball from space. Makes zero sense because even from your position in a high altitude, you're not going to see a ball. You're going to see a flat surface below you, with a light shining on the surface, giving you as far as you can see in a 360-degree view. That's going to create a circle, a flat circle. By the way, it's not a ball circle; it's a flat circle. That's a flat horizon in all directions. That is not a ball. Matter of fact, go look it up. There's no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. This is where you guys get crushed.
I have a photograph of the Earth taken from 48,000 kilometers. 100% it's a ball.
Because you see a circle below you that's lit up in all, as far as you can see, in all directions.
I can see its terminator line. I can see the countries on it. In fact,
and guess what? Guess what happens when you go higher?
I can see Baja, California on it. It's
your terminator line.
It is definitely 100% a sphere.
Your terminator line
definitely not flat.
Your terminator line is not because it's a ball dropping away. It's because that's how far you can see. And then if you go a little bit higher, you can see even farther. And you go higher, you can see even farther.
No, at 48,000 kilometers, it just gets smaller and smaller. It's the total ball.
How can you say that? How can you say that? No, that's false. That's false because you can't say that because yes, it is false. You cannot say that because there's no proof to that. Because the higher you go, the smaller the ball doesn't get, the larger the view gets. This is where you get crushed.
No, that's perspective shows the ball gets smaller and smaller the further away you get away from it. And I know that is the right one. I'll tell you how I know. I know. I was there at Bangalore, at the Bangalore Command Center. I was there. I followed this particular satellite. I watched when they put it in the payload. I was there when they tested the camera that they also put in the payload. I was there at the command center when they actually when this thing was launched. I was there when the fairings came apart. I was there when the camera swung around, and when the rocket came into the right position. took a picture of the Earth. I was there for all of that. This was the same camera that was on the ground that was put in the fairing. There's no question about it. The Earth
Okay,
is a
again,
globe.
you didn't see the ball get smaller. You just saw the view from that camera and as far as it can see in all directions below it. This is
Yeah,
where you get wrecked, and you can't
and
graph.
after and when the Earth came into view later on, because the rocket's getting further and further away in concentric ellipses, because it doesn't just go straight. It doesn't go straight from the Earth straight to the Moon. It goes in concentric ellipses. It takes about 42 days it took to do that, and goes in concentric circles around the Earth until it gets close enough to the gravitational pull of the Moon, and then the Moon takes over and it starts orbiting the Moon. Now,
Now it's orbiting the moon. Man,
on its
you're full of
way,
it, dude.
on its way, as it gets in the right position, you can actually the camera can actually take a picture of the Earth.
And it
I
doesn't show
happened
it
to
any
be there
smaller
at the
than it
time
is.
when it took a picture of the Earth, and I could see clearly see Baja California
You're
on
you're being
the Earth.
you're being intellectually dishonest because you know for a fact that you literally you're trying to backtrack and trying to change what you're saying. You know for a fact you did not see the camera fixated on the ball Earth, and as it went higher, the Earth got smaller. Actually, it was probably most likely the opposite. As the higher it went, the further you can see, and then it reached a distance, a point to where then that's the maximum point that it could
Hang on a
go,
second.
and
I'll
now it's
post my.
seeing
I'll see
as
if I can
far
find my
as it can
picture for you.
see in all
I'll see if I
directions.
can find my picture for you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll post my Santa Claus flying over New York for you too, because I saw
Yeah,
it on a
sure.
screen on my TV, so it must be
Sure.
true.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw the camera tested. I saw the camera go on the fairing, go in the payload. I saw the
yeah,
fairing
yeah. My
being done.
kids saw the cookies
I
on the
saw the rocket
table.
go up. I saw the
They
fairings being
saw the
moved.
milk drank the next
It's the
day.
same camera. It's the same camera. It's the same
My
camera that we tested on the ground.
my kids saw the
It
boots
shows the
of
Earth is
Santa
the
in the
globe.
snow. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
sure.
I know.
You believe that?
Yeah.
Do you believe the silliness that you like? Or,
Yeah, it says
actual
the one that
people,
believes that there's a ball when
actual people who do actual work actually know that the Earth is a ball.
yeah, actual kids who actually saw Santa banging his mom knows that Santa's real. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
right.
it.
Yeah,
All
yeah. That's
stories.
how childish are you?
Yeah,
Seriously,
it's all
how
stories, dude.
childish are you?
Yeah, so going back to the point that it's not a ball to represent what you're
It is
saying
a
to be a
ball.
ball. Okay, again, you have no proof of that. You
Yes, I
have a high
do.
altitude. You have a high altitude camera taking a
I could
photo
point to at
below.
least a dozen satellites that are
You
taking
have
pictures of it every day,
you have
including a
you have
mapping satellite called Cartosat 3.
you have you have cameras that are taking photos of the
Of
ground below
course,
them, and
cameras that are taking that
you
have
have a
live.
yeah, of a flat earth below them. I agree. No difference if you took a camera above a football field on a drone and you're low to the football field. You can't see the field goal post yet, okay? Because it's low to the ground. The higher you go, then you see maybe 10 yards out. Then the higher you go, now you see 30 yards across. Now you higher you go, now you see 50 yards across. And then eventually you go so high,
This is the
you can see
Discover
both end
satellite.
zones. You can see both end zones. So the point being though is that just because the field of how it can see in a 360-degree view, because that's the way these lenses work, then that's all you're going to view is just what's below you. But the fact of the matter is that photo that you're looking down, no matter what pictures you're going to post, that's still a flat terrain.
No, it's
Well,
not.
obviously, there's mountains and hills and valleys and stuff like that. But
Have a
overall,
look at the
it's
photo in the chat.
completely
Tell me if that's flat.
it's a plane, bro. It's a
That's not
plane
the
beneath you.
Discover satellite. You can get
It's
that
a
any
plane
day,
beneath you.
24/7. That satellite's going.
Okay, I'm so glad that you posted this moon and Earth little photo here. The
Yep,
more space cartoons. Uh, the
that's the
funny thing
Discover
about it,
satellite.
the funny thing about it is you saw that and you were
No,
convinced.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I'll show you
Yeah,
another
you
picture
saw
of
that.
it.
Yeah, you just posted it.
That's
You
from the
saw what you
yeah.
posted and then you
I've
believed it.
seen that on the Discover satellite. Yes, but I
Right,
have
right.
that's not my camera. Okay, I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. If I showed you a still image of Hulk smashing Iron Man, does that make it true?
This is the satellite that's up there right now, taking photos of the Earth all the time. Have you heard of
This
the
is
Discover satellite?
this is what's keeping you in your paradigm. Is these fake images of they're telling
No,
you
no.
we're behind so far away, looking down at the small ball Earth. But the funny thing is, is when you get down to the surface of this ball that you claim to exist, it's been debunked that it's not a ball. So what that tells me is that these photos are fake and you believe it. And that's fair. That's fine. That's your journey. But just don't come around here saying lies, bro, and spewing lies. Because we can talk about the surface and prove to you that it's not a ball. It's that simple. No matter how many photos you
What
post
about
from your
Starlink
satellites.
satellites? Where do they come from? What are they doing? They going around
What
flat
are
Earth?
can I get drones over Las Vegas and put a whole show for people and just represent? Does
Yeah,
that
and what?
mean that
Yeah.
No,
just
they ain't
because there's
doing that,
lights
bro.
in the sky?
How do you refuel those drones?
I have no idea how I refuel them. I
Those
have no
things.
idea how the heavens work.
60. That train has got 60 of them going around. You can see these in the night sky year up. Those
Doesn't
particular
mean
ones,
nothing to do with the surface of the
ones
earth.
were put there in 2019. It's now
Has nothing to do.
2026.
Has nothing to do
Where
with the surface of the earth.
who fueled them?
Because I can go into a Home Depot and look up at all the lights in the ceiling doesn't mean that the Home Depot's now a ball. You don't get it, dude.
You're not
You're never gonna get it.
quite
That's
following this,
moving
Apocryphon.
more than 10 times faster than any fighter jet.
Okay.
Who put them up there?
Your point being?
Yeah, who put them up there?
Doesn't matter who put them up when they went up. The
I can
fact
tell you
is,
who put them up there. I can tell you they went up. They
it
went in
doesn't
July
matter. No, it doesn't matter.
2019. They weren't there
It doesn't
before
matter
2019.
when, and it doesn't matter
Yes,
who.
Apocryphon, it does matter, because if this
No, it
observation of
doesn't.
these twinkling lights is impossible on flat Earth, if there's no
Has
explanation for it, but there is a
that's
valid
completely
explanation
false.
for it on the globe Earth, the Earth's probably a globe.
That's completely false because it has no bearing to the shape of the ground.
I just told you why, and now you're saying no. Were you not listening?
Yeah, you're
No, he's
not
obviously
listening
not listening.
because you're
If things
looking up.
not possible on flat Earth, Earth can't be
Why are you
flat.
looking up?
Are you
Why
okay?
we
Are you
going-
understanding that?
Why are we going to the sky when we prove that the Earth isn't a ball? No matter what evidence you guys
haven't
are
proved that the Earth
proclaiming,
isn't a ball, and the things
no
in the
matter-
sky prove that the Earth is a ball.
no matter what evidence you
Yes.
provide, no matter what evidence
Yes,
you
no
provide,
matter what evidence we provide,
okay, I
you
don't
won't
know why
listen
you're
to
not
it.
letting me
And you
speak.
say, well, it's proven, it's been debunked.
Okay, no matter
and then
what
we'll ask you how you debunked it, and you'll
okay,
say,
I'll let
we
you
see too
finish,
far.
then I'll go. I'll let you finish, then you
Okay.
go. Go ahead.
Do you have anything else other than we see too far to debunk the globe?
Are you done? Okay, so no matter what evidence you provide for things in the sky has no
Okay, so
bearing.
you didn't really listen.
Oh my God, why are you cutting me off? I let you finish. Let me finish.
Because I asked you a question, and now you're not answering the question.
No. I was saying
this
something.
Is a dialogue.
You cut me off to say the question. So shut up now, so I can talk. And then
I asked the
I'll
question. I
answer.
didn't say the question.
Okay, great. So here's the point. No matter what you provide as evidence of things in the sky has nothing to do with the things on the surface of the earth, because that's what we're talking about. I know you say wrong. I know you say wrong. Yeah, of course.
Apocryphon's a liar. Pants on fire.
Say that all you need. But here's the point. On the surface of the earth, if you want to go with the math of your earth, then you yourself, in your own paradigm, then you must have a 1.6 million mile circumference ball earth, because that's what the math would equate to in these observations. To see something yeah, this is facts. Actually. You could
that
go,
is not
and
facts.
you know what? You
that
could
is your
ask
misunderstanding.
You could
of
ask your
atmospheric
mathematicians of your
refraction
globe
and
earth.
geometry.
No, get the fuck out of here, dude. Your bullshit. Your refraction, if you calculate it right, can see the back of your own head. And this is where you guys look stupid,
If
but
you
you don't care.
calculate it right, you can see the back of your own head. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, go ask Ruhif. Ruhif said with enough refraction, you can see the back of your head. Go ask Ruhif.
Okay, I guess that's true. But there's no one saying that
there
that's
you go.
happening
Oh
on the
my
Earth.
God.
What
Oh
the
my
fuck are you
God.
talking about?
Oh my God. See, I'm
if
so
you
glad
arrange
you said
mirrors in a certain way, you can see the back of your own head. Oh, that's ridiculous. Mirrors can't be real.
That was just stupid, because that's not even okay.
Yes, that is stupid. That is what you're saying.
If you think that just because you can slide your refraction mathematical formula, then you can see the back of your head. This is for the audience listening to how
Slide the formula.
stupid you
What the
sound right
fuck are
now.
you talking about?
Okay, when you calculate refraction on the Walter Business, let's
Uh-huh.
say, there's a refraction slider. You could add
Okay.
refraction to make something come into view, no matter how far it is away on your globe. You can look at something so far away mathematically, and then you would say, okay, this is the geometric horizon where it's now behind the ball. But if I add refraction, it comes into view. Ruhiv said, well, yeah, with enough refraction, I can see the back of my own head, because the light will bend all the way around the 25,000 miles, and I can see the back of my head in front of me.
Okay.
Think about how
So what's your
fucking
problem?
retarded that is. Think
Why
about
is
how
that
stupid that is.
retarded? Why is that retarded? Why is that stupid?
Okay, so this is for the audience. This guy thinks he can see the back
No,
of
no,
his
no,
head
don't
with
talk
enough
to the audience.
refraction.
Talk to me. I'm here.
No,
Hello.
no, you're
Hi, audience.
a waste of
Apocryphon
breath.
is now going to explain to me why this is ridiculous. Go on, Apocryphon.
I'll tell you what. If you can't use your own critical thinking and logic to realize how you
I
think
can't.
you
I'm
can see
really,
the
really
back of your
stupid,
head,
Apocryphon. I don't understand
when you
why
look
light bending around a
when you
ball
look
and me
over
being able to see the back of my own head is just
when you're
so like
looking over
insane and ridiculous.
when you're
Please
looking
explain it.
over when you're looking over a body of water, if you think that way in the distance you're going to see yourself standing, then you're stupid.
No, I don't think that. You were talking about
You
a mathematical model.
do.
Okay.
You
Now do
literally
it. Now explain that.
said that you can see the back of your head if
No.
there's enough
No.
refraction. Yeah,
Yeah,
now you're
if in
backtracking.
a hypothetical, if
you know
there's
this is
enough
retarded,
refraction,
right?
okay, that doesn't mean that I think in reality I'm going to go to a lake and see the back of my own head across the lake.
Okay, so
Do you
let's use
understand
that.
that? Are you
So let's use
following?
let's use the logic. Okay, let's use the logic. We are talking about
Oh, now we're using logic. Okay.
I said let's use the logic. Okay, of what you just
Let's
said.
use the logic.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're saying that in a hypothetical,
Yeah,
I can
hypothetical.
see.
So not real, not reality. You know what hypothetical means? Not in reality.
Okay. Hypothetical, I can see the back of my own head if refraction is correct, or the environment. That's the conditions. It's so perfect that I can see the back of my head, my own head. Given that you're just like in the ocean and somehow
Yeah.
you can
If
have a
refraction
straight
is strong
line
enough,
in all distances. So,
in
but here's the point.
theory, hypothetically, you could see the back of your own head. Yes, because
Okay,
light
okay,
can bend in a
okay.
medium.
Okay, so
Okay, and it could bend in a circle.
using that logic. Okay, using that logic, that means you are now setting up an example that is now unprovable. Is that science?
What do you mean? It's setting up an example that is unprovable.
So, like
What's
when
unprovable?
you said it's hypothetical, so you can't prove it, right?
Hypothetical means that that if these conditions existed, but of course it doesn't exist, so it can't be real.
Okay. So therefore, now let's bring it back. Now, okay, now we have real life observations with real life conditions in real life environments, and we're
And real
seeing
life
something,
refraction.
and we're seeing something that no matter how much refraction you want to calculate to it, to the highest
That's what's
degree,
wrong. Now you're wrong.
It's still going to give you a point to where you shouldn't see it. Even
No, never
at the
happens.
highest refraction recorded is what? 4
It
over
never
3 is
happens.
used. I agree. I agree. It never happens because you
Yeah, it never
cannot
happens. You're
calculate the
wrong.
refraction that high because there's no event in reality that can give you that measurement.
Yes,
in
there is.
reality,
It's always predictable on the globe. Always.
no. Oh my God, dude, you're a brick, man. You're not even understanding what you're saying right now. You're not paying attention and following to what's going on. We
I don't
have a
think you are.
mathematical construct, okay? So let me just give you the numbers, okay? The numbers, okay? When you're dealing with
Ignore the
refraction,
numbers, okay? Just ignore the
no,
numbers.
no, no,
Don't
no,
deal.
no, no,
Numbers
no,
are
no,
too
no. We're
complicated
not.
for you.
No,
Here's
pay
the
attention.
simple
Yeah.
facts of reality,
Hey,
okay?
listen. Your
Light has
tactics are
different
not going to work
densities.
tonight.
It's dense near the surface.
Your tactics
Light tends
aren't
to
going to
bend
work,
down
dude.
towards the surface. This
Your
causes you to
tactics
see
aren't
further
going to
than you
pull you out of
geometrically
this
should.
nonsense.
Okay.
Okay. So here's the point. Okay, if you're to take standard refraction, which is 7 over 6, right? That's the K value, right? That's going to give you a maximum distance using the standard. Now, using high
That's
radio
standard.
engineering.
What about when
Now
it's not
use
standard?
now
What
now
about when
now
it's a
you
little bit unusual?
now okay. Let me finish. Now, when you're using high radio engineering, you can get a 4 over 3, a K value of 4 over 3, and like one of the highest recorded refractions in reality is 4 to 5. A value of 4 to 5, not 7 over 6, not 4 over 3, an actual whole number of 4 to 5. That's the highest extreme. Okay, that's going to give you an observation of okay, well, with that math being said, that means we have a 66,000 mile radius mathematically, okay, in your world, okay, but you're saying that the radius is 3,969 miles. So when we use the math against you, it debunks your own theory, because technically, even if we doubled that most extreme ever recorded in history of time refraction, we'll give you a value of 8. That would still give you a 33,000 mile radius to see the distance that was observed, because that being that the its radius equals distance squared minus height squared divided by 2 times the height, to be able to see 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer's height, you would have to give yourself this extreme refraction, most extreme
Where are
refraction,
you
to be
getting
able
this
to see
from?
it.
That this is the
From
highest
your
refraction ever recorded, or whatever?
it's just one of the most highest
Yeah, where are you getting it from?
recordings.
Where are you getting it from? How are you verifying this
From
information?
from
Yeah, where?
actual
Name it. Give
refraction
me a link.
that's documented. Here, I'll look for it again. I've looked for it a lot.
Okay.
Oh, it's an old argument, so let me go look for it. It's documented. The highest was 4 to 5. But again, remember, when people are calculating for refraction, this document being turned in for their work in a professional level. For instance, when you have idiots that come in here like they're surveyors and they have like, oh, we can see this far, I guarantee you they cannot turn that in professionally, because it won't be accepted, because it's horseshit. But hold on, let me look for that where
Turn it
that value
professionally
is.
to what? What the fuck?
When you're doing surveying, you're never going to turn in a piece of paperwork with 8 times the refraction. You'll never. That they'll be like, dude, did you come in drunk today? There's no way that no one's recorded 8 a value of a K value of 8 in
Trust me, if you
refraction.
go in there and tell them that the Earth is flat, you're gonna get fucking booted.
Yeah, you can believe that. That's just a stupid claim. But what
I
I'm
do
saying
believe
is
that. I can confidently, strongly assert that. Anyway, I'm waiting for this link of this highest refraction ever recorded.
Let me look for it. Hold on.
Okay.
I gotta look for my stuff. Just your own math debunks you guys. It's crazy. It's funny.
Okay, yes, you say that a lot. It's funny how we never want to talk about the claimed geometry of the flat Earth. You know.
Yeah, you
What about
shouldn't
when
want.
we see drop over
You
distance?
shouldn't want to talk about it because
that doesn't fit with flat Earth.
you debunk yourself. You shouldn't want to talk about it.
No,
You debunk yourself.
No, the flat Earth, the claimed geometry of the flat Earth, no obstruction, no drop over distance.
No, nobody's arguing that when things go far into a distance, they disappear bottom up. No one argued
Yes,
that.
you are.
We know
You are.
that's how
You
optics
are.
works.
You are saying that.
Not.
Yes, you are.
No.
That's the claimed
No.
geometry of flat Earth.
Okay.
There's
So
no obstruction.
thanks for building up a straw man that now you could burn down. Go ahead and burn
That's
it.
not a straw man.
Yeah, because I didn't say that.
It's an antecedent consequent relationship.
Okay, so when you have a
flat Earth equals no obstruction. Get the link. Come on, get the link. Show me the highest refraction. You keep jumping off it.
Dude, you can't even see fucking 20 feet away from you sometimes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if there's a building in the way, maybe.
No, because of the conditions in the sky.
The conditions in the sky make you not able to see 20 feet away.
let me give you an example. I believe it was what you call it. Here you go. He posted this.
Listen, Mez, really
I forgot
thick fog.
his name. I forgot his name. You know him, Professor Triangle. He posted this video. It's a very good
Professor
video.
Triangle.
Look at how. Yeah, look at how it disappears. Yeah, Radwin posted it. It's perfect. This debunks your guys' claims. It makes you look like idiots.
Oh my God!
Just believing in Santa Claus.
Show me the refraction shit. Okay, that's what we've been asking for. The highest refraction ever recorded.
You want to ignore that, huh? Yeah, you want to ignore that, huh? You want to ignore that? I love it.
What the fuck is
ignore
this?
Ignore it.
There was a little bump in his driveway. Who gives a fuck?
Death to the ball. It's the death to the ball.
That's not death to the ball.
Yes, it is. It's the death to your boat.
How is this death to the ball?
Let me explain how it's a death, okay? Because the concrete, concrete and the boat, right? The boat's in place. It's not moving. It's not going further away. What's happening
Okay.
is the conditions of the sky or of the environment, the heat is heating up the concrete, creating this optical phenomenon that's now making a boat just sitting there on the concrete. It's now making it disappear bottom up. This is
I
reality.
wonder if that's higher or lower than the highest refraction ever recorded.
Yeah, you're never gonna accept it anyways because you're just retarded at this point.
No, I won't accept it because your evidence is just shit. Yes, we all understand that atmospheric effects happen. This can cause little miraging, especially near the surface, especially on a hot day. Okay. You showing a little boat and some like heat haze. It is not proof of anything.
Boats floating on concrete.
Yeah, you guys could laugh and mock all you want, but this is the death
Yes,
to your
because
balls.
there's literally no belief
death
more
to your
insane than flat Earth. Nothing works.
Yeah, it's funny is that you guys are so brainwashed, and you come in here just to throw wrenches into the truth because you guys are stuck on some weird agenda. It's weird, but the fact of the
Weird.
matter is,
You guys
your
are in it every day.
globe
You're obsessed with
is
this shit.
debunked. Your globe is debunked. We're just here to spread the truth. That's what
Hey,
we're
just
doing.
doing performance art.
We're just spreading the truth. If you don't like it, well, I don't care. This is the truth. If you want to be, some weirdo
No,
and
you're
says,
here to
"No,
lie and LARP for
Santa
your
Claus
own
is real.
benefit.
Santa Claus is real." Okay, well then go into a room and go argue how Santa Claus is real because you believe it to
That's
be
what you're
true.
doing right now. You are arguing that Santa Claus is real.
Okay, sure. Okay, when we have factual evidence that it debunked the
No, you
globe.
don't have actual
Well,
evidence.
let me ask you something.
Why is it nighttime in Australia right now? Can you explain
Is a
that?
radius? Well, if you can understand that, you're an idiot. Do you understand how the radius mathematically would have to be?
Yes, we see too far. Blah
30
blah blah blah.
33,000 miles with a K value of 8. Do you understand that?
Yes. I understand. We see too
Okay.
far.
So the point being is that that debunks your globe. So welcome to
No,
it not being a ball.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it absolutely
As we
does.
say, hey, what about the atmosphere? Can the atmosphere allow us to
Do
see
you know-
further?
do you know-
And you
do you
go,
know the circumference?
it needs to be double the maximum limit ever recorded. Ah!
Do you know the circumference of your Earth?
And then I
if
say,
you
okay, well,
think
what
that you
about
can
things
see?
dropping over distance on flat Earth? And you go, it's just the atmosphere. It's doing things. Ooh.
What do you think the refraction value was the day that they did the Black Swan? What 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height? What do you think what the value of the refraction was on that day?
I'm not sure exactly, but I've seen simulations where just a change of a few degrees at different altitudes can cause that exact thing to happen.
So according to Ruhif with his math, because he's a mathematician,
Don't talk about Ruhif. I don't care about Ruhif. Stop talking about seeing the back of your own head.
He said that the refraction value on that day would have been negative 150. Negative. I said, dude, are you a concaver? Because now you're making everything go upwards. He's like, yeah, it would require a negative 150 refraction because to bring up something 10 miles away at a 1 foot observer height, to bring it up into your view, you would have to have a negative 150 value. Dude, think about how stupid that sounds. And he said it with a straight face, wholeheartedly believes it. See, this is why I'm saying when we use the math,
if Ruhif was here to back up whatever he was saying,
he would
then
repeat.
I'll
He would
be glad
repeat
to
it
listen to it. But I'm not really interested in your mad, I don't know, delusions and hallucinations or whatever you said.
Yeah, here's the delusions and hallucinations going on. There's an observation, 1 foot observer height, seeing something 10 miles away. Mathematically, that would give. Well, let's give it an extreme, a 4. That's a 66,000 mile radius. In order to see that in reality, the radius would have to be 66,000, which would give you a 414,000 mile circumference ball. Now, obviously, that's all bullshit. There's no curve.
That's all bullshit.
Anyways. Yeah. You, if you don't get it, you don't get it, and I don't care if you don't get it, dude. I just hope that the
Walt
audience
Bislin's done a simulation here, and it shows that a change in temperature at the surface from around 0 to 40 meters. Also, change in temperature from around 7 degrees to, I'll just say 20. That's enough to cause the Black Swan.
It's enough. Yeah, you're taking reality.
Yeah, it's only a couple degrees.
And How it's so funny when you guys go, it's just a small little degree. Dude, you realize that degree,
Yes.
how many feet that represents? How many feet does that represent?
I mean, how many feet does it represent?
Okay,
It's a
when
change
you
in the
say
atmospheric index of the air.
I know, but
Talking
now
about
pay
feet.
attention.
What are you talking about?
What is the one
What is it?
degree? What does the 1 degree represent? You do realize that a degree
1 degree
represents an
is a
elevation,
change in
right?
temperature.
You're talking about temperature. You're not talking about the angle of how you're viewing it. My bad. I thought you're talking about the way we say, oh, it's an arc second or arc minute, and it's 1 degree this way or 2 degrees that way or 5 degrees.
Stop trying to
This is the
convolute the
angle.
conversation.
That's an angle thing. When you're taking measurements to something, you're saying, oh, well, it's 1 degree this way. That's an angle of it. So you're saying it's one angle. That 1 degree is the angle that
Yes.
we're going to calculate. But how, at that distance, you realize how much that 1 degree would be in elevation, a difference in elevation. You're talking about thousands of feet. So now you clowns think that a physical oil rig platform on the other side of your curved ball hill, that you think that it lifted up thousands of feet into the air and we see it. You guys sound more crazier than people that are out there saying that unicorns are riding, with leprechauns on their backs. You're crazy, dude.
No.
Yeah.
Sounds like
you are.
a projection.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you
What is
want. I don't care.
Apocryphon? I've got a question now. What is the moon?
The moon is the moon.
What is it?
It's a moon.
Yeah, what is it?
What's
I know
its
it's
shape?
What is it?
It's a
What is
moon.
it shaped?
What is it?
Hey, what is a car?
Stop saying moon.
What's the shape? What's the shape of the moon? That's the question.
That wasn't the
For the
question. He
audience.
said, "What
for
is
the
the moon?"
For the audience, tell us about the
Yeah.
moon, Apocryphon. What is it?
Why are we talking about the moon? We're talking about the surface of the ground.
I want you to answer the question.
What metals are the moon made up of? Go ahead.
So are you implying that you know what it's made out of?
I'm asking you, what is the moon?
And I'm asking you back, because I didn't talk about the moon. I'm focused on talking about the surface of the earth, because
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
we're
the moon.
Seems you're trying to avoid it. What is it?
Okay. So the moon is the moon.
For the audience, notice that
That's
Apocryphon is
circular.
avoiding the question.
Right. What else can I say? I've never been there. I haven't touched it. I haven't. There's not something that I can.
Okay,
that's
then what's
attainable.
the shape? Do you know what the shape is?
It looks round in the sky.
Round.
Yeah,
So do
I
you
don't
think
know
it's
the.
flat?
I don't know the shape of it, but it looks round.
You don't know the shape.
Do you think it could be a physical object?
I don't know. How can we verify that?
It might not
it's
be a
implying
physical
that you
object.
know.
It might be
What a
magical.
telescope is?
You're implying that you know, right? So then you tell me what it is. If you're implying that you know what it is, I don't know.
So it might not be a physical object. It might be magical.
I don't know.
It's an
I don't
orb.
know.
It's an orb.
I don't know. You don't know if the moon may or may not be magical. Okay. Now remember, a few seconds ago, you were saying, "Oh, you globers, you're acting like there's unicorns everywhere. You're as crazy as those people, but you think the moon is magical."
Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say the moon is magical. You did. So stop projecting, like he said earlier. That's called projection on
Well,
me.
I said, could it
That's
be?
actually
And you
projection
said,
on
I
you.
don't know. It might be.
I will say
the moon might
he
be
didn't say it
magical.
was magic.
We
He
believe
didn't
in
say it was
unicorns,
magic.
but you think the moon might be magic.
He didn't say that. But
come on,
you are
dude.
being ignorant, though.
Yeah. Okay. If it's ignorant for me, for a person in reality to truthfully state, I don't
You're
know what
avoiding
something
the
is.
truth. That's
How
the
is that
problem.
me
You're
being the
avoiding
bad
it.
guy? What I'm avoiding, I'm being upfront. I'm being honest with you. I don't know what it is, and I
You're not being
can't
honest.
tell
You're
you what
lying
it
to
is.
yourself.
But
you can
here's the
hear
point.
like the disingenuous in your voice. You know what it is. You're just refusing to acknowledge it because you don't want to be ostracized by the flat Earth
No.
tribe.
No.
That's all you're doing.
How? Who am I to say that I know what the moon is?
Have a guess. Take a stab at it.
Does that make you a genius because you know how to describe the moon? A very visible object in the sky?
Okay, because we could see something in the sky, that doesn't mean that we know what that thing in the sky is if we cannot physically get to
It's
it?
visible.
And okay, so that's your claim, not mine. But then don't build up a straw man to burn it down by projecting what you're trying to like make me say something
No, you would
when
have
I've
to make this
already told you.
outrageous.
I've already
Hold on.
I've already told
You would
you.
have to
I
make this
already told you.
outrageous argument. Would you acknowledge that the moon is shaped like a sphere, in a spheric way?
I don't know.
Would you admit that? What do you mean you
No,
don't?
I don't know.
So you
We
don't
don't
know
know.
what
Said it
shape
looks
it is.
round.
Okay, so
So
you
so
guys have all seen this. You guys have all seen this famous little thing here. The 4 circles, right? Which one's which, right? Let's play that game. Which one is which? Which one's a sphere? Which one's a circle? Which one's flat? Which one's a ball? And then which one's concave and which one's convex? You guys seen that, right?
Yeah, you're gonna post the GIF of the 4 things on the table. But here's the thing, Apocryphon, right? So when we're talking about what the moon is, you cannot say, if you want to believe in flat Earth, that the moon is a spherical physical object. That's like something it definitely cannot be. Because if it has an absolute position, that means we can do math and we can like calculate its height and we can calculate its distance, and from that we can learn about the shape of the Earth. But in your paradigm, okay, it cannot be a physical object in an actual location. It has to be some kind of non-physical object in an apparent location. It has to be magical.
No.
It has
That's
to obey
not true
no
at
laws
all.
of physics whatsoever.
That's not true at all. It's just unverifiable, so we don't put a claim to it.
Exactly.
Yes,
I can't
because
tell
the
you.
one thing
Okay,
it
look,
cannot be
okay,
is
look.
physical. Okay, so you
Okay,
say, "Well,
okay.
we can't make a claim
That-
about it." You avoid the question because the only natural consequence of what it is magical, basically.
How can I prove that it's physical?
And obviously, you sound silly saying the moon is magical, so you just avoid it. That's
How
what's
can I
going on.
prove? Let me add something. How can I prove that it's physical? How can I do that? I'm gonna.
Well, we can learn things about it. So it gives off light. Okay, we can see it. It has a defined shape.
I can bounce light.
These are
Well, I
things that
can
physical
bounce
objects
light
have.
waves off of it. There's the reflectors on the moon, isn't there?
Yeah, that's one way. You said it in a funny voice, but it's true.
Okay, so once again, I'm just gonna say this, okay? I couldn't find that little video that shows the 4 things. I guess I deleted it from my phone. Maybe someone else has it. The point being
Oh my god.
is that we can't look at something and say we know what it is when this little video shows you how you don't know what these things are. You can say at the beginning when you first see them, you would say, "Well, that's 4 balls on a table." But then they touch them.
Yeah,
They
Apocryphon.
physically
If
touch
you
them. Okay, let me finish. They physically touch them and they prove that they are not 4 balls on a table. With that being said, when we look at the moon in the sky, I can't 100% tell you it's a sphere.
Do you think it's an illusion? Do you think it's giving
Yeah.
off an illusion?
What do you mean an illusion?
I don't know.
What do you mean by that? We are seeing it. How is it an illusion? What do you mean?
Like a mirage, like you said before, like a mirage. You're seeing something that's not actually there. Or it's being misinterpreted. It is there, but it's being misinterpreted through sight.
No, nobody said that the moon was a mirage.
But isn't that what the mainstream tells us about the sun every morning? Like it's there, but it's not actually there. It's it's 8 minutes in front.
So you see a circle in the sky, right? You see the circle in the sky that we call the moon, that we attach the name to the moon to. Do you think it to be real or not?
Okay, just real quick. He posted it in the side chat, okay? Now, if I was to see this photo with the black drop and I see these 4 round things, okay, in the indoctrinated world when I was a glober, I would say 4 balls, right? Because it has to be a 4. It has to be a ball.
On my
Because
mother,
look
that's
at it.
crazy, nigga.
That's the way we perceive it. Okay. Now, with
No,
that
do
being
you see
said,
So
those
it's an
balls?
optical illusion.
okay, with that being said,
Okay.
with that being said, when you present the
that's
question,
irrelevant to whether you acknowledge the existence of the moon or not.
When you present the question, what is it? Then let this diagram here, let this video tell you my answer. I don't know what it is because it can be any one of those 4 things. Can
You
it
do
not
know
be?
what it is.
Because that's all we see. No, I
Man,
told
on
you
my
I don't
mother, the
know.
world is flat, my nigga.
You
feel me?
understand.
Apocryphon, the thing about this little GIF is, it kind of, well, it doesn't really help you. Because all you're
What?
showing is that, devoid of any other information, something round can appear like a sphere or not a sphere. Okay? But once you're given more information, you can make an accurate assessment of which one is a sphere and which one isn't. But when we're looking at the moon, we're not just looking at a static picture of a flat picture of, you know,
We're
the moon,
definitely not seeing a
okay?
ball.
We have lots
We're
of
not seeing a
different
ball.
bits of information about it. We can observe the moon from different points of Earth. We can zoom in on the moon. We can see how light it catches light, how the shadows go across it. We can see the craters on it. And we can do math to calculate the height of it and all kinds of stuff, okay? We can see it
On my
light
mother,
rates as it
mathematics,
travels across
nigga.
the
You
sky.
feel me?
So when you put all these different bits of information together, just like you do in the little GIF that's been posted, we can actually make a pretty solid assessment of whether the
No,
Earth
we
is
can't.
whether the moon is a
No,
ball or not.
no, we
And
can't.
it seems like it's a ball.
No, we can't. And here's the point. You are alluding to
No,
that fact.
we can.
Not me.
Okay,
You're
we can.
you're saying
Okay.
we can.
Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you later.
In reality, when you're looking at something in the sky, you don't know it's a ball if all you're seeing is just that one face of it. That's all you see.
Are you just going to keep going with the charade?
Oh, I mean, it's the truth. I mean,
Are you
if you're
actually
going
going
to
to
call the
accept
truth a
reality and
charade,
move on?
are you going to accept reality that you don't know what it is physically?
So you're misleading malleable minds.
So you're just going to
It's not a good
believe that
thing.
it's a ball. So you're going to believe it's a sphere moon, right? You're going to believe it.
Okay, so you're just going to keep charading.
So you're just going to keep believing it?
Believing what?
That the moon's a ball. You're going to keep like the Earth you're standing on. You're just going to keep believing
It's in a
it.
spheric shape.
That's all you have.
Yes.
That's all you have.
Because there's no incentive. Because there's no incentive for it to be otherwise. There's no incentive for somebody to lie about that.
Incentive?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Because you'd
There's
have
no
to impose that the
incentive?
whole world. It's either the whole world is misinterpreting the shape of the moon, or somebody is inherently lying.
Or no
And there
one's
has to be
been
a
there to
reason behind that
verify
lie.
it, so it's still up in question. Which
It's
would be the
not.
honest
I
position,
don't care,
right?
Jim. I don't care.
It's nothing you can prove and bring facts
Yeah,
and
we
factual
get it.
evidence
Theatrics.
to the
We get
table.
it. It's a game.
Yeah. You can call it
It's a
what you
big
want,
game to you.
but the truth still stands. You don't know. You believe it to be, but you don't know it is, and
This
that's
is
the
sad.
fact.
This is not even amusing.
It is sad. It's
To be honest
sad
with
that
you.
it is sad
It
that
is
you
really
Even if
are
I
in
were
here.
embarrassing.
It's sad that you're in here presenting as physical evidence,
This is
and
like devil's advocate, but like on a
putting your
toddler
belief.
level. That's what this
You're
is.
putting your belief. You're putting your belief into the story. That's all you're doing, and it's sad that you're not at least
Oh, you
honest
mean
with yourself.
comprehending reality for what it is?
Yeah. Reality is you don't know what it is physically. That's the reality.
I guess
But
not.
what the reality that we're dealing with right now in this conversation is that you believe it to be something, and I'll accept that. At least you'd be an honest person and saying, "Yeah, I believe it to be."
Believe
Okay,
means
that's fair.
accept to be true. It means accept to be true.
Exactly. That's all you got. Because you have
Okay.
zero evidence of it being otherwise.
Well, I think you have zero intelligence, which is why you have to sit here and fabricate and lie for your own benefit.
Okay. Earlier, didn't you say that I was projecting? I believe that's you're looking in a mirror right now because that's exactly what you're doing. You're at the toddler level that's been told that thing right here, that thing in the sky, that's a ball. A little taller is like, ball. Yeah, it's a ball because I was told it was a ball. And that little taller has no
What would be
evidence
the
of it being
incentive to
otherwise.
lie? What would be the incentive to lie about it? Go ahead.
Here we go with the questions. Why would they lie?
What is the incentive?
It's too big to lie.
All
What
you
is the
can do is
incentive?
lie about it because you don't know. There's no validation. There's
Jim, I don't
nothing
want to
been
talk to you. I'm
validated.
talking
So
to him.
what can it's only a presupposition. That's all you got.
You're just being delusional.
Yeah, the one that's speaking truth is the one being delusional. Really, he's being honest with you as a man.
Even
he's
if you
saying,
do,
"We don't know."
even if this is like a big game to you, it's still delusion. It's not healthy.
Kudos, right? Likewise, ditto. Yeah. Because
Wait,
at this point,
you think sitting here and
because at this
secretly
point,
lying for like 5 hours is healthy for your mental state?
because you think that you sitting here lying that it's a globe. Is that mentally healthy for you? With no evidence, only
What do you mean?
beliefs. All you have is beliefs, dude. Like, at least admit that, and then we could get somewhere. We can't fix stupid around here.
I accept things to be true, yes.
Well, there you go. You
So you're not
accept the
even
lie to be a
listening.
truth. I can't help you if you accept the lie. Like, dude,
It's like
if
you're
you're not,
too. This is how it happens when you're too deep in the act, and you're just stuck.
yeah, projection, because you're too deep in your globe act,
You have
and
no
and
control over your
you're
mental
stuck.
state. You have none.
Ditto. You have no control over your
How
mental
about you
state because
prove it? How about you prove
you're
you have control of your
you
mental
ready.
state and say the
How
Earth
about
is
we
round? Prove it. You
how
can't
about
ever
we
do it. You
how
can't. You're
about we
too weak.
prove to you? How about we prove to you using facts that it's not a globe, and then we can talk about who's
Oh,
delusional.
now he's adding the we. He's adding the we element. What a coward! He's trying to hide behind his comrades.
Oh, so when you say we, it's okay, but when I say we, it's not okay.
No, it shows weakness when you say we.
Oh, so what does it show when you say it?
What do you mean?
What authority? When you say we, does that show authority? But when I say we, it shows weakness. Get out of here, dude. You're filled of yourself. That's all you're filled with. You're stuck in your delusion, in your cog dis, and you're not listening to the evidence
You're
provided,
just repeating what I said, and you're
proving
just
to you.
deflecting my own You're just deflecting my accusations right back at me. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, huh? Yeah.
It's funny
Is that
because
the
you're just pushing your own pain onto everyone else, hoping that others are
exactly?
feeling your pain, but we're not. I'm sorry, mate.
No, you're just
Yeah.
like turning into a psychologist.
Yeah. So the point being is that the Earth has been proven to not be a globe of 24,959 miles in circumference. That's been proven. Therefore, any claims that it is a globe would be
So you're
delusional.
saying that nobody's ever circumnavigated around the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, nobody's never said
Oh,
that
nobody's traveled
people.
completely around the globe.
Nobody has ever said that nobody has ever gone around the
Well, of
surface
course, you
of
would
the
never
earth.
make that claim because you would sound insane. But go
No,
ahead, try.
okay. So once again, if you're saying that because you can go around, okay, if I go into a football field and I do a full circle from one side of the field to the other, and I walk in a circle that's going to encompass the
But
the
you're not
50
walking
yard
in a
line.
circle. You're walking in a straight
Okay,
line.
okay. So no, wait. So you
And if
think
you were to
that
say
plane?
that you were to
You think
circle
that
around
planes
back
fly
to
in a
the
straight line?
same spot in
Okay,
which you went,
I got.
and
Okay,
then
so
it
I
would
got.
just be random. You're saying that there's no
Okay,
tracking of where you're
okay. So
going.
so so I got to point this out. Okay, ships and planes will deviate left or right depending on the
Yeah, but you're
direction they
saying
are.
the deviation is going to be
Okay,
so strong that it
okay,
circles back to the same spot.
okay.
The
So
deviation error is not going to be that massive in magnitude.
when you're staying to a latitude, you are going to go. You're going to tilt a little, go straight, tilt a little, go straight, tilt a little, go straight, and you're going to keep doing that when you're sticking to a latitude. If
Yeah,
you
but you're
can't
never
grasp that,
going to
then
continuously tilt and turn around like you're in a circle.
okay, once again, planes, they literally have videos of a plane flying thousands of miles in distance, like from like America to Asia, and you keep seeing it deviating to like it keeps going right, keeps going right, keeps going right, it keeps
Okay, so it
panning.
seems you're
It'll
just
go and it'll
refusing to
pan. It'll
comprehend
go
logic.
and it'll pan.
You're just refusing.
I know you don't want to hear the truth, but I'm going to say it because there's people listening to this. Okay,
You're just
so this is
spewing
for the audience.
falsities.
It's not for you at this point. What
Yeah,
happens
I know
is
you're performing like the monkey.
it's what
Nice.
happens what happens with when you're going to stick to a latitude to a particular position over the plain earth, no difference than if I was going to walk on a really big circle out in the middle of the desert, and then I'm going to stick to a certain position. I'm going to have to stick to that latitude, which is a circle drawn around that. Then I'm going to have to keep deviating left or right, depending which direction I start walking in. And you can't accept that fact because it destroys your little argument that, well, the only way you can be going around an earth is if you just go straight path and then you end up in the same circle. Dude, they don't even do that. That's not reality. No plane is flying thousands of miles across and going in one straight line. No plane does that if they're going to stick to a latitude position. That's facts. Sorry, you can't accept that truth, but that is the truth. And that's where, once again, you get smashed and dunked on.
Ironically, he called you a performing monkey, which is something we don't believe in. We don't believe we come from monkeys as you do. So it's quite funny that.
Yeah, he's just a waste of time, a waste of breath. He's just an a strong anti flat earther, and a pro globe. Even though his globe's been destroyed and wrecked, and that we obviously know that it's not a globe. I used their own math against them. Notice how they run away from that. They don't even want to talk about that, dude. No. It's just refraction. I could see that far. They're full of themselves too. That's why I love using their own math against them. It wrecks them. They think they live on a 1.2 million mile circumference ball. Mathematically, of course.
Yeah, he's just trying to be a wind-up merchant.
Yeah.
I know people that deny the physics of water are kind of retarded. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, they can't face the facts in their cognitus and indoctrinated views. They just can't. Because if they did, they would have to accept the facts that are being presented, and then they would have to go against their core belief. I mean, I get it. If you have a core belief and someone's shaking that foundation, that's a tough pill to swallow. And a lot of them,
Right.
they will not let it.
Right. As soon as something, like, say they've already chosen to be against flat Earth in a sense, like, oh, it's too stupid, blah blah blah. As soon as you try, like, as soon as they start hearing something from the flat Earth that makes sense, they go into sort of like they have to speak over you. They can't hear the logic coming from what they've already deemed to be stupid.
Right.
And that's that cogdiss. They're protecting themselves.
Yeah, they're protecting their core belief, the foundation of their belief, and they can't succumb to the facts, to the truth, because it will shatter their worldview, and they don't want their worldview shattered. They're comfortable in their cognitus. That's why I like that image that Radwin posted the other day. That's why I saved it, because that's such a good example of saying, "Oh, okay, so you think things are disappearing over the curve? Okay, so here you go. Here's a boat not moving on the floor. It's not going any further, because that's what would represent the disappearing over the curvature of the earth, right? Is the distance as it travels away from you. Well, what do you say when it's not moving at all? It's anchored, but it has the same optical effect. They're bricked. There's no help for guys like that. But what does help is when other people listen and see it and hear it, and hopefully for them it gets the brain thinking, and then they can realize how stupid their point of view is compared to our representation of facts and reality and the truth. It's
Oh,
just
for sure. It's so much more like um it wakes a lot more people up hearing what when the globe is trying to defend the globe. I do find that the people that are just on the sideline, like, actually trying to maybe look for truth, still normies, but open to what is true,
yeah. Yeah, that's
they'll
why.
see it for what it is.
Yeah, that's why they say, like, anti-flat earthers create more flat earthers than flat earthers. Because a glober that's actually, like you said, looking for the truth, and actually is, like, does have a brain that isn't just going to stick to the cogdiss and the indoctrinations, and brainwashing, like they'll realize like, wait, that flat Earth guy, he's making sense logically and truthfully, and that's Glober, he's just like denying reality. It turns them into flat earthers. Like it helps them get away from that globe. Definitely.
Yeah, they end up cringing at their own guys, you know.
Yeah.
Like, no, that can't be right. No, surely not. That doesn't sound.
Yeah, that's why I love when
Yeah.
Mez agreed with Ruhif, like, well, yeah, you could see the back of your head with if the refraction was right. Like, dude, I hope all Globers hear these anti-flat earthers say that, because that should really wake them up. Like, wait, what the fuck? Like,
Right.
wait,
It's
this
the
guy actually
stupid claims like that.
right? Yeah, those are the best ones. Those are when when anti-flat earthers say stupid shit like that. That's like the dude. You can ask for anything better for them to say, because that's going to show
Yeah.
their position.
Well, they're already believing in gas giant planets, aren't they? I mean, come on.
Yeah, gas giant planets in a vacuum, just perfectly
Right.
cool.
Yeah, that'll work.
Right. Gravity. That's why. That's how it exists. Because gravity is much more stronger than any vacuumed environment. You know, what's funny is that that other GIF that they have when they show the ball of gas, and then they flip the little knob, and then it rushes to the top. You
Yeah,
know,
the two
because of
containers. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and it's like, well, why didn't gravity hold that gas down? What happened there? What's going on there, people?
Yeah.
and then and
At
then you
ground
can
level
say,
where it's supposed to be stronger.
right, exactly. So it's like, so wait, so is gravity holding the gas, or is it actually something more than what you've been taught? And here's the thing is, I feel like in academia they teach you the truth, right? When you take physics and stuff, and they're like, yeah, just like that little, graphic shows, like, look at this is how it works. This is how entropy works, right? This is how the fills the volume. It's going to fill the space, and any shape of that container, that's what it's going to take form as. You know, but it's like, so they teach you the truth, but then later on they're like, oh, but that's not how it works in the Earth, because
Yeah, they teach you the poetry alongside the truth, right? But they don't call it poetry class. They also call it science as well. But yeah, they're giving you poetry in one science class and then the truth in another. You know, it's
right.
real mind fuck.
Yeah, yeah, and they don't even like, they don't even acknowledge that. They're like, no, it's just that, the more we learn, the more we understand the Earth, and we know these things to be. It's like, dude, you don't know shit. You believe the false stories that they like, they curtail it to be, in their little model. They create this like constructed model that this is how it works, guys. Like, no, that's actually not how it works. Because in class, they don't teach you that. When they are
It's
teaching
crazy
it.
how they get you though, like how they get people to believe in things that haven't been verified. You know, like, and I say believe, but I say hold it to be true. You know, how do they get people to do that? Like you say, they teach you, you know, the truth in one sense where you have to validate things to know it, and then in the next class they're telling you, oh, but we know the distances and the size and that, but we've not validated none of that. But it's true though. We know.
Right.
Like,
Trust me,
come on.
bro. Trust me, bro. Yeah, like when they show you like, this is, gas in a container, and then they enclose it, right? And then like, yeah, this is how we can measure gas pressure because of its containment within the walls of that little, box they drew on the whiteboard. And then, just raise your hand and be like, wait, what happens if I take that off the top? Oh, well, then the gas will violently rush out to fill the volume in the air to equalize. And you're like, well, wait, so what happens when the Earth? Uh,
Gravity.
Yeah, right.
It's
So how
like
are we
it's
breathing?
right. It's like the logic's simple, but they make it difficult for themselves. By the way, it's purely for themselves. They make it up, and then they even tell you, "Oh, it's just too much for you to understand. It's just the math. You know, the math is crazy the way we calculate it. Like, bro, you guys are making something that's very simple very hard, and the reason why they make it hard is because that way they can tell you you're too stupid to understand it." And it's like, well, I mean, I'm just using simple logic, bro, and the simple logic debunks your very difficult understanding of things. Like it's like the wise the wise person is just like looking at the fool, like you're making it more difficult than it is, bro. It's not even that. It's not even that.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of these Globers, they're just clowns. After all these years, they're still
Yeah, APOC, having blind faith in somebody else telling you the truth and being lazy and not checking the information that somebody else is telling you is correct. That's very dangerous. Having blind faith.
true.
For sure.
And that's all they have.
Yeah, APOC, do you know, I've realized some people, they like to look up to other people who's got the title scientist or PhD, and then they're having blind faith towards them. They actually have a stronghold belief because they have a title, because
Right.
they think they know what they're talking about,
Yeah,
and
that
that's
the
very
whole
dangerous. You know? Yeah. Go on,
it's
APOC.
it's the appeal to authority, you know? Like they're like, well, they have the lab coat, they have years of studying and learning, so why would they lie? Like they're not smart enough to like break away from that lie? And it's like you must not understand how indoctrination works and like and its consequences of it. Like they don't think they're lying. They wholeheartedly think they are repeating and parroting a truth. That's the point of it. We point out, well, here's how it's a lie, and then the cock disc comes in, and then they're like, well, wait, the authorities they would have told me if it wasn't that. That's you're spot on.
Yeah, APOC. I don't care who's got a title. I don't care if anybody's intelligent. If I find out, yeah, the information they're telling me is not correct, that's it. It's over. It's over. I'm not listening to you no more. I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying no more. If I find out myself that information you're telling me is incorrect, that's it. It's over. I ain't playing
Exactly.
no games.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like imagine, like you meet this chick, right? She's constantly lying to you. You're never gonna believe anything she says because she's a known liar. Like why even listen to her at that point? She's probably lying to you. Like and so like when you have these people that are pilled to authority and they're like, and then you find out they're lying to you because of proofs and observational evidence, and you have all these things that debunk their falsehoods. Like then how can you still listen to those authorities? They're clearly just repeating lies, and that's the thing.
Yeah, APOC. When I started looking into NASA's BS, the second time I found out, yeah, that they were bullshitting, yeah, that's it. It was over. For me, I don't know about anybody else. For me, that it was over. I ain't listening to you no more. And in my mind, you're just bullshitting shit to everybody in the whole world. That's it. It's over. That's
Yeah,
it. But see, if the Earth was really a globe, you would not have to lie. You want all the evidence and the information you're telling the whole world should be correct,
exactly.
right?
And
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah.
that's just like when you look at the Nat Geo program, they were caught lying. You look at the Netflix documentary, they were caught lying about the whole situation. You have the helicopter going behind the curvature of the earth.
totally fabricated video. You have the boat with the stripes, going in the distance, totally fabricated. Oh, look at the stripes are disappearing because it's behind the horizon, even though you can see the water, body of water behind the flag still. It's like those types of things. Like, how can you trust even these? Like, why is Nat Geo lying? Why is a television? I mean, obviously we know the answer, but I'm just saying, like, you could ask the Globers, like, why would they lie to you? If it was a globe, they wouldn't have to lie. They wouldn't have to manipulate video or manipulate a conversation throughout, a day to make it seem like you are, you found something that wasn't what you thought it was, and then just totally not fully explain what happened, why it went down like that. Like, why are these people lying? If it was a globe, they wouldn't have to. They could just record it and it'd be done, and that's it. You don't have to put in fake helicopters, backwards looking, and like having this false drop over distance. Like, you wouldn't have to do that if it was a globe. But because we know it's not a globe, then we go, oh, that's why they lie, because they can't prove it factually in reality. So I mean, it kind of answers itself.
I thought the most interesting point of that was he kept trying to talk about your mental state.
Right.
And that matches. I don't know if you saw the news, my daily news post. Did you see what the news for
No,
the day
you
is?
stopped sending them to me. I used to love, dude. I used to love your daily posts, but you stopped sending them to me for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes people fall. Like if I get a lot of DMs, it'll mess up the list. But here, I can start sending to you again.
Yeah, man. Like I used to, dude. I love your shit because even like your little like memes or whatever beneath them. Like I always like, oh fucking crap. I don't know
Yeah.
where you find some really good ones.
Yeah, it adds the context. So here, that guy sounded kind of British, didn't he, or was he
Yeah,
European?
maybe.
Yeah. So look at this technology. Brits are now trauma dumping on AI. Government confirms a full third of UK citizens have turned to artificial intelligence for emotional support.
Wow, that's
Oh, I'm
crazy.
missing out, am I?
Has anybody ever watched like a full
I'll
live
have to dabble.
stream of the ISS? Like
Yeah,
even like 2 hours of it? Do they
yeah, and they
ever go in the dark?
cut off.
I've never seen them go in the dark.
No, they cut off. They always say, "We'll
Yeah,
be back."
no, I'm just saying, but you notice though, right? Like they say it takes the ISS 93 minutes to do one full orbit around the Earth. But yet when you watch their videos, they're never in the dark.
Yeah, they cut it off every time they go to the right when they're getting to where it's dark. They'll cut it off and say, "Oh, we'll be back." Like, we lost signal or whatever they call it. But they do that every so many minutes. They'll do that. They'll cut it off, and then
They'll do
once it,
that, and then you would think that it doesn't sound very spectacular, but like because it's an achievement of knowing the Earth is a globe, you think they would just have a camera at the South Pole, watching everything 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
yeah,
Little things like that.
we're at a point of time where, like, they should be without excuse. Like, they had their chance with Artemis when they said, I remember very clearly in the interviews, they were like, it's the first time ever in the history of mankind we're gonna have cameras 24-hour recording from launch to circling the moon, and then when it comes back we'll be able to download the information and present it. They still haven't presented that. They still don't have that video. And I remember when it first happened, and it was coming back, after their mission, right, or after circling the moon and coming back, a caller was like, hey, so are we going to be able to see it? And then the guy was like, well, yeah, it's you have to remember, it's so much data and it's just so much bandwidth. It's going to take some time. And then a week later,
Nothing. A month later, nothing. A year later, nothing. It's like, dude, they had their chance to prove this so-called, heliocentric model. They should have been able, because remember, there's cameras that were looking at the back end of the ship, and there's cameras that are looking forwards, and there's cameras even in the cockpit or whatever of the machinery and everything. And they said the reason why they have so many cameras is because they use it for, like, they could check, like, visual checks to make sure that that is, like, not malfunctioning or anything like that. So you would think they should have all that shit recorded. They should have, but they didn't, and they don't. And you would have thought that Artemis, they're launching and getting all the way from the Earth. They should have had video of that, just like Professor Phil was saying earlier. Oh, the ball gets smaller the higher you go. They would have had that evidence, but of course they don't have that, because that's not our fucking reality. They will never be able to do that. But let me correct myself. We are so far advanced in the sense of AI, where most likely, maybe within a few years, they will be like, put on your virtual goggles, kids. We're gonna show you launching to Mars, and we're gonna land on it, and we're gonna walk around on it, and it's just all gonna be virtual. They're gonna be in a studio somewhere. So I
Yeah,
should
most people.
go ahead.
I was gonna say most people don't realize that after 40 miles, I think, it always cuts the CGI.
Yep.
Always.
Yep.
40
Yeah.
miles? What's 30? 40? That's
It's up there.
200,000 feet. It's somewhere like there. Yeah, like somewhere between 40 and 50 miles it cuts the CGI.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for their side is
And I'll
well,
say this too. Like when they say, "Oh, what about Elon Musk's rocket?" You don't know the difference between 15 miles and 40 miles. You would never be able to tell the difference watching that rocket go up in the air.
yeah, they have their chances to prove what they claim in real time with cameras on it. You could. How about let a citizen put a camera and say, "That's my camera," and I'm gonna record just watching the back end as it just goes further and further away, and you should be able to capture really beautiful, like that big gas in the sky that you could view from, like,